You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone. It's the end of the week, but it's not the end of the world, so it must be time for the VAC Roundtable, and this one's number 62. We're joined by Nurse Nique Pichette, who has, of course, been in the cannabis scene for a bit, but it was also a Marine. So she is one of us, and as we are looking to continue our discussions with people whom we respect and view in a high light here in the cannabis community. We've had talks with other educated nurses and doctors, and we want to continue that discussion today. And so we'd like to thank Nurse Nique for joining us and taking the time as we get things underway. So with that, we'll go directly into our speaker view. And right off the the bat, Nurse Nique, our first question is kind of a multi-layer question, but how did you first come to cannabis? How old were you when you first heard of it? Did you use it? And what made you choose that direction?
So I first tried cannabis when I was 16. I didn't like it very much. It made me paranoid. It wasn't something that I had much pleasure in. I couldn't understand why people used it. And I grew up with it being stigmatized as a street drug. And fast forward to 43 and my second diagnosis of breast cancer, I found that I was allergic to the antiemetics, which are the medications that we use for the nausea and symptoms from pharmaceuticals. And I was also writing a blog called Breast Cancer and Me. And I started to have many people start to follow me and send me messages that I needed to try cannabis. So at the time, I was a director of nursing operations in an assisted living, and I was afraid I was going to lose my nursing license, and I was afraid that the rest of my life was going to fall apart. And I saw a picture of my son, and it was him and he was taking me to radiation. And I was extremely emaciated, and I was 111 pounds, and I was a recovering anorexic. And at my lowest weight, I was 93. And when I saw that picture, that was like the wow factor, because I was like, if I look like this at 111 pounds, what did I look like at 93 pounds? And I reached out to Stephen Plasek. He's from New Jersey. He was like the biggest advocate, messaging me articles constantly. And at the time I was living in Rhode Island that had a medical program. This was 2013. So I went through the steps to get my medical card. and I started using cannabis medicinally. And my caregiver was actually an Army veteran. His name was Chapman Dickerson, and he came to my house with a care package, and he sat with me, and he had edibles and tinctures, and he had lemonade, and he had flour. I mean, any way you could use cannabis, he had in this care package. And he said, just try what you want, see how it makes you feel. Just do a little bit at a time, and I'm here if you need anything. And today he is the owner of Basque in Fairhaven, Massachusetts, one of the top ranked dispensaries here in Massachusetts. So I was blessed at many levels.
That's quite a journey. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter for our next question.
Is he muted?
Just 1 second, yes.
There we go. Now let's see if I can get back to the chat. Basically, the question, first of all, thank you for joining us this afternoon. And I'm still sorting out how to do this on my phone. And my question is, as a veteran and as a survivor of cancer treatment yourself, can you discuss how cannabis has played a part in that? And please correct me if I left out part of that question, because again, I can't seem to get my phone to cooperate here. Anyway, you get the gist of the question, I think, and you might even have a copy of it, dear. So thank you so much.
So would you like me to repeat the question?
Go ahead.
So did your military background help you confront cancer and the debilitating treatment for the same? And the answer for that is absolutely. I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I chose the Marine Corps because I grew up in a very male chauvinistic household, and I wanted the branch that was supposedly the hardest boot camp. And my dad was Air Force, World War II, and Korea. And so I was like, okay, he's Air Force, I'm going Marine Corps, and my brothers never served. So that was the background of why I chose the Marine Corps. And physically, boot camp, I excelled extremely because I prepared physically, but I didn't know how to prepare mentally. And by the end of my 13 weeks, I was mentally prepared, not as much as I needed to be, but at least for that time in my life, the Marine Corps broke me down emotionally and mentally, and I graduated as they picked us all back up and sent us to our duty stations. So the mindset that I had from the military and the Marine Corps was one of never giving up, never surrendering, and by all means, kill or be killed. So that's what my attitude was when I received my second diagnosis with breast cancer. And I was determined that I was going to give it my best fight and take some of those psychological and physical lessons that I was taught through boot camp on this next journey, another war, if you want to say, that I had to put myself through.
Thank you for that. And hoorah, Marine. We don't get many to female Marines out there, although we do have a member who is, but not many that make their way in, the level of nursing and doctorates that you have necessarily attained. So at a girl, thank you very much for sharing your story and your trials and tribulations. I think all of us in the military can relate to that. Next up will be Councilmember Alex Popoff. Councilmember Popoff.
Thank you, Etienne, and thanks for joining us, Nick. The question I have is, you're active in bodybuilding. Was this part of your return to a healthy overall physiological condition?
So I actually was competing in bodybuilding before I joined the Marine Corps. And that's why I said I joined when I was 21. So my recruiter told me that I could be a bodybuilder in the Marine Corps, and that was not real. So, but that's okay, because that's why I said the physical training of the Marine Corps actually was easy for me because I was so conditioned. But I did use bodybuilding and cannabis to get me through my second battle with breast cancer. I actually got a personal trainer, and I made sure that during my chemotherapy, so my chemotherapy was every 2 weeks. So it was every other week. So I had a trainer that I met at the gym once a week, and the rest of the time I trained by myself. And I made sure that I definitely made sure that he knew when my off week was because I felt better, and he knew when it was a chemo week because I didn't feel too good. But it gave me again that mindset and that determination that like I just had to do this, and he helped to push me through and again have the determination and the resilience that I needed along with cannabis. So I was actually advocating for cannabis and bodybuilding in 2015 and actually started a clothing line called Neekwear. And it was too soon. People didn't like accept it and understand it, and I was really advocating for cannabis over steroids in the world of bodybuilding. So
You were a little bit ahead of your time in that sense, and hey, it's part of being a trailblazer, right? Is sometimes being ahead of your time, and time and expectations of society don't always meet. However, just to kind of follow up there, because I know how roid-ridden the industry is, did you actively engage people regarding their steroid use and try to use cannabis? Because I'm also aware of, people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and others that decided to imbibe on cannabis because they didn't get the calories from drinking, which of course alcohol does, no matter which way you imbibe alcohol. So what was the reactions to people when you engaged in that? That must have been challenging.
So I was still a little nervous about being like really loud about it, but I would like blog and post pictures. And to this day, I haven't called out anybody in the bodybuilding industry about, hey, you use steroids, what's wrong with me using cannabis? It's still quite hush hush. It's still something that like it's known, but it's not discussed. And for some reason, it's okay in that sport. So again, I just try to kind of, I tried to just go forward in my own healing. And I actually connected with Marvin Washington, who's an NFL player who's in the space that I met through the Cannabis Nurses Network. And when I was competing in California in 2018, I was also marketing his CBD water and some of his products. So I would be at the gym and I would have his products and stuff like that, and Nature Nurses products when so I could show what I was using as my dietary supplements, if you would say.
Thank you for that. Our next question will be from Councilmember Michael Krawitz.
Thanks, Etienne. It's so nice to meet you, Nurse Neek. I wanted to say, well, first of all, let me say I was able to not join the same service rank, branch as my dad, and yet somehow still stay in the Air Force. My dad was Army Air Corps, and
Yes.
I joined the Air Force. So,
Yes, my dad started Army Air Corps as well.
my question, it really revolves around, and we found it very interesting, your background, especially being a psychiatric nurse. We have, Mary Lynn, who's, an addictions nurse, and certainly addictions is in that camp, so she can sort of translate for us sometimes. And then we had some great psychiatrists that we worked with, Dr. Mick Correa comes to mind as one of our mentors. I believe you may be the first psychiatric nurse that we've actually been able to talk to. So anyway, really great to meet you, and so happy to do so. We really focused in on your tool that you said you created. The question was, please tell us about this tool and how you differentiate the tool that separates inappropriate from appropriate cannabis use.
So it's not totally complete yet. I did my dissertation for my doctorate, and I just graduated in May. And that pilot study consisted of 21 questions that take into consideration the DSM-5, which is like the diagnostic Bible for psychiatric conditions. It took in consideration the Q-R, which is the gold standard that they use right now to diagnose cannabis use disorder. And what people don't understand is the Q-R, cannabis use disorder inventory, stems from the audit, which is the alcohol use disorder inventory tool. So how can you separate alcohol and cannabis using pretty much the same tool and some of the same questions to come to this diagnosis? So the first part of my dissertation and my pilot study went to healthcare providers and asked healthcare providers to review these 21 questions to see if they thought in their professional experience that the questions asked had a total look at cannabis use and could appropriately separate cannabis use for inappropriate and appropriate use. Was it a full assessment? And we came to find out that the majority of healthcare providers felt that it was the questions came up with a full assessment of cannabis use, and they felt that it would be appropriate in separating abuse versus appropriate use. So I'm working with Olin Neuropsychiatry Center right now with Dr. Perlson. I did submit a grant application for phase 2, in which we did not get accepted for, but the IRB came back and said, if you make a few of these tweaks to this and resubmit, that we feel that you're definitely onto something that we want to move forward with. So what I'm going to do is I'm working actually as we speak on the IRB application with Dr. Perlson and Nurse Heather and a couple of other people in the committee. And we're going to be pushing that through the IRB. But the thing is I'm trying to do it with no money. I'm trying to just say, I don't need your money. I don't need a grant. I just need to push this survey through at least 250 people that use cannabis, that they've used cannabis at least once in the past year. I need 250 people to answer these questions. Then once we get the data from those questions, we're going to look at the data that comes in, look at these 21 questions, and then come up with the tool that will actually be able to separate appropriate versus inappropriate use. And that's where we're at right now.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Council Member Landau.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us. My question, sorry, there's a train going by. My question is, the VA has mislabeled many military veterans as having cannabis use disorder or COD based on simply on the failed drug test. How should we approach correcting this problem? Thank you.
So this is why I did this study, because I was a night supervisor in a psychiatric hospital in Massachusetts during COVID. We were very short-staffed, and I worked the floors a lot, and I was starting to see these diagnoses coming in more and more of cannabis use disorder. So during that time, there was a CEU article for credits for nurses and healthcare professionals that came out on cannabis, cannabis knowledge. Mary Lynn, it was by Eloise and somebody else. They wrote that article for ANA. I asked my director of nursing if I could put it all the nursing and cannabinoid therapeutics in the endocannabinoid system. And within less than a week, somebody anonymously emailed the director, said, you better check your night supervisor. She might be coming to work high. And she has a clique of people that like cannabis and but it's okay because it just lit a fire underneath me. And I said, okay, people are coming in positive for cannabis. They're getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder. The doctors don't know anything about cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. The nurse practitioners don't know anything about cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. How are they getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder? Why are they getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder? And I can't even talk to them about how they use cannabis, why they use cannabis, and when did they use cannabis last? So that's when I said, okay, I started to dig deeper in the charts and I started to have these conversations. And again, I was shut down because I don't think everybody also realizes there's also an ICD-10 code for cannabis use disorder, which is a billing code for insurance companies to get your money from your insurance. So therefore, if you're positive for THC and they diagnose you with cannabis use disorder, now they can bill your insurance company and then they can get paid for serving you. So it's this crazy didactic that's like, it was making me so angry because not everybody knows this about me, but the only reason that I went back to school to collect all these initials is because I'm a patient first. And when you're a patient, people don't listen to you. And when you have a psych history, people really don't listen to you. So because I have a psychiatric history and because I'm a patient, I wanted to try to find a loophole, and that loophole was to get my education. So I had to come in and find all this stuff from the patient's perspective and then try to figure out how I could flip this and say, okay, I'm going to do a study on cannabis use disorder and how we effectively diagnose it. But what I'm really trying to say is we're inappropriately diagnosing this. But those of you who know research, I found out the hard way, you have to make it look like you believe in cannabis use disorder to get the results that you want.
That's unfortunately been something we have realized for decades from researchers, as I have come from being a veteran to a patient advocate. Because back, Nurse Nick, for me, I was before cannabis use disorder became a thing. It was known drug user in the VA system, and I was classified as that and physically removed from multiple VA facilities just for even mentioning cannabis use. So this has been an ongoing problem our veterans have been dealing with for decades. I had to literally work with people to change the laws to finally arrive at my disability rating that I just got a few weeks ago at 100%. So I think that in my opinion, what we have seen is because there's such limited knowledge around cannabis at the doctor's level, we ourselves at Berkeley Patients Group, we have actually hosted doctors, pulmonary surgeons to actually educate them on cannabis because there's no education, ongoing credits, etc., specifically, dealing with and around, medical cannabis. So we've had to educate them. However, they still want to put us veterans into boxes, and there's no box currently for a veteran using cannabis medically, in their opinion. We Asian went as far as going to a FOIA request from the United States government to get all the information, of which this week they came back and told us they have no data. And it's really funny because the other person on this call, Michael Krawitz, was the person who instated that into the VA back in 2010. So for the past 13 years, our government's telling us they're not even giving us or storing the data on top of, again, because you have cannabis, so you have to fit into this, you have cannabis use disorder. It's the same problem that we're seeing if somebody is having nausea and they state they have cannabis, people are saying that they have cannabis hypermesis, right? So that's another issue of where we have kind of two low-hanging fruit that either doctors or nurses are going off of because of their ignorance, willful ignorance, as well as just the lack of knowledge around cannabis, but at the same time, the institutional respect to give a space for, hi, I'm a patient and a veteran, I use cannabis and it works for me. Can we document this and understand why? So I don't really have a point as much as just to bubble up the frustration that you're seeing as a nurse practitioner and we as patients have been experiencing over the decades. There's still a disconnect that we've been coming to you as doctors and nurses trying to, appeal. And thankfully there are nurses, like you, Marilyn Mathery, and others that we have hosted that are taking it to the curricula level and educating doctors and nurses at a level that they can comprehend and respect and take forward. And then we saw just this week with the nurses associations coming out and imploring that, cannabis is medicine and institutionalizing it to a level that hopefully we'll see some penetration of education.
I do just want to say is that I am not a nurse practitioner. Okay, so I can't prescribe, I can't do medical cards. I do have my doctorate in nursing, but it's in nursing leadership, and I work in research. So I don't want people to get confused or think that I'm like speaking outside of my scope of practice. So I just wanted to say that. The other piece that I wanted to say is that for veterans, if you can get your hand on a DSM-5, which is the Bible for psychiatry, okay, because something that we do not talk about, the doctors don't talk about, the psychiatrists don't talk about, and I wish I had the exact page, but within cannabis use disorder diagnosis, which is in the DSM-5, the criteria, it says whether or not cannabis is being used for legitimate medical reasons may also affect diagnosis. When a substance is taken as indicated for a medical condition, symptoms of tolerance and withdrawal will naturally occur and should not be used as the primary criteria for determining a diagnosis of substance use disorder. Although medical use of cannabis remains controversial and equivocal, use for medical circumstances should be considered when a diagnosis is being made. And that's actually on page 511 and 512 in the DSM-5, which you can bring to your psychiatrist and have them open up to that page.
Great. Thank you for that. That will be very helpful for people and myself. Councilmember Krawitz has a follow-up. Councilmember?
Thank you so much. I so appreciate your insights and your work. Interesting. You might find this of interest. The medical cannabis the policy, the medical cannabis policy of the Veterans Department of Veterans Affairs, Veterans Health Administration that Etienne was talking about. That came about as a result of a question that was almost right at the heart of your work, right at the middle of what you're talking about. Because what we did was, we had all these veterans that were using cannabis under doctor's orders per state laws. It wasn't technically legal under federal law, but they were using it under doctor's orders in their treatment plan and was being accepted under at least some legal regimen at the state level. And the question became very straightforward for the we actually sent the question to the general counsel of the VA because everyone was presented to us as a legal question, but the question was then forwarded over by the general counsel to the undersecretary of health. And the question was simply, if you're a veteran and you're using cannabis per your doctor's orders, having good success at relieving your symptoms as per your treatment plan under a state legal sanctioned program, should you be punished inside the VA facility? Should you be sanctioned? And the question came back really quite beautiful. The letter was actually quite beautiful from Undersecretary Petzel, who said that it should be treated like any other medicine, and certainly shouldn't be any special criteria based on the fact that it's marijuana. It should be under that circumstance treated like any other medication. So I don't say this very often, but I think your work is important. I really do, and thank you for it. But I have one other point. I wanted to just elaborate on something you were talking about because you just reminded me of it. And that is, when you have such a broad sweeping brush to put people in a cannabis use disorder category, to label them that way with such a broad brush, that we usually look at it from the injustice to the individual and how that screws up the person and how it can stigmatize you and everything. And that's legitimately our focus, but it also screws up the data for everybody else. I mean, if you really want to know how many people are actually addicted to marijuana, you have no idea. There's absolutely no way to tell from the current statistics and the current data and the current experts in the field. And that I would imagine, throwing so many people at the wall makes it almost impossible for someone that really does suffer, bless their soul, suffer from abuse disorder of cannabis, probably can't find help because of the fact that there's so many people in their way that have been mandated by the courts or whatever else, into drug treatment because of such just abusive labeling. So just again, thank you so much for your work. And while I'm talking so long, I'll add one more thing. Congrats to all nurses for the ANA putting the cannabis nurses in under the tent.
I thank you for that insight and some of those questions. And I do want to say, one of the things is Marcy Cooper, one of the cannabis nurses that was my preceptor during my school, sent me today, that was on a news channel. She's in Colorado, and she sent me a screenshot of her television, and I wanted to share this with everyone tonight. And this news, Good Morning America, actually. Signs of cannabis use disorder. And this was what they had plastered across the screen of the television. Using more cannabis than intended, difficulty controlling use, problems at work, school, or home, needing more to experience a high. And then the second screen that Marcy sent to me that was on Good Morning America was another full screen on the television. Heart health and cannabis study. People with cannabis use disorder have a 60% chance risk of developing cardiovascular complications. I just want to say, this is something that I'm seeing as a psychiatric nurse still working at the bedside. And I just had this conversation with the psychiatrist on the unit. I had a man the other day, this is a true live case study. He was in his early 60s. He was on the adult inpatient unit, and they were getting him ready to start ECT for his suicidality and his depression. His blood pressure was through the roof, like 180 over 105. He reports that he never had any blood pressure issues that he knew of. I went to his chart, I looked, and he was positive for THC. But the other thing is that he had ethanol in his urine. So I went back to talk to him and I said, look, are you using alcohol? Are you possibly withdrawing from alcohol? He said, Neek, I don't drink. I don't know why there's ethanol in my urine. I don't know. The man seemed to be legit. I'm not going to question him. My second piece was, I see that you're positive for THC. How much cannabis do you use? He said, I smoke at least 2 joints a day. I've done it for the past 40 years. What these healthcare providers, nurses, psychiatrists, and the mental health are not looking at is, if you're on an antihypertensive, a pharmaceutical, and you run out of your medicine, you can't afford it, within a few days, you're going to have rebound hypertension. Your blood pressure is going to go through the roof. Cannabis is an antihypertensive. I'm seeing it in the research center as I'm actively dosing live patients with cannabis. It's right there. Within 5 to 10 minutes, you can see the changes in their heart rate and in their blood pressure. By the time I saw this man, he had been in the hospital for 3 or 4 days. He had no cannabis. I went to his psychiatrist and I said, look, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but do you think his blood pressure changes could have anything to do with his cannabis use? He looked at me and he said, oh, you mean like cannabis withdrawal? The only thing they get with cannabis withdrawal is agitation and anxiety. I said, no, that's really not true. There's other changes that are taking place, and we have to see if they're using it appropriately or inappropriately. The psychiatrist looked at me and said, appropriate cannabis use? I don't think so. I said, no, cannabis is being used even as simply for PTSD. He goes, I need to go now. And that was the conversation that I had with the psychiatrist. But I brought it back to Dr. Perlson. I brought it back to the research lab. And I said, Dr. Perlson, look at this is what I'm seeing next door at the hospital. We need to do something to help patients that are actively medically withdrawing from cannabis, not in a bad way, like you do with opiates and alcohol, you can die, but just to help them mitigate that time spent in the hospital where they're not allowing them to use their cannabis. But we need to find a way to get the education. Nurses don't, when you tell them that cannabis, oh yeah, smoking a joint, right? I thought a nurse was gonna fall off the chair the other day when I told her there's patches and suppositories and inhalers and capsules, and they just think smoking a joint and that's it. So I'm trying to like glide on this fence and try to like, you know, get as deep in as I can and find, like Dr. Perlson said, somebody that's going to be sympathetic to my cause that's in the psychiatric hospital, that I can get that segue to then bring them to Dr. Perlson, because they're going to respect Dr. Perlson because he's been doing human cannabis studies since 2014. But it's sad, it's happening. And this is why the education and the knowledge is so important. You don't need a doctorate to do this. You just need to find the information, and you need to have reliable sources of people that are going to go against the grain. And that's why I do this. Yes, Michael.
I don't think I've ever had a follow-up on a follow-up before, another unprecedented thing today. But I wanted to tell you a quick story. When we added post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition to medical cannabis access laws across the country, we did that as a strategy, starting on the West Coast and going to the East Coast. Very successful. Virtually every modern state law now has post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition as a result of that. And we faced some big battles. Ironically, we were fighting against the American Psychiatric Association. I say ironically because they didn't, I was there for Prop 215 and many other state laws. And I don't remember ever seeing the American Psychiatric Association show their head. But the minute we tried to add post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition under medical marijuana laws, boom, there's the American Psychiatric Association. Their longest battle was in Colorado, but the craziest battle was in New Mexico. One of their top guys, Dr. Ungerweiler, made a petition to remove post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition. And I think his story is very telling, because he came to this panel of experts and everybody on this commission to present his story, and it was completely hypothetical. And what was up against him was 300 people in the room that were all patients, caregivers, doctors, nurses, family members, and community members. And that was literally the only person there on his side was him. And when they realized on the panel that it was completely hypothetical, they lost some patience with him. But that's kind of where we're at. It's like I found it very strange, really, that they don't see, because I read some of the materials from the association, and they were at that time really trying hard to do a focus on the patient-centered care and be more responsive to the patient's input while creating treatment plans. And I was like, you're not listening. You're not listening. We're right here, and we're trying to tell you, and we're tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands even at this point across the country. Are they hearing us?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday.
Are effective in other elements, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Psych, for me, I think from what I see, is going to be one of the hardest doors to push open. On the weekends, I also work at another hospital with a different psychiatrist. And I'll just share this story with you. I had a Vietnam vet who was having severe difficulties on the unit. I work on a Jerry psych unit on the weekends. He was flipping out. He was throwing things. He was yelling, I want my effing weed. Like, he was getting really upset. I got closer to him. I started to talk to him. I said, look, I said, let's roll a virtual joint. Right? So he stopped and he goes, what are you talking about? I go, look, like, let's roll a virtual joint. Let's like make believe we have a joint here. And he's like, well, I usually put it in a pipe. I'm like, well, you put it in a pipe. Like, that's fine. Let's just, let's chill out here. Let's act like you had some weed. What would you do with some weed right now? The whole entire situation was de-escalated. There was no chemical restraint. There was no physical restraint. He calmed down. He took his pharmaceuticals and everything was okay. That was a Sunday. The doctor, the medical director, was on call that weekend. I told him what I did. He didn't say a word. 4 days later, I get a message from my nurse manager who says, Neek, I need to talk to you. The doctor has concerns about your nursing. I said, why? And she proceeded to say, because of what I just did to take that Vietnam combat veteran from a state that was triggered and hyper excitable to sit down and roll a virtual joint with him with no intervention, no physical intervention. And I was chastised as he had concerns about my nursing and proceeded to say, we work for a Catholic organization and cannabis is not allowed in this facility. Now, I'm big on perception. I built a whole program on perception. I just want to say this. I also had a patient recently who's an old school schizophrenic. She's in her late 60s, African-American, classic schizophrenic. They had her on 60 milligrams of Zyprexa. If Marilyn, you probably know, Zyprexa max dose is supposed to be 30. Some things say 40. They had this woman on 60. Does she have Zyprexa use disorder? Because guess what? I don't care if they went to 70 or 80 milligrams. Her tolerance was there. It's not doing anything for her schizophrenia. But yet we push these pharmaceuticals that cause all these other problems. So then we'll put the Zyprexa and then we'll add some Cogentin because she's having these movement disorders. And then we'll add some Ativan because the movement disorders are stressing her out. So let's get her on some benzos and then it's making her nauseous. So we'll give her some olanzapine. And I'm just like, but if you mention cannabis, they question the type of nurse that you are. But I don't care because at the end of the day, there's reasons why I do this. And the bottom line is I suffer from chronic suicidality. There's not a day in my life that there's not like this fleeting thought of like, what if? I have a plan. If I told that to my doctor, which I don't have, but if I told it to a psychiatrist, they would PEC me to the psych ward. But I always have a plan because it just keeps me comfortable knowing that I'm in control if I really wanted to do it. But I see the injustices of the healthcare system. I see what they've done to me. I see that they've done to my peers. I see that what they do to the patients that I care for, but right now I have to pay my bills. So that's why I decided while I'm paying my bills and my student loans, I can figure out how to disrupt the system. And if I can prove that what they're doing is wrong and what they're doing is not unjust and it's poor quality patient care. There's no facts. I've sat with the nurses. I've sat with the doctors. I've sat with the psychiatrists, they don't know anything about the endocannabinoid system. They don't know anything about cannabinoid therapeutics. And so the next step is we have to find a way that they have to get the education. Why is it that they don't have to have cannabis education and endocannabinoid system education, but they have to learn about the new diabetes medication that's out, and they have to learn about the new antihypertensive that's out, and they have to learn about the new antipsychotics that we're shooting you up with once a month because that's keeping you stable. But yet they don't need to know anything about cannabis, nor do they want to. It's so disheartening, and I'll just go to my grave fighting for the rights. And the ironic part of this is that I don't even smoke cannabis. I can't. Weed makes me very paranoid. The most I can do is 2.5 milligrams. I use 2.5 milligram little cocoa at night to go to bed. I get very paranoid. So I will also fight for those who can't use cannabis, because there are negative side effects of cannabis that we do have to talk about. And there are some people that cannot use cannabis and could make them susceptible to a breakdown or something else that's going to harm them. But again, it's about the education. And the last piece I'm going to say about cannabis use disorder, and before somebody else has a question, is that I firmly believe, and I've seen it with the work that I do with perception, cannabis use disorder is not the end of the road. Cannabis use disorder with education can be a learned experience that somebody can go from inappropriate use to appropriate use if they learn how to use it, if they understand their endocannabinoid system, and if they learn what it does to their body and their psyche. And I don't totally believe in this whole cannabis use disorder and what they're trying to do to patients.
Thank you for your extremely eloquent breakdown of that, because yeah, it has so many layers, and unfortunately the willful ignorance, because that's really what it is, right? They're going to deny it because of what they've been told prior, and what they've been told prior was, when we go back and look, I have testimony from doctors back in the 1930s that the then FBN, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, came into their college, made sure that they were all there and in class, and while in class came in and had them rip out everything regarding cannabis out of their medical books and pass it forward for the FBN agent to take out of their colleges. So the Stockholm syndrome, I think, is something we're not talking about, because of the stigma of the, the big boogeyman of cannabis, because we've been told the boogeyman is cannabis, but not necessarily using their own sense and judgment to realize that they've been duped through ignorance, and they're playing into that hand, unfortunately, because their peers and peer pressure here, and especially I saw Dr. Todd McAree was my original doctor, so I watched him get absolutely railroaded and treated like something you would scrape off the bottom of your shoe, unfortunately, because he dared not only speak about it, then publish books regarding it, calling them out from their own research, and seeing the vitriol, the hate, the abandonment by the psychiatric people as a whole was frightening to see as a layman on the outside. And I could not imagine the experience it must be for those experienced like yourself on the inside to see these types of injustices, much less as you are feeling these types of injustices. It angers me as a patient to see that my doctors or psychiatrists have to struggle with this type of willful ignorance, as opposed to that Hippocratic oath that they were supposedly sworn to keep and uphold. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And as Michael Krawitz says, your work is extremely important to our future and what we've been working to and towards. This is another level that we have reached that has to Kilimanjaro, that has to be climbed to, you know, reach that summit, because there shouldn't be anybody dealing with the stigma that you're experiencing, nor should future generations. And hopefully, due to the ANA now making it a specialty, we will see a great deal of education around this as we see others create curriculum too. So what curriculum would you recommend to a psychiatrist, a young person like yourself that's going into psychology, you know, mirror image of you? What would you recommend them learn, research, or read up on, since, you know, currently there isn't a lot of, you know, known knowledge at that level? What would you recommend for them to absorb?
To be honest with you, Marilyn has been in this for decades, and she is much more versed to answer that question. She's been in the trenches and started the curriculum with this, and I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for her and other nurses like her. And I need to give that shout out, and I need to put that recognition out there, because I remember in 2015 at my first Patients at a Time, when I was just finished battling my second battle with cancer and found out that cannabis nursing was a specialty. It was Marilyn who I met, along with Heather and Marcy. And, you know, I have to give the recognition where it's at. So I'd rather defer that question to Marilyn, because she has built the education and the criteria and so much out there to help other nurses and healthcare providers get what they need.
Mary Lynn, do you wish to respond at this time? Oh, Nurse Master. Oh, Nurse Yoda.
Yeah, well, of course, I'd say Patients at a Time conferences, ACNA conferences, CNN conferences, Cannabis Nurses Network conferences. I mean, they're all putting out really good information these days. It's funny though, because same here. I'm at UVA, University of Virginia, trying to get something into the curriculum or whatever, and it's legal in Virginia. I think it was, we got a new dean again and a new director of nursing. So I'm trying to meet with them. They wouldn't meet with me, so I wrote them together. You know, both of them. Can I meet with you jointly? And so I met with them about 2 months ago, maybe. Brought in all the books, brought in the Journal of Nursing Regulation that from the state boards of nursing that, as we know, is setting standards and all this stuff. Try to say this is real, and it's legal in Virginia, and patients are using it, and your staff know nothing about, you know, blah blah blah. And after about a half hour or something, they basically told me they appreciated my passion in the issue, but that's it. So then I just left it with, okay, well, I'm going down to Australia to present at their national conference on cannabis. I'll come back, you know, I'll, you know, let you know what I learned down there when I come back. And now I just wrote them yesterday, sending them the ANA. It's a specialty now. Do you think maybe we could get it into the curriculum? Do you think maybe we could teach the nurses? But it is so frustrating. It's the intimidation of the institutions that are just, you know, their little thing, oh, we'll get shut down by the federal government if we allow cannabis. And it's like, no, you won't. You really won't. But yeah, there are a lot of good courses out there, and what nurses want are accredited courses, as you know, and I think that's what everybody that I named, you know, whether it be, I shouldn't say Patients at a Time anymore. For me, I will pass the baton to the Academy of Cannabis Education. We'll be continuing the series that we started. And the plug early now is that we're looking for the spring in Charlottesville next year for the next one.
I do want to add that I recently was appointed the vice president of SIGMA, which is an international honor society for nurses, the Rhode Island chapter. And part of what I had to do for my first task was I had to put together a fall program. And I had to go up against all the board of directors, and they all gave their thoughts on what we should do. And I said, how about if we did a presentation on cannabis? I said, we're in a medically legal state. I have multiple cannabis nurses. I can put together a panel of different specialties in nursing that all use cannabis from experts in cannabis nursing. This includes the University of Rhode Island, Salve Regina University, and Rhode Island College. All of the board members agreed 100%. They allowed me to move forward. I put together a 2 CEU presentation. I have 4 nurses from the Cannabis Nurses Network that are coming from different areas to present on this panel. And it's going to be October 19th. And not only did Sigma allow us to do it at the New England Nursing Education Center in Rhode Island, in Providence, Rhode Island, but if we're still waiting on the CEUs, if the CEUs get approved, Sigma is also allowing us to videotape it, and we are going to be able to put it on Sigma International site and have it there for a year for those nurses and nursing students and educators who want to learn more about nursing, about cannabis nursing. So I felt that that was a huge win, especially because I failed out of multiple nursing programs. And here I am sitting as a vice president in a international honor society. So again, you asked about the Marine Corps Foundation that I have. Like, it's that just, if you tell me I can't, I'm going to. So I'm really looking forward to that and seeing what that does for the shift, because I'm also right here in Providence. We have Providence College just started a nursing program. Johnson and Wales just started a nursing program. And we're also right next to Brown University and some other institutions. So I'm hoping that, as they say, as we keep trying to plant a seed wherever we can, we just need one person to let us in and then just take it from there.
Councilmember Mathry, Maryland.
Yeah, more than call. I mean, it was like, what the hell was I going to say? I think I just blanked on it. Oh, I know what I wanted to let you know, Nick. Melanie Dreyer was the president of International Sigma Theta Tau in 2004.
Oh.
No, somewhere around in the early 2000s. I'll have to let her know you're doing this. She'll love it.
Great.
All right, we will get to our next question, which will be from your friend, Councilmember Michael Green. Councilmember Green, you're recognized.
Hey, first and foremost, Nick, it is so good to see you. Sorry I missed you last week, so it goes. You're like a one-woman battalion. You're amazing. I mean, I've talked to you a number of times over the years since 2015, but what has come out this evening, I've heard the truth. I've heard the difficulty. I see your passion. Keep up the fight, lady. I mean, I would have given you a fucking medal for what you did in that psychiatric unit. Absolutely. And then before I forget, I'd be more than happy to participate in your study. And there may be other council members that might want to do that and share. I guess we would have to talk about a constable. For myself, I would love to participate in your study. I'd be more than happy to contribute. Absolutely. And just as Michael Crawford said, thank you for your good work. It's amazing. And I'm blown away, truly. My question goes to medical cannabis. We know culturally that people have been relying on the medicinal properties of cannabis for thousands of years. We also have had pharmaceuticals, so cultural thing, folk medicine, whatever you want to call it, homeopathy. People self-medicate. We also know in recent years there's been developments in the pharmaceutical industry. What comes to my mind is Marinol, Epidiolex, and is it Sativex, if I'm saying that correctly, which is not, I don't think, approved in the United States, but nonetheless, pharmaceutical compounds or extractions, whatever, they're medicinal. From your perspective, how do you see the future of these two different threads, maybe commingling or failing to commingle to, you know, to work for treatment and medical access to cannabis?
Well, again, I'm kind of limited because my specialty is psychiatry.
Yes.
So in the world of psychiatry, it is a little bit difficult, but I do know that on one of the Jerry Psych units that I work at in one of the larger hospitals, because I have a few different jobs, we did have a geriatric patient that had failure to thrive, and I was able to convince the treatment team. The charge nurse was put forward to the doctor to start the patient on Marinol. So I did see that happen. And I'm actually going to work with Dr. Perlson on working on a protocol for cannabis withdrawal in the hospital, and possibly use, like Heather said, Marinol or one of these other cannabis derived medicines if they will approve it. So that way we're not using pharmaceuticals for this, or find a pharmaceutical that's very benign. Like I know with some of the addictions, and Mary Lynn, you can speak to this better than me, they use clonidine. And that, and Eloise, one of the cannabis nurses, was saying that they're using Neurontin for cannabis use disorder. Like, I can't believe they're using, which is also gabapentin. So I'm trying to be very cautious about how I do this, because once it gets into some of the psychiatrist hands, they're going to turn it into like a CEWA protocol or an alcohol or protocol or the opiate protocol, where they're going to have, like with alcohol, your Libriums, your Valiums, your Suboxones, your Methadones. Like, I'm trying to dance lightly around this so that way cannabis withdrawal doesn't turn into like this other addiction and they see, I told you so, so it's hard to say where it's going to go with all of that. I don't see a lot of it right now at all. Now on a medical floor with different populations, maybe in psych, I don't see it.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer and being honest about what you're comfortable with addressing and not. I really admire you. I salute you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Green. Next up will be Council Member Mary Lynn Mathery. Council Member?
This is funny because the last question, do you see a future where psychiatry and cannabis merge?
I do.
Future.
I do. As a matter of fact, in the Olin Neuropsychiatry Research Center, we just finished up a study that I was the substitute investigator for Dr. Perlson, in which we were using 600 milligrams of CBD versus a placebo to see its effects as positive effects on psychosis. So we're waiting to look at that data and see what that looks like. But so far it looks very promising. And that was a small pilot study. So possibly we'll get a larger population. I'm not sure what the future of that study is, but I know we're seeing promising effects with psychosis and CBD. Also too, we are finishing up right now a study with THC and memory, and we use THC or a placebo. We have two age groups, 18 to 35, and our other age group is 60 to 75. So that study is not done yet because there's specific age groups and it's a lot harder to get our participants, but we're dosing them. They come in for 3 visits. The second and third visit is a dosing visit. The first, we don't know which is which, although you do know what a THC or a placebo is. You can tell when somebody's smoking THC and when somebody's smoking a placebo, but they have we use a volcano. I'm administering THC with a volcano. I dose them with a volcano. Prior to that, I'm putting in an IV so I can draw blood. I draw blood at different increments, and we're looking at THC and memory. They're going in an fMRI. They're taking tasks while they're in the MRI. So we're getting brain images to see what THC is doing to their brain. When they're done in the MRI, then they go to an EEG, a 64 lead EEG. We put the cap on them. They go through tasks while they're in the EEG. And that's the data that we're collecting right now on human studies with Dr. Perlson. So we can say, and Dr. Perlson is a neuropsychiatrist. So he's internationally known for his work in schizophrenia. So we're really trying to change the envelope of what psychiatry and cannabis looks like.
Very good.
Councilmember Green had a follow-up.
Yeah, I wanted to mention in passing, because you've mentioned Dr. Perlson a number of times. He put out a beautiful book about a year and a half or 2 years ago, perhaps now, Weed Science. I would highly recommend it to anybody in our audience. And then it occurred to me, saying that, I believe both Unique and Mary Lynn are featured in volume 2, Encouraging Cannabis. And so thank you for that as well. And I would also recommend Encouraging Cannabis, where our friend Dr. Bridget Williams, who appeared on the show some months ago on the roundtable, was the primary mover and editor of. Just wanted to share those things. Thank you again.
Well, thank you, Nurse Neek, for taking the time this evening and answering many questions and enlightening people about your work and the work that you've been working to and towards. It is very important work, and please come back in the future and check in with us. We'd love to hear from one of our own, because part of BAC, we're volunteer veterans just working at the national, international, and local level. So having educators like yourself who are trying to take things to another level, let us know if there's anything that we can help and assist with in the future. Needless to say, I can't thank you enough for taking the time. Councilmember Mathery?
Yeah, Nick, in terms of your study, when you need, if you need veterans or something to answer that, is that something that's like online, or you don't need them locally in Massachusetts?
No, once I have this survey up and running, it's just a survey link. So I need a minimum of 250 people to take the survey. So
we can help spread the word.
Yeah.
That would be really awesome, because to really collect the appropriate data, I need a minimum of 250 participants. And as you know, it's hard to get people to take a survey. You think it's easy, but like even myself, sometimes I'm like really overwhelmed and busy, and I see a survey come through and I feel bad, but depending on how long it is, sometimes I'm like, oh, I can't do that right now. But I mean, as soon as we get it up and running, which I hope it's by the end of October, that it's at least in the hands of the IRB at Hartford Hospital. That's my goal for myself. And because I've already submitted the grant application, it shouldn't be that hard to switch it around to the IRB application, especially because I'm not asking for any money.
And that's key.
Exactly.
You wish you success and luck there, but we're also happy to lend our mailing list to Councilmember Prowitz.
Yeah, our council member from UK reminds us that the psychiatrists that he's working with in the UK predominantly get it and are working on the evidence base, not, following whatever NIDA fact sheet or whatever it is that's leading around the American psychiatrist. So I don't know. That would be an interesting one if there's just some sort of international cooperation that might do something to help in this regard.
Pius, did you have a question specifically for Nurse Neek, since you were able to pop in from England?
but unmute.
Pius, we cannot hear you, sir. Your mic.
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
Sorry, went onto a different microphone. No, I was saying not necessarily a question as such, but I was just commenting that I myself have a prescription for cannabis from my psychiatrist since they legalized it here in 2018. So rather than being like a recommendation, it's like an actual prescription. But I guess from a patient standpoint, as a nurse, I believe that nurses are the ultimate patient advocates and believe in that very strongly. What can patients learn from you in terms of safe use of cannabis, especially in patients who have psychiatric conditions? What would be your recommendations?
That's a great question. And again, I'm not a nurse practitioner. So from the patient side of things, because I am a patient, I've learned because of my sensitivity to THC that when they say go slow and dose low, I really mean that. When I say 2.5 milligrams is what I use. Some people say, oh, start low, go to use 10 milligrams. 10 milligrams, like somebody for me, is too much. Don't feel embarrassed if you're only using 2.5 milligrams, because what you can do is you can break it down and you can, so say you took 2.5 milligrams and then in like a Tylenol, right? In 4 hours, take another 2.5 milligrams if you're looking for a certain effect. I think what it is, you have to build a relationship with the medicine, with the plant. And you really need to ask yourself, what do you want it to do for you? What are the symptoms that you're trying to treat? What is it that you're looking for help for? So when I first started, it was for sleep, and it was for the anxiety and nausea of my cancer treatments. So I didn't need to smoke all day, every day, and I couldn't smoke all day and every day. I think it's individualized care, and that the one thing that I love about cannabis is that you're able to guide and lead your own journey with the plant. So you don't have to ask anybody what it is that they're taking. You yourself will be able to adjust it as needed for the effect that you're trying to get. And I think in the cannabis world, we call it the sweet spot, and everybody has a different sweet spot. But once you find that and find what works for you, it can change the direction of your life.
Absolutely. I said self-titrate for the win. And that's one of the things that is great about cannabis is everybody's level is different. On top of that, what works for me won't work for you. And that is another thing we've had to make patients very much aware of. And dosage is such the key. We're very fortunate to have medicinal access here in California, and one of the great entries is a 1 THC to 20 CBD, which is a wonderful simple tea in a tea form, so that when I wanted my mother to try cannabis for her later in age life, it was an easy access point for her. It was comfortable. It was familiar. She wasn't going to smoke anything. So I look forward to also, the new grounds that are broken for ingestibles and different ways of ingestibles to form the transdermal patches, etc. Because, people seek the relief, but they're not seeking the high, which is something that we are aware of, medicinally, but many people, their only experience with it is getting high. So they don't understand that, what and where that is. So thank you for being an educator to help people along the way that we can hopefully arrive there collectively in time. So again, your work is so important, and we appreciate the risk you're taking, as well as your passion there, soldier. We have great respect for one of our own climbing other ranks and establishing their own beachhead in life. And you have done so with great respect and integrity. So carry on your path. Thank you. So
Thank
thank
you.
you, everybody. This will wrap up. Do you have anything to promote, Nurse Neek? Anything coming up that people should be aware of? Any publications or how to get hold of you?
So you can find me in volume 2 with Mary Lynn, Encouraging Cannabis, a book that was put together by Dr. Bridget Williams. My website is getting revamped, but it's still available as is right now, which is positivelyprocessingperception.com. And if
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's February the 3rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, we have Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well, and yourself?
Oh, I'm not doing too bad. You know, I'm trying to figure something out. Here we go. I've been going through this cold -20s, feeling like -35 type weathers. You know what we got in the forecast for today? Rain.
Same here.
Like,
Yeah, we've had like, -15 to 20 before the wind chill here. And today we have +2 and drizzle.
I know, eh? Just crazy. But yeah, hey, it's Canadian weather. My dog's already starting to shed. You can see the little
All the
puffs.
groundhogs from yesterday are wrong then.
Yeah. No, isn't there a lobster down at your end of the country?
I think so. I think I saw something about that online. I saw the groundhog that they have out, but then I saw something about how the whatever lobster there, Larry the lobster or something like that, agreed with Shubenacadie Sam that there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter.
Yeah, it was a picture I saw, and it showed North America, and it showed all the groundhogs, and what all the groundhogs predicted, and there was a picture of a lobster there. I'm going, what?
Nova Scotia.
Oh well, what can you do? All right, what do you say if we get on with the news?
Might as well get on with the news.
All right, first story's up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, World Health Organization review could lead to international rescheduling of coca leaves.
When I read this headline, I went, wow, holy smokes, this is a change. Let's see what they have to say. There's a leaf. Okay, calls to eradicate coca fields in the Peruvian Andes began a century ago as part of a mission civil soteris led by Genest Unique Paz Solden. Long before concern over cocaine and the subsequent United States abetted drug war, it says that we have awaited with folded arms a divine miracle to free an indigenous population from the deteriorating action of coca. We will be renouncing our position as men who love civilization, he once said.
Wow. For 8,000 years, indigenous communities have chewed coca leaves, but 20th century elites in Lima, like the Spanish conquistadors, when they first arrived on the continent, identified coca chewing as culturally and spiritually integral to a way of life different from their own. And the consumption of the coca, illiteracy, and a negative attitude to the superior culture are closely intertwined, said a 1947 report by the Peruvian Education Ministry.
This spurred the United Nations to dispatch a team of supposed experts to investigate the coca chewing problem. 2 years later, leading the international body to demand the suppression of coca cultivation to eradicate a social evil. A global ban on chewing it was implemented through the UN Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs in 1964, leaving coca under such a restrictive drug control regime that researchers even today often find it impossible to source the understudied leaves.
This is really interesting. Similar patternistic calls would attempt to justify the later global drug war, but 75 years on from the UN's first diktats on coca, the organization's health authority is set to publish its critical health review of the evidence underpinning the Schedule I status of the mildly stimulating medicinal plant rich in calcium and iron after a request from Bolivia and Colombia to end its international prohibition. And indigenous advocates have been prominent in building momentum for these countries. Coca is already legal in Bolivia. In Colombia, consumption is only permitted with indigenous communities to make that request. This is a David and Goliath battle against colonialism. David Cutidor, who is the director of an indigenous-owned coca beer company, Coca Nasa, told the Times of London in September. He also says, "We're saying enough is enough."
Colombian botanist Oscar Perez of Kew Garden sees coca as the world's most misunderstood plant. Sorry. It is not fair that the coca plant is so demonized, he told American Future in November. In European countries, especially in the Schengen area, all cocoa species are classified as illegal, even if it is not known whether they are used to produce cocaine. In fact, I couldn't take a leaf from here to do research. It's ridiculous. But change may be on the horizon. The World Health Organization review could potentially lead the UN Commission on Narcotic Drugs to recommend a reduction in the classification of coca, from which both cocaine and Pepsi Cola derive key ingredients under drug control treaties, or even decriminalization.
Yeah, this is the coca leaf. Bolivia's representative to the UN, Diego Perry, said in November at the UN in New York, holding one aloft from a pile in front of him, just like former President Evo Morales did in the conference hall in 2013. But unlike Morales, Perry then put the leaf into his mouth. "We remove the stem and chew the leaf and put it to the side of our cheek," he said, demonstrating.
Yeah, that's exactly how Dana does it. Yeah,
Yep.
that's right. That's what we watched him do one day during the show. Perry goes on to say that we need to demystify all of the narratives that have been developed over the years about the coca leaf. The indigenous communities recognize the coca leaf not just as a plant, but as a means of spiritual connection that allows them to be in harmony with nature and their ancestors. The World Health Organization has three most likely options. Conclude that the coca leaf should remain in Schedule 1, recommend transfer to the less restrictive Schedule 2, or recommend the removal of coca from the treaty schedules altogether.
The views in the past that led to coca's current classification are indefensible on the basis of today's scientific, ethical, and legal standards, Martin Jelsma, who is the program director at the Transitional Institute, which is a progressive think tank. He said, if the WHO fails to call for a change, the agency risks losing credibility with regard to fulfilling its treaty mandate objectively and showing respect for the indigenous rights. Governments defending the status quo, he added, fear that changing the status of the coca leaf could become a precedent for questioning the classification of several other drugs, marking the beginning of the end of the global prohibition regime. Pardon me again. Can I just re-say that? Marking the end of this ridiculous war on drugs. There is much at stake, and the coca review will be a hot topic in the UN corridors this whole year.
Back in 1949, after the UN dispatched its team to investigate, the mission leader immediately revealed the agenda at an airport press conference. Howard Fonda, who was also vice president of the American Pharmaceutical Association, claimed that coca chewing was not only indefinitely harmful and delirious, but the cause of racial degeneration of many population groups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, our studies will confirm the truth of our statements, and we hope to be able to submit a rational plan of action to secure the total eradication of this precarious habit, he says.
Is this ringing any memory banks of other plants that might have been fought for?
It sure has.
The subsequent 1950 UN Commission on the inquiry of the coca leaf report recommended the suppression of coca use. Psychiatrist and criminologist Pablo Wolf, who worked on the report, later became head of WHO's expert committee on addiction-producing drugs. He characterized people who chew coca as apathetic, lazy, insensitive, befogged.
Hmm.
A 1952 WHO paper later said, "We are convinced that coca leaf chewing is a social evil. The chronic consumption of these leaves constitutes a social poison which undermines the physical and mental health of the population and lowers its morale and economic level."
Initiatives to control coca cultivation are subsequently attempted, but not on a historically significant scale. Yet the groundwork of the systematic and destructive U.S.-funded cocoa extraction campaign that would arrive in the 1980s had been laid before the anti-drug campaign hugely exacerbated the civil war in Colombia. Over several decades, more than 260,000 people were killed, with 7 million forced from their homes. The U.S. pumped $1 trillion into the drug war, and plenty of it ended up enriching Colombian, Peruvian, and Bolivian elites to the detriment of others.
Most Colombians have never seen, let alone used, cocaine. And there they suffered a real war on drugs, anthropologist Wade Davis told Filter. Davis told the history of coca in his best-selling 1996 book, One River, in part leading him to be made an honorary citizen of Colombia in 2018. I think what keeps the market going is the money, not the lousy drug. Coca, on the other hand, is not just of spiritual importance to Andean people, but integral to their diet, which traditionally lacks a calcium-rich dairy source, added Davis, who worked on a 1975 nutritional study of the coca leaf at Harvard's Botanical Museum.
Yeah, he says, what we found absolutely horrified our backers at the U.S. government. Turns out coca was chock full of vitamins and has more calcium than any other plant ever studied by science, which made it perfect for a diet that traditionally lacked a dairy product. Compared with an average 10 cereals, coca was higher in protein, fat, fiber, ash, calcium, phosphorus, iron, vitamin A, riboflavin, and vitamin C, the 1975 study found.
Wow. All of this will be considered by WHO, though it is unlikely to assess the potential harm reduction role of coca. Small numbers of people experiencing addiction to powder or crack cocaine have found benefit in using coca as a safer alternative, and many more could be ushered towards it through legalization. At the Taquihuazi Retreat Center in Peru, people with substance use disorders are treated with coca leaves as part of a wider rehabilitation regime, including other Amazonian psychoactive plants. Coca provides balance, stimulates dream production. It is a toner. It also calms physical and emotional pain. It allows wounds to heal. And this is written by founder Dr. Jax Mabbitt. It allows you to focus and align on all levels.
The WHO review will not lead to any re-examination of the laws governing the use of cocaine, though there are growing calls for a legal, regulated market in the face of global demand that fuels violence over control of the trade and incentivizes production of riskier versions of the drug. The gains of any policy liberalization would include economic benefits to the Andean communities. Now, Steve Rolls, a senior policy analyst at Transform Drug Policy Foundation, he says that there is a precedent within the treaties for having the plant versions of drugs unscheduled, whereas the extracted drugs are scheduled. Yeah, with cannabis, it was illegal recreationally, but there's treaties that allow it for the medical end of things.
Yep.
And that's where people were going with it with Canada at one time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rolls has been campaigning for a legal regulated market for cocaine that could include milder forms of the drug in gum, lozenge, and snus-like forms. If WHO's coca leaf health risk evaluation were meaningful and honest, he added, coca would be removed from the schedules altogether. Even if WHO does recommend rescheduling, however, Rolls envisions the U.S. and other prohibitionist countries would rally significant support to vote against the Commission on Narcotic Drugs. Any change in scheduling of the coca leaf would be seen as a threat to sort of drug war norms around cocaine and crack.
But meanwhile, the cocainized energy drinks have been hitting shelves, and one brand is being sponsored. Is even sponsoring the U.S. National Lacrosse League as the first company outside Coca-Cola to legally manufacture and distribute cocoa extracts globally on a commercial scale. We're redefining its role in the modern world, said Pat McEwen, CEO of Power Leaves Corp. By working hand in hand with Indigenous communities, we aim to expand global access to cocoa's benefits while preserving its cultural heritage.
Yeah. Aside from the WHO review, momentum for WHO review, I'm sorry, I think Dr. Zeus every time one of us says that. Momentum for reform is growing. Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, spoke at a high-level side event on coca in March of last year, which was also organized by Bolivia and Colombia, with support from Canada, Czechia, Malta, Mexico, and Switzerland.
Wow. Turk says that Indigenous peoples have been over-policed on practices such as subsistence cultivation of drug crops which may be used as traditional medicines, which are essential to their lives and livelihoods, and which hold deep cultural and spiritual significance. In February, the nonprofit McKenna Academy, in collaboration with Davies, will host a multidisciplinary summit on cocoa just outside of Cusco, Peru, called The Wisdom of the Leaf. Bolivian Vice President David, Vice President, will speak at the event in support of legalization.
Yeah, the natural coca leaf is like a dry seal that protects the identity of the Andean Amazonian ancestral peoples, Vice President David said. He said, told the UN this past April, the truth that the coca leaf is not a drug is gradually coming to the surface of the collective consciousness. Amazing. Keep working hard.
Yeah, and like what I see them focusing on is the leaf before it's been processed and all that. It's not as if, because like people when they're high up in the mountains, they chew on it too in order to deal with the
altitude sickness.
Correct. So the like it's a different thing.
Yep.
Right. So
very cool.
I could see where they're gonna get a lot. Like they say, they're gonna they don't expect it to. There's gonna be some pushback on things.
Yeah.
But it was interesting to see the support from Canada on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool.
So. All right, we better get out of that. Was a long story, so I thought we'd go through it all because I wanted to see what all it was going to say. So we've got some short ones coming up, so that's good. All right, next one's up.
Coming to us from StratCan, Canadian CEO sues U.S. agencies over harassment at the border for connections to cannabis industry.
Yeah, the CEO of a BC-based company that specializes in manufacturing, importing, and distributing agricultural machinery, including cannabis-related equipment, has sued the United States Department of Homeland Security, saying they detained, interrogated, and harassed him over the cannabis-related equipment his company sells. At first reported by Law 360, Aaron McKiller, the CEO of Eteros Technologies, a custom engineering, design, and manufacturing firm based in Surrey, BC, is suing the U.S. agency after he was detained at the Blaine, Washington port of entry. Eteros Technologies is the parent company of the Mobius and Terminator brands of cannabis industry equipment.
Wow.
They didn't even have any cannabis on them. Just had to work for a cannabis company and be harassed.
Yeah. Yeah, you go, Aaron. In the court filing, McKellar says he believes U.S. Custom and Border Protection officials' actions were retaliatory and sought to harass and penalize McKellar for Atero's legal success in a previous case, which confirmed that Atero's cannabis-related equipment is entirely legal under U.S. law. Although McKellar says he provided information supporting his admissibility into the United States, including the court-approved legality of Atero's operations, he claims CBP officers made several comments to him, such as, "Your customers should buy from an American company and buy from an American citizen."
Well, that is none of their business. Court records say that CBP officers concluded that McKellar is knowingly and intentionally contributing to the proliferation of the cannabis industry in the United States and issued an expedient removal order against McKellar that included a 5-year entry ban and warnings that they attempted to re-enter the U.S. would lead to felony prosecution and imprisonment. What? CBP officers then also revoked his Nexus membership and confiscated his Nexus membership card.
For their part, the defendants, CBP, and the port director, Harmit S. Gill, are said to have refused to reconsider or vacate the enforcement and removal operations issued against McKellar, denying the reconsideration request. CBP's own actions in granting McKellar L1A work authorization on multiple occasions, including after the CIT decision, affirm that CBP provisionally found no basis or reason to believe his conduct was unlawful, reads the lawsuit.
It goes on to say that the absence of any facts or allegations against Ateros undermines defendants' assertion that a reason to believe finding that plaintiffs are aiding and abetting narcotics trafficking is now warranted. The lawsuit also argues that the CPB's actions created fears of travel bans, expedited removal orders, and criminal prosecution for Canadian employees. McKellar alleges that these actions disrupt cross-border operations and harm Ateros USA's competitiveness in collaboration with its Canadian counterpart, Ateros Canada.
Concerns about legal Canadian cannabis companies doing business in the U.S. are not new. In 2018, the CEO of another Surrey, BC-based company that sells equipment to cannabis companies, Kirtan Incorporated, was banned for life after CPB officers determined he was entering the country to do business with U.S. cannabis companies. McKellar is the co-founder and former COO of Kirtan Incorporated, although he left the company in 2016. In 2018, the U.S. government clarified that while Canadian citizens working in or facilitating the proliferation of the legal cannabis industry in Canada who come to the U.S. for reasons unrelated to the cannabis industry will generally be admissible to the U.S. However, if a traveler is found to be coming to the U.S. for reasons related to the cannabis industry, the U.S. government says they may be deemed inadmissible.
So there's a big reason why they should legalize it federally, not state to state. All righty. On to our next story. And I'll tell you, even with this next story, the headline on it, I think it had both of us scratching our heads.
Yeah.
But here we go. This is what we're talking about.
Okay, coming to us from the Marijuana Herald, Colorado bill would ban cannabis with over 10% THC for those under 26, prohibit psilocybin edibles.
Now, Senate Bill 76, supported by State Senators Judith Amabile and Byron Pelton, along with State Representative Kyle Brown, proposes new regulations on cannabis potency, labeling, and psilocybin product restrictions. The bill has been referred to as the Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee As written, SB 25-076 would prevent individuals aged 21 to 25 from purchasing recreational cannabis with potencies exceeding 10% of THC, as well as inhaled products containing flavors, including terpenes. Huh? Wow. These restrictions would apply to dispensaries and cannabis hospitality establishments. The bill also includes new labeling requirements based on THC content and would inhale and limit inhalable cannabis products packaging to 500 milligrams.
Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado.
A color-coded labeling system would be implemented to indicate THC levels with different colors representing potency thresholds. The bill also proposes additional limits on serving and packaging size for certain cannabis products. In addition to cannabis regulations, the bill would prohibit licensed manufacturers from producing psilocybin edibles with added flavors or sweeteners, including candies, gummies, and chocolates. While Colorado law allows the production of psilocybin capsules, tablets, tinctures, and tea bags, the bill seeks to limit products that could be seen as more appealing for younger individuals.
Opponents arguing that the age restriction and product bans could reduce legal market access, drive consumers to the illicit market, and impact tax revenue, in addition to being arbitrary and unnecessary. The bill now awaits a hearing in the Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. Are they worried that of the developing brain? They don't mention anything about that in there.
Yeah, they didn't say why.
They don't really say why. Why are they reducing it for that age group? But what can you do? I'm sure there's going to be some pushback or something somebody be voicing their displeasure with something about that, I would think. So all righty, here we go. On to the next story.
Coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, Canadian patents report significant reductions in pain following cannabis use.
Yes, exactly. Canada was at the forefront of medical cannabis policy modernization, having adopted national medical cannabis reform in 2001. Canada remains an international leader in the emerging legal global medical cannabis industry, an industry that continues to experience tremendous growth. According to a recent market analysis by the business research company, the legal global medical cannabis industry is projected to rise from $27.5 billion in 2023 to $33.3 billion in 2024, reflecting a compound annual growth rate of 21%, and is expected to reach $72.9 billion by 2028.
A major driver in the expanding legal medical cannabis industry is patients using medical cannabis to treat chronic pain. A recent study conducted in Canada found that suffering patients report significant reductions in pain following medicinal cannabis use. Below is more information about the study and its results via a news release from Normal if you want to go right there.
Or we'll just continue on with this story.
We will. Yes. In Hamilton, Canada, cannabis products provide short-term relief for patients suffering from chronic muscle or joint problems or nerve pain, according to data published in the journal Cannabis.
Canadian investigators assessed the short-term effects of cannabis on chronic pain in a cohort of 741 individuals over a 3+ year period. Study participants self-administered cannabis products at home and reported symptom changes in real time on a mobile software application. It's called StrainPrint. Most participants inhaled botanical cannabis. 21% ingested cannabis oil extracts. Changes in participants' pain scores was assessed using a 10-point scale. On average, subjects reported a 3-point reduction in their pain scores following cannabis use. Male participants were more likely than females to experience greater pain relief. Greater efficacy was associated with products either dominant or balanced in THC content as compared to CBD dominant products.
Our analysis of observational data from chronic pain patients who use medicinal cannabis found large reductions in pain, and that men were more likely to experience greater pain relief than women, the study's authors concluded. Our findings require confirmation in rigorous conducted randomized trials that include a placebo control to account for non-specific effects. Separate data published in 2023 in the Journal of the American Medical Association reported that nearly 1 in 3 patients with chronic pain use cannabis as an analgesic agent, and many of those who do substitute it in place of opioids.
Yes, they do. They sure do. Oh,
Yes.
I know. That's what I've always said. I'm glad that I chose cannabis over opioid therapy when I got my Crohn's. So, all right. I see that we have got our 4 stories done, and it is time for us to take a break.
Okay.
And all right, we'll be right back. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern, Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, you're back with psychedelics and cannabis educational news. Well, Cindy, we got 4 more stories to go, and it looks like we got about 25 minutes to try to squeeze that in. And I know that first one's a big doozy, just like our other first ones. All right, here we go. It's up.
Okay. Coming to us from PsyPost, psychedelic use linked to lower fear of death through enhanced transcendence beliefs.
All right. Right. Recent study, psychoactive drugs such as people who use psychedelic substances may experience less anxiety about death compared to those who do not. The research indicates that this reduced fear is not directly caused by the drugs themselves, but rather by the experiences of transcending death that these substances can facilitate. These experiences involve a sense of continuity beyond physical death, either through spiritual beliefs or a lasting legacy. Death anxiety, or the distress caused by the awareness of mortality, is a universal experience. It often manifests in various ways, from fear of illness and loss of control to avoidance of death-related discussions. Motivated by the growing interest in the therapeutic potential of psychedelics, the researchers sought to investigate whether people who use psychedelics exhibit lower levels of death anxiety compared to those who do not.
Yeah, my interest in this topic originates from my primary research area, hospice and palliative care. Thetanology, the study of death and dying, is closely intertwined with end-of-life care and the themes of mortality and finitude, said study author Ana Garcia of the State University of Campinas in Brazil. I have a strong academic and personal curiosity about exploring issues related to death, dying, and how people confront their own mortality. Death anxiety is a relatively common phenomenon, as many individuals fear or are apprehensive about death. My goal was to investigate whether and how psychedelics influence death anxiety, particularly given their reported potential to evoke profound psychological and spiritual experiences that may help individuals better cope with existential concerns.
The study employed a cross-sectional design, recruiting 517 adult participants in Brazil through social media and messaging platforms using a snowball sampling strategy. Participants ranged in the age from 19 to 76, with a mean age of 38.7 years, and 70% identified as female. To measure death anxiety, the researchers used a validated Brazilian version of the death anxiety scale, which consists of 15 items that assess individuals' emotional reactions to the anticipation of death. Participants also completed the death transcendence scale, which evaluates the perceptions of continuity beyond physical death across religious, mystical, and creative dimensions, among others. Additionally, the study included the spiritual well-being scale to assess participants' sense of purpose and satisfaction with life.
Participants were asked about their use of psychedelics, including substances such as LSD, psilocybin, ayahuasca, DMT. The frequency of use was categorized as never, almost never, occasionally, frequently. They also provided information about their age, gender, education level, and whether they regularly engaged in discussions about mortality. The results showed a consistent relationship between psychedelic use and lower levels of death anxiety. Individuals who reported frequent or occasional use of psychedelics, particularly substances like LSD, psilocybin, ayahuasca, and DMT, exhibited lower scores on the death anxiety scale compared to those who had never or almost never used these substances.
The findings also highlighted the role of death transcendence in explaining these reductions among various dimensions of death transcendence. There it is again. The researchers identified religious and mystical experiences as being particularly influential in lowering death anxiety. Participants who reported stronger beliefs in life after death, or who had experienced feelings of unity and interconnectedness during mystical states tended to have less anxiety about death. On the other hand, individuals with stronger focus on symbolic or creative forms of transcendence, such as leaving a lasting legacy through artistic or scientific contributions, exhibited higher levels of death anxiety, potentially reflecting a heightened awareness of their mortality.
Wow. In our study, we investigated death anxiety and transcendence of death, among other variables, among users and non-users of psychedelics. Mesquite Garcia told SciPost. The results of our study suggest that psychedelics favor the transcendence of death. That is, the perception of the possibility of continued existence in symbolic or spiritual terms, even after physical death. And it is the possibility of transcending death that contributes to reducing death anxiety. In other words, psychedelics facilitate the transcendence of death, and this, in turn, helps to reduce death anxiety. One result that surprised me was the indication that what reduces death anxiety is not the psychedelics themselves, but the transcendence of death they facilitate. Psychedelics promote experiences of death transcendence, which then reduce death anxiety. This suggests that humans are inherently spiritual beings, regardless of religious affiliation. Spirituality relates to our innate need for transcendence, the search for purpose, meaning, and significance in life. This finding highlights the deep psychological and existential mechanisms at play, suggesting that addressing the spiritual dimension of human existence is central to alleviating death anxiety.
While the study shed new light on the relationship between psychedelic use and death anxiety, it had some limitations because it was an observational study relying on self-reported data. It is not possible to establish a direct causal relationship between psychedelic use and reduced death anxiety. Well, we had a fellow here in Canada with the mushrooms who was using these mushrooms because of anxiety.
Yeah.
Right. So just because of the time wise, is there anything that you want to cover on this story?
No, I think we got we got most of it.
I think we got it covered. Okay. All righty. Yeah, just looking at the time there. All righty, I got the next one lined up. But yeah, that's interesting. And people do use it in order to help with the anxiety, for death.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. It's a big component of participants.
Yeah. All righty. Next story is up.
Okay. Coming to us from Source NM, lawmakers propose legalizing medicinal magic mushrooms use in New Mexico.
There you go. A group of lawmakers introduced a proposal Thursday to establish a program for medicinal use of psilocybin mushrooms, and I'm sure they could establish it for anxiety for death. Yes. Now, according to a news release, Senate Bill 219, the Medical Psilocybin Act, would create a program for New Mexicans to receive medicinal treatments for pre-qualified behavioral health conditions such as major depression, major treatment-resistant depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance use disorder, end-of-life care, and others approved by the Department of Health. Just on a note here, Cindy, I was talking to one fellow, and he talked about he'd like to see them use the word instead of disorder. Symptoms. He would like them to see the word symptoms instead of disorder because
I like the word injury, post-traumatic stress injury.
There you go. Yeah. That's a good one too. Yeah. Okay, carry on.
According to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, psilocybin is a chemical found in certain mushrooms, often called magic mushrooms, which have historically been used recreationally or in traditional ceremonies. It is also being researched as a clinical treatment for substance use disorders and other mental injuries or illnesses. As an integrative psychiatric provider in the state of New Mexico, I strongly support the need of new tools such as medical psilocybin to assist the rising number of New Mexicans with mental health needs. This is being said by Deborah Thorne, who is a doctor of medicinal science and certified integrative psychiatry specialist in in Le Crucus. She goes on to say the Medical Psilocybin Act will provide an equitable, safe, and well-monitored means of offering this valuable medicine to many while strengthening the ongoing research at UNM.
The bill would establish an advisory board, treatment equity fund, and research fund, as well as remove psilocybin from the Controlled Substances Act to protect qualified and registered patients, clinicians, and producers, according to news released jointly by the Office of the Senate and the House Democrats. If passed, the law states that the program will be available by December the 31st, 2027.
Corresponder Senator Craig Brandt said in a statement that he is hopeful this treatment option will benefit his fellow veterans who may be dealing with PTSD or other mental health injuries or conditions. When we're facing epidemic levels of depression, anxiety, PTSD, and other debilitating mental health conditions, we owe it to those suffering to explore promising new treatments like psilocybin. And this is coming from Representative Liz Thompson. By establishing a highly regulated state-run program, we can provide alternative options to those not responding to modern treatment in a safe, controlled environment.
Sponsors introduced the SB 19 on the floor Thursday and will present it in the Senate Tax, Business, and Transportation Committee. The bill has not been set for committee as of press time. So there you go.
Interesting.
Legal magic mushrooms coming to Texas.
New Mexico.
New Mexico. Yeah, there we go. New Mexico. For medicinal purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is always good. All righty. There we go. Get the next one lined up. I'm sure this one's, I'm probably going to have a few negative things to say during this one. Okay, here we go.
Coming to us from Business of Cannabis. Hypocritical and disappointing. Labor's tired excuses on medical cannabis reform show nothing has changed.
Yeah, now the reason I said that, Cindy, was because I've recently had a story where they have parents with children that are trying to get access to medicinal cannabis, and only like 5 kids who got access. There's hundreds of kids that could have that need access to it.
Yep.
And they're not getting it, and they're having to buy it online in other ways.
Yep.
So yeah, their program needs to change this, that's for sure. So here we go. Yesterday, the first parliamentary debate on medical cannabis in the UK under the new Labour administration shattered the hopes of a more progressive stance on reform. Poof, there you go. Despite impassioned speeches from members of various parties, unanimously calling for the UK's patchwork of cannabis regulation to be revisited and reformed, the government responded with the same tiring reason for the lack of progress as the previous administration.
This was all the more frustrating given that Labour Ministers of State for Health and Social Care, Karen Smith, has herself delivered heartfelt pleas for government action on medical cannabis reform while in opposition. However, now in power, it seems Smith has retreated to the same boilerplate responses she has previously criticized, telling the room, before we see routine prescribing of these unlicensed medicines, the NHS must have greater assurance on the clinical and cost effectiveness of these medicines. I wonder who paid her off.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like you got kids that, it's kids don't lie. Young babies, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, they don't lie. You can see the effects on them. Like Christ. All right, Matt Hughes, co-founder and director of MedCan Family Foundation, which helps parents and carers of children with epilepsy, was present at the debate. Despite forthcoming support for his organization's campaign while in opposition, he says the party's position appears to have changed in recent months.
Our recent paper, Open Secrets, highlighted the desperate situation that hundreds of families in the UK currently find themselves in, forced to resort to illegal cannabis products due to the barriers to NHS prescribing, he explained, adding that the government is fully aware of this but is choosing not to act. Labour's support for our campaign while in opposition was commendable, making today's response all the more disappointing. Despite previous conversations with the DOH under the former government, Labour has now made it clear they are unwilling to engage with MedCan or take proactive steps to protect our vulnerable children.
The Open Secret story that they mentioned there in that quote, that was the story that I was referring to with the hundreds of kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. After the opening remarks from the DUP's Jim Shannon, a long-time proponent of reform, laid out a comprehensive argument for why the current system needs changing. Other arguments from across the political spectrum added weight to each of these new well-worn points. However, it was the Conservatives' Dr. Luke Evans who presented the most damning case against the government's continued inaction.
He highlighted a particularly strong contribution from the then Shadow Health Minister, Ms. Smith, during a similar debate on medical cannabis from 2021. Given that she now holds power, Evans told the room, "I feel it's fair to ask her the very same question she posed to the then minister."
Nice. Quoting her contribution directly, he continued, "It would be helpful if the minister could set up what steps he is taking to empower and accelerate research in this space. I hope he will not dodge the question by saying that this issue is simply one for clinicians. The government has a responsibility."
Yes. Goes on to say there seems to be a lack of urgency on this issue, which is concerning. People are suffering right now. We have heard again and again about children suffering from seizures, sometimes over 100 per day. Accessing care is, in some cases, pushing families to the brink of destitution. We should do everything we can to support these people. If research is needed before clinicians feel comfortable prescribing, then it is incumbent of this government to support clinicians. We need more streamlined clinical trials and better engagement with clinicians. We do not want to be back here in 2 years rerunning this same debate.
He concluded by asking her, as she did 4 years earlier, what steps she has taken to accelerate research, streamline trials, empower clinicians, or most crucially, support patients. Way to go, buddy. For the patients, family members, and the advocates present at the debate, the response was not just disappointingly familiar, but also smacked of hypocrisy.
In her own words, Miss Smith dodged the question by saying that this issue is simply one for clinicians. Wow. We are here as politicians, and it is right that whether to prescribe any medicine or treatment is a clinical decision, whether on the NHS or privately. It is not for us to influence these decisions, so I cannot comment on individual cases here today.
As for the government's responsibility to empower and accelerate research in this space, the onus has once again been passed directly to businesses to fund, supply, and conduct the research. Sounds familiar. The National Institute of Health and Care Research and the MHRA are there to support the manufacturers and researchers to develop new medicines to decide quality studies. So I strongly encourage the manufacturers of these products to invest in research to prove they are safe and effective and meet the rigorous standards we rightly expected for all medicines.
Despite stating that her government had inherited a broken system from the former administration, something few could argue with, Ms. Smith was happy to take credit for the only medical cannabis clinical trials currently taking place in the UK. I want to thank the Office of the Spokesperson for reading out my contribution and highlighting how proactive we have been. Just 7 months into this new government, I am proud that the trials we are conducting are world first initiatives.
Yeah. We're not waiting for the industry to respond to patient voices. The NIHR and NHS England have recently confirmed over £8.5 million in funding for clinical trials to investigate whether cannabis-based medicines are effective in the treatment of drug-resistant epilepsies. You got a lot of kids that are waiting. Get your work done, would you? Like, holy smokes. This trial being conducted by the University College London and Great Ormond Street Hospital was announced in October of 2024, but first planned around 5 years ago, initiated by the BPNA, which is the British Pediatric Neurology Association.
The second trial into CBD in patients with neuropathic pain being conducted by the University of Edinburgh was announced back in 2023. As Conservative MP Jerome Mayhew argued, medical cannabis medications are personalized treatments tailored to individual patients.
He continued by saying, however, we persist in applying a randomized controlled trial model, which is not appropriate for personalized medication. As a result, licensing for these treatments is being blocked, even when anecdotal evidence overwhelmingly supports or suggests they are effective. Look at the kids, people. But let's be clear, this problem is solvable. Licensing systems for medicinal cannabis have been effectively implemented elsewhere. If those first world countries have developed safe and effective licensing models, then why can't we?
Yeah, rejecting calls for a canceled observational study with a small cohort to be relaunched. Ms. Smith said it would not produce results as robust and randomized controlled trial, which is the gold standard for clinical trials, nor would it add to the current evidence base.
Alrighty. We got one more story to go here. And I see we're pretty close to the end of the day anyways, time-wise, but this is another study. So let's get at her and finish her up.
Absolutely. Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, legal retail cannabis isn't associated with rise in emergency department visits.
Yes. Canada was not the first country to adopt the national adult use cannabis legalization measure. Their distinct title goes to Uruguay, which legalized recreational cannabis back in 2013, 5 years before Canada did. However, Canada was the first G7 nation to legalize recreational cannabis and remain the largest legal adult use cannabis commerce experiment on the earth. According to a recent market analysis by Researcher Markets, revenue generated by Canada's legal cannabis cultivators has ballooned at a CAGR of 43.4% to reach $13.1 billion over the past 5 years.
Canadian cannabis companies dominate the legal global cannabis industry as industry that analysts at the business research company estimate was worth $21.79 billion in 2023 and $26.56 billion in 2024, and is projected to grow to an estimated $58.93 billion by 2028 at a CAGR of 22.0. Researchers at Allied Analytics offer up even rosier estimates and projections, finding that the legal cannabis market was valued at $25.7 billion in 2021 and is estimated to reach $148.9 billion by 2031, growing at a CAGR of 20.1% from 2022 to 2031.
A common claim made by cannabis opponents who try to thwart the growth of the emerging legal cannabis industry hinges on emergency room visits spiking due to cannabis legalization. The result of a recent study conducted in Canada threw cold water on those claims. Yeah, a team of Canadian researchers assessed the impact of the cannabis store openings and emergency day visits in 278 communities in Ontario.
Wow.
Yeah.
They found no evidence that the allocation of cannabis retailer license led to changes in cannabis-related ED visits. Similarly, no changes in emergency department visits related to either alcohol use or opiates were identified.
Despite the anticipation that the introduction of licensed cannabis retailers might influence such health outcomes, our findings suggest no significant changes in emergency department visit rates following the allocation of retail licenses, the study's authors concluded. They go on to say the research highlights the complex relationship between the availability of cannabis retail options and public health metrics. Given these findings, policymakers may consider focusing on understanding the regional factors, example, cannabis pricing and retailers' hours of operation. Beyond retail vicinity that could influence substance-related health outcomes.
Other studies have failed to identify any association between dispensary openings and rising local crime rates. Studies have documented a relationship between dispensary openings, rising home values, and reductions in opiate-related mortalities, by the way.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. It's always good news.
It is.
You know, they would, that was always a fear, all the emergency rooms, just like all the car crashes were going to happen and the sky was going to fall, right?
Yep.
And none of that seemed to happen.
Not at all.
No, exactly. All right. Anything else? Anything else offhand?
I don't think so. I think that's about it. We did the stories. We got her done.
We got her done. That's right. All right. Okay. That's it. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our news report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, addies.ca, and Legacy420.com. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you all Thursday. Right?
Yes,
and
Thursday.
other than that, thanks for watching. Don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace is Re-Roll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast.
The individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi guys. I am getting there anyways. I had a slow start this morning. My first doobie, about half.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, I was out this morning. Had to shovel, remove some snow.
You guys got more snow?
Yeah, we got more snow. It's really, we've got a lot of snow over the last 2 weeks.
Here too. My car's covered again and still not running.
Yeah, the getting out the son-in-law, he's been out with the snowblower.
I wish I had bought a snowblower to be honest.
Well,
But-
the thing about his snow blower is it's 8 feet wide, and it's on a tractor.
Oh, well, you know what? The question has been made
Yeah.
if I can get a snowblower for my S100 John Deere rider, and I
Okay.
can. It's got
Yeah.
all the hookups and all the oil things and all that in there, but it's you know, $3,000, right?
Yeah, it's usually that's usually a big thing.
and then you just know that I'll put something like that on the damn thing, and then it won't drive because of the snow, right? So
Well, yeah, well, you gotta think of that the tractor's probably smallish, so you got too much weight, it would be too much of a problem for it to push.
I would need chains for sure.
That too, yeah. No, we're talking about a big farm tractor, so
I went, you know, the guy down the road there that has tractors from the farm going towards the highway.
Yeah.
We actually stopped there. Tim and I actually stopped there and looked at tractors while I was thinking about what do I want to buy. But I decided, you know, an acre and a half was kind of a little bit small for an actual tractor.
Yeah.
I even looked at one of those little John Deeres that had the bucket on it and the backhoe, and again, it was $2,700 or $5,700.
Yeah. The smaller ones obviously easier to reach sometimes. So, so what do we got for today? Today in the show, we got our normal. We got our top 5. We've got some recipes. We've got some events.
I got 50 things that only those who grew up in 1970s will remember. We're not going to run all 50 though.
No, okay, all right.
Well,
And we got some news, we got some sports news, we got some entertainment, we got some reviews. I actually got 2 reviews beside me.
5 weird monkey sounds.
So yeah, we've got a few things that we're going to touch on over the next 90 to 100
however long.
However long it takes. Yeah, exactly. So, but so I got a question for you, which I usually ask.
An answer, I hope.
What I ask every week.
What are you smoking? I bought a big bag of buds.
Big bag of buds.
Yeah, it's 2 1/2 ounces, and it's a sativa and indica.
Mm-hmm.
And both strains I really like, but I've been mixing them, and I'm really liking them. And then if it gives me a nice up, and then if I need a as I say, slam, I'll throw some hash in there, and it's really nice. I've got fusion going on. I got some Vortex hash this week.
I got some Vortex live resin sitting here beside me. We'll get into that during the review.
Can I ask how much that cost? Because I'm curious now, and just you can answer me later if you like.
Oh, yeah, sure. You can ask me later. Yeah.
That was a reminder.
Yeah. Now, what am I smoking? Let's see.
Nothing, because you can't smoke inside.
I can't smoke in the house, but this morning I went and filled my baggies. I have my little Grove bags.
I keep them too.
And then I just put a little label on it. Right, so I know which each strain is. Like this is Cherry Dragon.
Ooh.
And then I got my trophy wife. It's got a big TW on it. And then this morning I had a doobie of my Grape Escape.
I like that one. What's the one that's the one that you sent me, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like Grape Escape. I'm in the process of setting up my grow shelves in the living room,
Ah,
so that I don't have to go up and down the stairs. And I'm hoping that the seeds will start in the pods as opposed to on a plate in the closet.
I
'Cause the temperature in my house is not consistent, as you know. And so I'm going to be using the heating mat,
right.
and just going for it.
Let's see what
I
happens.
will keep going until they pop.
Yeah, I just put in some seeds into pea pods in, what was it? 5 days. Yeah, 5 days. It poked up out of the pod. And
How
within
far down are you going into the pod?
And then in 6 days, I had the second set of leaves, the first original leaves that come with it, and then
nice.
the next ones with the first
Under a light?
Yeah, under my T5s.
That's what they'll be under here. Yeah.
Yeah, with my heating pad underneath it.
What is your heating pad set at?
It doesn't have a setting. It's just plug it in.
Neither does Marcel's, neither does Darcy's. Darcy put a thermostat on his and at 95.
Yeah, I put a timer on it so it goes on and off.
Well, I'm gonna experiment with that because I have my super plug.
Oh yeah.
So I'm doing it. I'm gonna focus on it, and I figured the best thing to do is to have all my grow table just in the big window. It's facing I get sun from like 2 o'clock on, and it will help with proper lighting as opposed to fake lighting.
Yeah, just don't rely on the window for lighting because
no, I'm not. I have
the
T5. I have the T5 there as well, and under with the dome and all that, right?
Yeah, good.
We'll see. And then I've got two of the auto pots.
Don't get it over wet. Keep it moist.
I've got 2 auto pots up here, which I'll put on a shelf beside there just to get them going. When they're sufficient height, depending on when they're the sufficient height, I'm not going to let them go as long as I did last time. They'll either go downstairs or outside.
Yeah.
Depending on when.
When the year, timing wise.
Timing wise. Yeah, I want to make sure that I have plants ready to go out as soon as I can, but they're going to go downstairs to start.
Start growing underneath a regular light and then throw them out. Yeah. Yeah, I've done that.
I've got my 1,000-watt LED down there.
Yeah.
And I've already tried it. I tried it last year when I took one down to wait and see if it was a male or not.
Right.
Yeah. And the plant loved it, man. It grew so fast it hit the light within 2 days. So, it even burned one of the leaves.
Oh, okay, so close.
Yeah, it grew right up onto the light.
Yeah. You don't want,
Nope, don't want that.
Don't want that. No. Exactly. Well, what do you say? Time to move on to the list?
The list? Which list? What list? What are we doing?
Well, here we go. We'll discuss that after.
It's certainly high on the list.
So which one did you choose?
I've got right here. Oh, come on. Now, where is it? Where did it go? Okay. I've got a list here.
Okay.
That isn't going to really, there we go. I didn't think it was going to show up that good. We're going to watch that after. We're going to go here and switch this to this.
Okay.
Make it so we don't have to see everything. All right. So we got 10 immunity boosting power foods.
All right.
And my favorite on the list, of course, is mushrooms.
Oh, I like the garlic that's on the list.
Garlic gives me bad heartburn, unfortunately. I don't do oysters. don't do oysters.
Neither do I.
Pomegranates, I like them, but you have to have a McDonald's straw with you.
Oh yeah, I haven't had them in years.
Oh God, I love them. Pecans,
Can't eat them.
I can't eat chili; it will burn right through my stomach.
Chili, oh, that's a danger one. It's
Yep.
good, but it's
Artichokes,
also dangerous.
I don't like the taste of artichoke.
I don't eat it.
Yogurt, I don't know anybody who should be eating something that sounds like yogurt. That's an old.
Oh well.
That's an old George line, eh?
It's good for adding bacteria good bacteria into your digestive system. That's actually the only dairy that I do consume.
It affects my stomach in a ways that it shouldn't.
Oh really? Yeah. So yeah, keep going.
Cranberries, love cranberries, dried, and of course on my turkey.
Had them on the turkey. Trent.
Mustard seeds, no thank you. My mom used to use mustard seeds. In fact, I might have some mustard seed in my spice closet because I brought some of my mom's.
Key word in that is seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, not for me.
Yeah.
No. But out of those, I do consume, one, two constantly pretty well. And the cranberries the odd time.
Let's see what other lists I have here, shall we?
Sure.
Here's a list that we have right here.
Yeah.
The 25. Can you see this? Yeah.
Well, you haven't opened it up yet.
No, I have not. And now, of course, Real Player is giving me a hard time. It's searching for videos.
It's doing its up and down bobbing thing.
Yeah.
You sort of got to come out around underneath it. You want me to share it?
No, I just didn't share the right window. That's all. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
There we go. So the reason I'm showing this is a list that was posted on FeedSpot, and it is the 25 best Canadian cannabis podcasts. And if you look down here,
well, we'll just go through the numbers.
No. If you look down here, we are 7 and 8 on the list, both of us.
Yes, we are. We are in the two of us we're in the top 10, and the two of the top 10 podcasts are here on the 420 pace.
Correct. So we've got Canadian Health Radio, which
Cannabis
is
Health Radio.
Dyslexia in action. I believe that is that's Janet, isn't it? Janet and the Cannabis Science Ladies.
Don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, the Cannabis Podcast. I've not heard of that one. Cannabis Daily. I have heard of. The High Ladies, of course, we've heard of them. They were at one of the events.
Can Expo.
Yeah.
And they're in Central Ontario. So
I believe they're out of Toronto. Are they not?
From what I have seen, Central Ontario.
Oh, okay.
And actually it says right there in the bottom of the information. Hosted by Mom's friend, Anne and Amanda, who live in Central Ontario.
Yeah. Okay. Reefer Madness. I've not heard of that one.
No, neither have I.
And now I will say that some of these I've not heard of the Kea cast.
No, neither have
I have heard of the 420 radio show.
I think so.
Which, by the way, is up every week at 420radio.ca because we have our new website. So if you haven't looked at it yet, please do. And then, of course, we have Al's Pace Radio.
That's right. Yeah.
And then below Al, we have the Higher Estate, which is my old friend Ira Price, who I don't think is still doing it, but maybe you can.
Yeah, I clicked on there and showed the last podcast was posted anyways.
About 3 months ago.
3 months ago.
Oh, really? So maybe he started up again. I used to
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
with Ira, and we were going to events and sitting on the stage all day and yapping and yipping and yapping. I enjoyed doing that, but
Yeah.
things changed. The Cannabis 101 podcast, again, not heard of that one. Not heard of The Fire is Fire.
No.
So there are new ones. The Halftime Report, which
Yeah.
is cannabis sports, it seems like.
Yeah, it says here cultural forward talks with athletes. So, and it says producer network, sports cannabis.
Yeah, again, I've not heard of them either.
No.
I'm not really into sports. We got the Shake,
which is part of sports cannabis.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Autoflower Show. Again, have not heard.
Cannabis Science Podcast.
Yeah, they've been around for a little bit, I believe. Corey Yelland is who's involved, I believe, in
Cannabis Health Project.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Corey Yelland and Janet Sweeney, who are the girls from Rick Simpson's Cannabis Science or whatever. No, that was Bob. That was Dr. Bob's thing, wasn't it?
Maybe. Yeah. So there you go. There's 25 of them, and they're all together.
The Hash Test Dummies. Yeah, I'm gonna post the link here.
Talking stoned while getting sports.
Okay.
Spinny doob doobs.
Spinny doob doobs. Sounds like my morning. Weed chat. Joanna Puff.
Daddy's podcast.
Right. Okay.
It's here in Ontario.
They all are, aren't they?
Well, they're in Canada.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right. High Canada Magazine presents. Now that's High Canada Magazine, which is Psy. And although I didn't know that they had a podcast going.
No, neither did I.
Right. Adventures of Indiana Stone. Obviously a grower who goes out and about and
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Wow, there you go. Oh,
all right. So
look, we can go 24 to 156.
Yeah, I think it has a little lock picture on it. So I just took that as being you need a subscription or something.
With FeedSpot, yeah, you get a little bit and then you're on your own kind of thing.
So when I saw that, I thought, well, why are they locking out the bottom ones? I thought they would have locked out the top ones. So,
FeedSpot is an alternative to Feedly.
Yes, yeah.
Which I like, and I've been using for a dozen years, maybe more.
Yeah.
I enjoy Feedly and a few others.
Yeah, yeah. All righty.
My tea got cold, Al, because you made me work.
Anything else on the top 5 list?
Well, there is one here, but we can do 50 things only those who grew up in 1970, which is a video.
I think I might have seen that one. And I went through it and went, holy shit, yeah.
Have you watched it before?
I don't think so. I think I watched it on my own because I know I shared it with I actually posted it on my wall and
It's 20 minutes long. How about we watch a few of them and we'll see.
Is there
what's that? Is there
I was gonna say, is there no general? Well, you must have shared something there. Okay.
I just shared it.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I care.
Okay, well, let's run it for a little bit, see what's going on there. Throw it on for a few minutes. Just as think of it as a commercial.
TV shows. It was a decade. Growing up in the 1970s was an experience like no other. From funky fashion trends to unforgettable toys and TV shows. It was a decade filled with unique moments that defined a generation. Join us as we dive into 50 things that only those who lived through the 70s will truly remember. 1, the
water
Easy
bed.
Bake Oven.
Had one.
Not included. We had the Easy Bake Oven and the water bed.
I used to bake
Nothing
stuff
felt more empowering as a kid.
Oh,
in the
yeah, we always
1970s
bake
than
stuff in
baking
it.
your own tiny cakes and cookies.
Cook
with
under the
Easy
light
Bake
bulb.
Oven. The magic. It wasn't high tech. It used a simple light bulb to cook the treats. Kids would mix packets of batter, slide the mini pan into the oven, and wait
We made
impatiently as
pancakes
the
in
little
them.
bulb did
Did
its
you?
job.
We
Sure,
made-
the
we made
results often
cakes.
tasted a bit unique, but the joy of cooking your own dessert made every bite worth it. 2, feathered hair. Farrah Fawcett's
Farrah.
feathered hair
Wow.
became the gold
I
standard
think
for
feathered
children
hair
in
is
the
cool hair.
1970s.
Did
Whether
you have
were
the
at
poster,
school,
Al?
work,
No.
or out on the town,
I did.
everyone tried to achieve those perfect soft waves
It was
that
right
flipped
beside
outward
my red
just right.
Lamborghini.
Achieving the look often required hours with a blow dryer, a round brush, and cans of hairspray. For
My mom had a
boys,
round
this style also found its way into
Oh,
popularity.
yeah.
Longer hair with subtle feathering was a staple of the era. 3, clackers.
Aha. I had one shatter.
Clackers were a
We had-
deceptively
yeah,
simple
we-
toy.
yeah,
2
I think
acrylic
we had-
balls
we
attached to
had
a
some
string that you
breaks as
swung
well.
up and down to make them smack together. The faster you swung, the louder the clacking sound, and the greater the risk of bruised hands or worse. Clackers were
Yeah.
thrilling but borderline dangerous, leading to bans in some places. Still, for kids in
Use
the
as a
70s,
weapon.
they were a rite of passage, testing both patience
Those
and
were our
coordination. 4, schoolhouse rock. Who knew learning could be so catchy? Schoolhouse Rock aired between Saturday morning cartoons and taught kids everything from grammar, conjunction junction, what's your function, to math. 3 is a magic number. The animated shorts were so engaging that kids often didn't realize they were learning. Those catchy tunes stuck in your head long after the TV
Oh, yeah,
was off.
still do.
Decades
Oh, yeah.
later, their educational magic remains unforgettable. 5, bell-bottom jeans. Bell bottoms weren't just pants, they were a statement. With flared legs that started narrow at the knee and exploded into a dramatic sweep, these jeans were everywhere in the 1970s. Whether paired with platform shoes, tie-dye shirts, or even fringed vests, bell bottoms symbolized individuality and rebellion. By the end of the decade, they had become so iconic that they still
Bell-bottoms had 'em.
instantly scream 1970s in any photos. 6, the Electric Company.
Okay, we're gonna stop at 10. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Before
The
cable
Electric
TV brought
Company.
educational programming to every household,
I don't know if
the
I really
Electric
watched
Company
this one.
ruled the airwaves. Aimed at slightly older kids
know
than
the name
Sesame
and
Street,
everything.
this PBS show featured catchy songs, fun skits, and
Bill
guest
Cosby
stars,
was on
young
it.
Morgan Freeman, anyone. Its playful approach to teaching reading and grammar made it a hit with both kids and parents, and its funky 1970s aesthetic made learning feel fresh and cool. 7, CB radios.
Oh,
yeah.
Telephones and the
Oh, yeah.
internet. CB, citizens band radios were a way to communicate, especially on the road. Thanks to movies like Smokey and the Bandit, CB radios became a cultural phenomenon, with everyone adopting
I had a
their
base
own
station
handle,
at home. My mom let me put-
phrases like
Yeah.
10 and 4,
15
good buddy,
foot,
and breaker entered the
we were on
lexicon.
top of
Kids
it,
loved
on the roof.
pretending to be truckers.
We were
and
on
even
top of the hill
families
over
would tune
town.
in
We
just for fun.
beat everybody
8,
as hard as-
Trapper Keeper.
I had a sideband radio, and I
I've got
could
a
talk
pack of
to people
folders
in
for each subject.
California.
That's
which
pretty
was really
neat.
cool.
The Trapper Keeper was the holy
Sideband
grail of
was
school
one
supplies,
step
with its bold,
beforehand.
colorful designs, Velcro
Trapper
closure, and
Keeper.
pockets to organize everything.
what they
It
called
made
that?
kids feel like they had their lives together. Though it became more iconic in the 1980s, its debut in the late 70s set the stage for decades of academic
think everything has
organization.
Velcro.
Owning
Yeah.
one wasn't
Yeah,
just
it's still
practical,
around.
it was a status symbol. 9, pet rocks.
Ah,
In a
had
world
one.
without
Name was
smartphones or
George.
TikTok, the idea of a pet rock somehow took off.
Oh, we didn't have
Marketed as
one,
the
but I
perfect
remember them.
low-maintenance pet.
Oh, maybe
Each
we
rock
did.
came
We
in a
might
small
have.
cardboard box with breathing holes and instructions for care.
Yeah,
While
pet.
it started as a tongue-in-cheek
next,
gift,
that.
the craze swept the nation in 1975. It's a reminder of how something as simple and silly as a rock could become a cultural phenomenon in the 1970s. 10. The Fisher-Price Chatter
We
Telephone.
had
Oh, yeah.
them.
This iconic toy introduced countless toddlers to the
I think the
idea of
babies
talking
still
on the
have 'em.
phone. With
Little
its
eyes.
smiling face, spinning rotary dial, and wheels for pulling it around, the chatter
Yeah,
telephone
my
was a
kids had
staple
'em.
of
I had 'em.
1970s childhood.
All righty. That's our list for today.
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, lots of good things in there. All right, it's time for us to move on to the next segment, which is on.
Cha-cha-cha.
Yeah, today we've got a list of cannabis desserts. And this comes to us from the Michigan Medical Marijuana.org website.
I find it hard to believe that people are still actually using that word.
Medical marijuana?
No, just marijuana.
Oh, just marijuana. Yeah. So here we go.
With
if you look at the top of these were published in 2012, and still you can still use them today. Who cares how old they are? You just update
Can't
them.
really see it, so I'm gonna go like that.
You're gonna enlarge your screen. Oh, there we go. Okay. Cannabis infused toffee chocolate chip cookies.
Yum.
Yum. 6 tablespoons of can of butter in it.
Wow.
Cannabis infused devilishly good orange drink.
I like orange drinks.
Did
I
they
like
use
being a
orange?
devil.
Yeah, they use frozen orange juice by the looks of that.
Orange juice, unfortunately, backs me up.
Oh. Cannabis infused mini pumpkin pies.
No, thank you. Not a pumpkin person.
You can see the list of ingredients and everything. All the instructions are there. Next on, cannabis infused banana caramel cupcakes.
No, thank you. Not a bananas are not. No, I don't like the flavor of banana.
Don't you? Oh, they sound good.
No.
Cannabis infused stir fried ginger shrimp with asparagus.
No, thank you.
That's for a dessert too. It's shrimp. I usually thought it was part of a meal, but yeah.
I don't like crustacean.
Cannabis infused chicken and cashew sandwich or salad.
The sandwich might be nice.
Yeah, I think I'd have to toss out the cashews because they're nuts.
Yes.
But
can you not? Can you? If they're ground down really well, can you eat them?
Well, they would have to be ground down. Yeah.
So you could, so you could digest it as to use as a flavor, but not as the nut.
Yeah, like I eat peanut butter.
Nuts don't go well with Crohn's, unfortunately.
Correct. Yeah, it can get stuck in narrow passages like what I've got. There you go.
Stop eating nuts because of it.
I think there you go. That's it.
That's it. That's a short list today.
That's a short list today. That's right.
We're on the short list.
But yeah, there's some new stuff as far as desserts for cannabis, and I am going to stick that list in the chat. Let everybody recipes. And people will be able to check out the recipes that we just glanced through. If you heard anything you thought you might like, check out the comments and the link is there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else. Got any other? You have any recipes? Anything offhand? Food?
You know what? I saw a recipe the other day, and I put it somewhere, and so that it would be there. Now I don't know where. That's what I'm looking for.
That's why you send it to yourself, and then you can find it.
That's what I do. I save them on lists and stuff, but then I save so many things on these lists.
Right.
That it's hard to remember which list I saved things on the list at.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, why don't we take a quick break here, about a minute long break, and we come back and we'll discuss some reviews.
All right.
We're going to take that 1 minute break and we'll be right back, folks. Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al, my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally. So I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Exactly. Good answer. Thank you.
I went to put some water in my juice because it's lemonade and it was a little strong. And I walked past my bedroom and the dog's laying right on my pillow, butt on pillow. And I looked at her and she looked at me and went, she knows she's not supposed to be on my pillow.
Yeah. So that was a quick little thing on the Global Marijuana March there. And just so everybody knows, the planning for the Global Marijuana March in Toronto this year has begun. If you'd like to volunteer, so just find or get a hold of Mary Jane Baker, or go to the Toronto Global Marijuana March Facebook page, and then maybe contact them through there as well.
Yes. And we will be there again.
Yeah, we'll be there again, covering the event, and
probably our 10th year or so.
Probably. It's been quite a few that we've been there and covering the event.
And if you want to see any of that stuff, you can look at 420radio.ca. We've got almost 1,500 videos on there, and a lot of those are there as well on our YouTube page and our new site at 420pace.ca, which is where we're putting all our new stuff.
Yes. I just had to close something out of the way.
I saw that. I got to close something. Look. I noticed these things. I'm sorry.
That's
my weed. I've lost my weed.
Did you?
Well, it's behind me. I'm moving my office around, so things are in different places. As you can see, the background has changed.
Yes.
I have my switcher, and I can point to things, and of course, Ginsler, Mr. Ginsler, right there.
Yeah.
And then we've got this is something. It's a robot that Emily gave to my mom, and what you do is you stick fleecy thingies in there, softener rags, whatever you call them, in there, and it smells nice. They're called Senties. And then, of course, we have Gary the pillow, and I'm not allowed to say who that is there.
Okay.
Yeah, because of culture, the cancel culture, you're not allowed to say Speedy Gonzalez anymore.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. They were one of the cartoons that you're not supposed to watch.
I know the cartoon. Yeah. Well, I've got my medical marijuana medic on duty bag. I got this at the Toronto Global Marijuana March. That was back in the day when they had the festival.
Yep. Do you remember? You see that little thing hanging there where my finger is out?
Yeah.
That is that we got them at the Treating Yourself festival.
You got two yourself.
And it is a waterproof case that clamps down, and you put it over your neck and go kayaking and stuff like that, and your stash doesn't get wet if you go in.
Good. I use tubes.
My broken Ubi is in there. Remember the Ubi?
I got a picture of Michelle Rainey. A lot of people. Michelle Rainey passed away. Well, it's almost 15 years ago.
Yeah, she was very much loved in the community. Yep,
big time.
I never met her, Al.
You never did, eh?
Never met her at all. No, because she passed away shortly after I arrived into things.
Oh yeah, she was at the expo. That's where
she was sick and wasn't around or whatever. Yeah. No, I don't believe
actually, it was that expo right there.
We started going to the second treating yourself. We didn't go to the first one. But we went to everyone after that. Marco made sure of it.
Yeah. And then here beside me, this is a Happle.
Your Happle.
This is the original design of the Happle.
Let's see. Oh, and then the dewdrop came out of that.
Well, this was the original one, and it actually ran into
had water.
No, it fit too nicely into cup holders in vehicles.
Oh, okay. Well, it looked like a cup.
It does, doesn't it? And then there's the dewdrop.
I like my dewdrop, but it makes me cough.
Well,
and I'm waiting on Dave to send a new. And one of the things that I like about Dave is that if you break your stem on any of his glass, he will happily get it. Send you a new one.
This stem right here, this particular one.
Did you break one yet?
No. This was actually missing one when I got it. So,
I was cleaning my stem in the kitchen and I dropped it and it landed on my tile flooring and just went split in half.
Dave gave that to me when I was at
when we were there. Yeah.
When we were there. So it didn't have a stem in it. So I went to Spirit Leaf Campbellford.
Why didn't he just give you a stem?
That never even thought of it. I don't think I never even noticed it until I got home.
He probably didn't realize.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. So I went to Campbellford Spirit Leaf, the Spirit Leaf Campbellford,
which is beside the Bongs and Dongs show.
It's beside he's beside Campbellford Lifestyle Shop.
I keep forgetting Campbellford Lifestyle Shop.
And they gave me a free stem.
Now I don't know if that's the policy of all stores that sell them, but I know that if you need a new one, you can contact
the store where you bought it at.
Yeah, or contact Dave.
Or contact them, or contact maybe if you bought it online at the CannaSwap website.
And I believe that you can get them on the Nugs website as well.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly. So, all right.
And I believe, no, they don't have them. I was going to say Shatterizer might have them, but no, they don't.
And Dave recommends one of these. Whether it's whatever was in it, coffee or creamers or whatever, but one of these things, and you put your ISO in it, and you stick your dewdrop or your Happle into this, allow it to soak, rinse it out, and you're done.
You know, I don't know if you've tried cleaning yours yet, but I find with my dewdrop, it doesn't get it completely clean, but if you turn on the water really, really hot, and then start shaking it around, it will loosen up everything and clean it up. My stunning glass is real easy to clean. I just put it in the dishwasher.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, take it apart and put it in the dishwasher. Done.
All righty. Well, talking about products, let's just get on to our next segment, which is all righty. Have you got anything to review, or should I just?
No.
Okay, I got two things.
Okay.
All right. First up, I mentioned I had some Pure Live resin, and you asked me how much.
Yes.
Okay. This is the Vortex gas.
Because I like the Vortex products. I use their hash.
Oh yeah. Pure Live resin all-in-one box cart. There's a gram in here.
Only 1 gram?
Yeah, 1 gram. It has 3.3 milligrams of CBD. and 762 milligrams of THC. So you're looking at what, 76.2% THC with 3.3% CBD.
That'd be nice. I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. And it was
And
only
how do you burn that?
Like, what's that?
How are you consuming that in your pen, or are you?
No, this actually is a disposable.
Oh, okay.
It comes as a little square. You got a little view window.
Yep. So you just keep sucking on it until it doesn't suck
Yeah,
anymore.
it's got a little cap. There's a little cap on top that keeps it clean, so nothing goes down
Oh,
inside
yeah,
the
yeah,
bowl.
yeah. Yep,
Okay.
like the Shatterizer.
Yeah.
Needs one of those.
And then
I'm forever
on
getting
the
lint
bottom,
in the Shatterizer.
on the bottom is your charger.
Yes, yes. Is it refillable?
Not that I know of, but I don't know what that little silver dot is. But I know you can see
That would probably be where the place is that they use a syringe to put in stuff.
Yeah, there's also a light
Oh, nice.
that lights up. Maybe that's what I'm looking at. Is that what that is?
Is that a light? Yeah, that's a light. Oh, I see. So how is it?
Good. It's good. It's they call it gas, and it's got like a berry flavor to it.
And you didn't tell me how much yet.
It says it's equivalent to 4 grams of cannabis.
No, I meant price. You don't know.
$28.
That's, you know what? That's not bad. It cost me $35 for Vortex hash, but it's 2 grams.
Yeah. No, I got this at Sunfish in Havelock. The what else does it say? 1 gram. Ingredients: cannabis extract, natural flavors.
So it's not a distillate.
No, it's a live resin. Not rosin, resin.
I should see if they have stuff like that here.
And it fits in your hand, goes easily into a pocket. You got it protected with the little cap. Quick puff,
And it's plastic.
Yeah, it's plastic.
It won't make the metal detector go off.
Well, it's got some. I'm assuming it's got some
sure
metal in it. It's got metal in it. So, but yeah, no, it tastes good. It's effective. I've had it for just over a week now.
How long will one of those last you out?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna say this one here is about half full.
I know that my Shatterizer, be it when I squish rosin or not, or rosin, whatever.
Right.
Like a nice glop will last a week, maybe more.
Yeah.
Just a little glop in there. I mean, it's amazing how long that stuff lasts.
Yeah. It the nice thing about it is that there's no cleanup. It's when it's done, you dispose of it. That's why it's disposable, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, now I've also got these. Never heard of them.
What are they? Candies?
They're called blips. They're THC tablets. You get 25 tablets in a container.
Again, is it distillate?
Each tablet is 10 milligrams.
So
there's 250 milligrams in this one package.
But is it THC? Like, is it a distillate, an isolate that it's made with? Is it actual weed? What?
I'm gonna say it is some synthesized thing because it doesn't tell you. It just says
so it's probably a distillate or an isolate.
Yeah, it doesn't say. Oh, hang on, what's this? Does it look like that peels back? Peel. It does. Hang on.
It's got a hidden label.
Yeah, the label opens up.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what it says here. Cannabis extract.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
But cannabis extract could mean distillate or an isolate.
Yeah.
No.
Um,
that's good, isn't it?
Now, as far as what their ingredients are in it, I'm gonna say
Cannabis.
cannabis extract, but everything else is like palm
Carrier.
oil.
Yeah, carrier.
Yeah.
Whatever they're using for
MPC.
carrier. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Store in a cool, dry place. No expiry date. So I haven't tried them yet. And I got these at Spirit Leaf Campbellford.
We still have an hour and a half or an hour, Al. So you could try one.
Well, I was actually gonna try them before the show. Okay, there we go. Inside the lid.
I hate those fucking things.
Yeah. Oh, it's so easy. It's so
I don't
easy.
have any squeeze left.
Oh, it's too bad. What
Yeah.
about pushing? Could you push it?
Yeah, dude, I have a hard time opening those fucking bags.
Yeah. Comes with a
Little
moisture
pack. Yep.
collector.
Yep.
And I guess with Valentine's around the corner, these sort of look like, I don't know how I can hold this.
You
but
know,
they
it'd be
almost-
nice if
It
somebody.
looks like a little heart almost.
There you go.
Now these are
Now, they
are
should make
tablets.
them red. They should make medicated cinnamon hearts.
Well, there you go. So these are tablets, 10 milligrams a piece. How many should I eat?
4.
Okay, I got 5.
You have to go out later.
No, I have some work that I've got to do around here, like as far as
there you go.
video stuff, and I have another interview later on. they gotta do. So I'm going to.
Are they chewable?
That's what she told me to do.
So
Chew
it's a
them.
candy. It's a candy, not a pill.
Yeah, correct. It's not a pill. It says tablet.
I have to lay off on the sugar treats.
Well, I got a bit of a citrusy flavor.
Looks like I'm Two-Faced today.
Tablet with. No,
The
that's not
dark
something you
side
suck
is
on.
the evil side. The
Oh.
light side is the good side.
So we'll see what happens if I'm feeling anything.
That's 40 milligrams you just had.
50.
50.
Well, it got better as I chewed on them. Like they're not blah tasting.
Do they taste okay, or are they like a gum, or
Just sort of think of a soft version of a search or something.
okay?
Something like that. And yeah, so blips. No, it doesn't say. I wouldn't swallow that whole like a capsule.
No.
There's no.
Plus, it's gonna act. The more it's chewed up, the quicker it will react. It'll
Yeah.
start, right? Like I know with mushrooms, the more emancipated it is when you get it into your tummy, the easier it is to absorb.
Correct.
So I'm
yeah.
sure I'm sure pills are like that too, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Well, they're gone. So bit of a chalky idea, I guess.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. This don't seem like something you would just swallow as a pill.
You know what? For a concert or something like that, they'd be
Well,
good.
yeah.
I know that somebody just took some edibles into a concert and they made them eat them before they would let them in.
Yeah,
You couldn't take it in.
They couldn't take them in. They must have found them on them.
Well, I believe they pulled them out, emptying the pockets, and they said you have to eat those before you go in. You can't. So they just grabbed them and that's what I would do.
Gone. So there you go.
See you in 2 hours. I used to take my Shatterizer in with me, but I put it in my my diabetes test kit. They won't look in there, right? What is this? It's my diabetes stuff. Oh, they unzip it, see the little needle thingies, and then zip it back. Yeah, they don't want anything to do with needles.
No. I remember when I was doing my methotrexate injections.
You had to take them with you.
Yeah, anywhere I went. If I went away to someone's place for
2 days,
yeah, I'd have to take them with me if it came on overlapped on the required day for me to take my.
And people don't get, cannabis, pot, weed is such a recreational thing. People don't get that when you use cannabis as a medicine, you are removing other medicines to do that. Like I have anyways. I don't take antidepressants and things like that. So when I don't have any, baby, you don't think about things like that. Oh, it's just he doesn't have any weed. Oh, poor baby. But that's like my medicine. It's not like it. It is. But anyways, so when you go to the States and things like that, you can't take with you.
Yeah, and that will, if you can, if you put these things into a pill container, someone could think.
Who would they know? What would they know? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they actually, I actually take one of my medications is a similar design than this.
My one of my meds is a small little triangled house that looks like a little heart, but it's just a little thing there. Yeah.
All righty. Well, what do we say?
We need to tell people to stop messaging me while I'm on the air. That's what we need to do.
We're getting we're both getting it in. Okay. Time to move on. Time to move on to the headline. All right.
I don't know what that is, but it's annoying. Well, anyways, go on. I tried to shut my sound off and started everything.
Yeah. All righty. So headline wise, I just took a quick booth through things this morning before we came on the show, and I grabbed this one. It says Canada's legal cannabis industry contributed $7.9 billion to our gross domestic products. So people have always wondered, how much. That's not how much cannabis has been sold, but that's how much it's putting into our overall economy. Yeah.
Well, when we were sitting here waiting and hoping and waiting and waiting and hoping that California was going to go legal, we saw and we heard when it did go legal how quickly it can uplift the economy, because cannabis really saved California's economy.
Yeah. Now the 7.7 billion. This is in for 2023, and they said a majority of that was cannabis production at $7 billion.
Wow.
Let's see. Yeah, it went well I guess in 2022 and 2023 were the same dollar wise.
It's cool. How long are we here in Canada now? It's 5 years now or 6?
6 years. Now, I haven't read this whole paragraph, but here you go. It says, in comparison, legal cannabis contribution to Canada's GDP surpassed that of breweries, wineries, and distilleries.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been for the last year and a half. I've been seeing articles about young adults choosing to use cannabis over alcohol.
Legal cannabis stores alone contributed nearly as much GDP as wineries and distilleries combined.
Yeah.
The licensed cannabis production surpassed that of gold and silver and ore mining. Local credit unions, furniture and related product manufacturing.
It is a cash crop.
Oh, gambling industry, potash mining, dairy product manufacturing, coal mining, radio and television broadcasting, electronics and appliance stores, grain and oilseed milling, fishing, hunting, trapping, ship and boat building, just to name a few is what it says. So I think that gives you a pretty good idea on how important cannabis is to our GDP. So it's cannabis isn't going anywhere. It's just going to be controlled differently as governments change, because numbers like that is not removable. Right.
There's going to be some changes coming.
Yeah. Well,
some good, some good, and some bad.
People, the sky's gonna fall if you legalize cannabis. Look what it's done.
Well, you know what? Why don't you fucking wait and see what happens before you get yourself in an uproar?
Yeah. Here we are, 6 years in.
We've been sitting here 20 years watching what's going on, hoping and hoping and hoping, and then it happened, and everybody went, "Oh, for fuck's sakes!" But it happened. And now cannabis is probably the number one subject anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And it's not just for the reasons of getting stoned. I would say a great number of the people that are using it now are using it as medicinal and not even realizing it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sure there are.
They used to call alcohol medicinal because you would come home, have a snort, feel better, go to bed, wake up, and do it again.
Yeah, and actually back in the 30s, at one point, that was the only way people could get access to alcohol was under a medical prescription.
Yep. Yep. So, I mean, there are better things coming and there are worse things coming, unfortunately, because of the change of governments, both here in Canada and south of the border.
Yeah. Well, here's another.
Soon we won't be able to get any American strains.
No, actually, I had a message sent to me today of an American company sending me information on strains. Here's the link to our shop.
I've actually had somebody said from the States, "We'd like to send you blah blah blah," and the next thing I get a notice from them that it was stopped at the border.
That can happen.
If you want to send us your products, please do. Make sure you can ship to Canada first.
Yeah. Hey, exactly. Now, other than that, this is one I was just, I had one story and okay, but then this one popped up, and it's cannabis use more common during pregnancy, according to new research.
Yes, one of the kids is about to drop in a few days, actually, and she was told by her doctor that she can consume, and not party consume, but consume. Yeah. It helps with nausea and all that.
Now it says here that it has more than doubled in Ontario over the past decade, according to Research Institute GEO.
So some doctors are recommending it.
Yeah.
Women, yes.
That was higher among young mothers.
Yep.
They said nearly 1/4 of all pregnant moms under 19 reported using cannabis. This is in 2020. 2021.
Well, it's a natural alternative to cramps and other things that happen during pregnancy, right? Pain.
They found a 250% increase from 2012 to 2022. They said
most of those
cannabis was
people that are
legalized in
using
cannabis.
most of those people that are using it are probably considering themselves recreational users as well.
Yeah, it could be.
That's what I mean by a lot of people are medicating and not even realizing it.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, the numbers are they're up.
Staggering.
Yeah, they're going up. You know, with all the stuff that they've got going on, you know, warning people about this and that, but people do find benefits.
But you know, I had a conversation with the diabetes people there at the hospital, and it was all about. I brought it up, obviously. It was all about cannabis and how I use it and why I use it and stuff like that. And it's amazing how many people are agreeing now, because and these are younger. The older doctors, as we talked earlier, there both our doctors are retiring, and the older doctors they don't have access, or they don't go to the new educational things that they have. There are programs for practitioners and nurses that revolve specifically around cannabis and the use of oil, but a lot of them don't want to go to it because of that word.
The cannabis. Yeah, stigmatized.
This stuff right here.
Yes, exactly. All right. Time for us to take a quick break, 20 seconds, and we'll be right back.
I might fall asleep. Go ahead.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
We really need to update that.
We need to update that. I was just thinking the same thing. But I also thought it gave us an opportunity to talk about it. But I do have some sports news, so I should have probably played that after the news. But
come on, Al.
It's placement. I went, oh yeah, commercial's not a bad idea right now that I realized during it. Hey, I should have held off. But just a quick update on that. You'll find it playing at 420pace.ca website.
Yes, sir. And 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Yeah.
I just love that people message me when I'm on the air.
Well, you know, I don't mind messaging.
Let me finish, because I don't ever hear from anybody when I'm not. It's like show starts. Hey Al, what's going on?
It's when you're going to use, let's say, Facebook, for example, to show something and people start messaging you, so your messages show up on the screen, right?
That's what I mean. Yep.
So
Mary Jane is making some QR codes for us, so she's been sending us the pictures. That's the bloop bloops.
Yeah, exactly. So she'll probably send a message, another one.
There'll be another one. Yes, it'll come.
So we're gonna some changes and stuff coming up with that, and updating some imagery and things. So anything else on that you want to talk about?
I miss my mommy.
Okay. All right.
That's all.
Okay. Let's go on to the next segment, because we're going to talk.
We need to put our logo in that.
In the intro. Oh yeah. some modifications required. The new one, the new logo.
Jason's.
All right. All right. Sports wise, I haven't got any cannabis related sports, but I do have some scores. In the NHL, the Sounders beat the Predators 5-2. And in the NBA, you follow basketball, any?
No, I don't. The only sports that I follow, and I don't even follow them anymore, I just watch them if they're on, is tennis. Sometimes golf if there's nothing else going on. That's about it.
Okay. Well, I don't have that option in front of me today.
Curling is okay.
But we got some games by the looks of it coming up tonight in the NBA.
There's a lot of games going out over Prime and on Netflix now.
Yep, Pacers and the Trailblazers, Heat and the Bulls, Knicks and the Raptors. Talking about Toronto.
There you go.
Lakers and the.
I used to go see the Harlem Globetrotters. My dad would take us. When we were
yes, yeah.
And I loved it, but I can't get into basketball. I just can't get into it. There's a difference between Metal Arc Lemon and Shaq. Sorry,
we haven't seen them too. Yeah. Let's see. Who else? Got any more scores sitting here in front of me? I don't think so. I got some stuff.
There's another big boxing match coming up soon on Netflix, but it's or it's either Netflix or Prime, but it's pay-per-view this time. It's not free. You have to have a subscription to watch sports on Sportsnet, which is a part of Prime. And the subscriptions are going up, unfortunately. But anyways, go on.
Yeah, so tonight in the NHL, lots of games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Looks like about 14 games going on tonight.
And we've never had access to that many games at one time before.
Yeah, and
you had to get each one separate pay-per-views, right?
Yeah, and I am using the Sportsnet website.
Yeah, they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger with sports related television.
Yeah, I always just be TSN all those years, and I sort of faded away from sports when I got sick. So we got Maple Leafs and the Flames tonight. We got Devils and the Penguins, Panthers and Capitals, Red Wings and Kraken.
Now the season just started last week, right? A week or two?
Season? Oh no.
The NHL?
Oh no, the NHL started long before.
Oh, okay. I thought it had just started.
Okay. Where am I? Here I am. Gotta find the right tab. Panthers and Capitals, Stars and Ducks.
Quack, quack.
Quack, 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 quack. So there you go. Lots of hockey games on tonight.
Not into it. Or football.
No,
the Super Bowl's coming up.
Yes, we'll get it.
Is that this weekend?
Yes,
Sunday.
It is.
No.
Yeah.
Do you know who the big star is that's doing the halftime?
No, who is?
I have no idea. I'll look it up while you're.
You look it up because I'm gonna run into the next segment because of a particular reason. Here we go. Need the logo in there too.
All right. I know who it is and I know when it is.
Okay.
It is Sunday, February 9th. Starts at 6:30. It is the Kansas City Chiefs against the Philadelphia Eagles. It is on wherever it's on, everywhere, I guess. And the halftime performance will be rapper and hip hop artist Kendrick Lamar.
Okay.
Who is married to one of the Kardashians.
Okay. I've heard of that name.
He won at the Grammys on Sunday.
Oh yeah. Good. Good.
Which I only watched 10 minutes of. It's not the same.
And you watched the Grammys, last night.
I watched.
So he won He won the Grammy last night
on Sunday. Yeah,
on Sunday.
But I only got 10 minutes into it because it's not. We used to sit around the TV waiting for the Grammys. It's not what it used to be.
No way.
I joked that big concert they had for Fire Aid. I joked because I called it the geriatric concert because it was, Rod Stewart and
that was the one for the Fire Aid.
That's right. But it was all of our old classic rock gods, including Sting and Stevie Wonder, who
Mitchell
and Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga. No doubt.
I enjoyed the Fire Aid concert better than the Grammys, but that's the only reason that concert happened on that day, because everybody was in town for the Grammys. So they did the same thing with the "We Are the World" song that they did with all the celebrities. They brought, they planned it 3 or 4 days before and after the Grammys that year,
and that way everybody was there.
Everybody was there already.
There.
Yeah,
schedule wise works great. The whole
but
bit.
The Fire Aid concert has raised a lot of money already, and it goes directly to the people in need, short term and long term. So you can watch it on YouTube, and you can still donate money and clothing and
I had it on over the weekend, all 6 hours of it.
I watched it. Kelly and I sat here and watched it, gabbing on texting back and forth, and I really enjoyed it. I did. I watched the whole thing. It was on the whole. There were a couple of acts that I really didn't like, so I got up and I made a snack.
Right.
But and I published it, shared it. They don't call it published anymore. I didn't see her on that.
She did Led Zeppelin.
I did not see Deborah Harry on there.
I think that was her. I thought it was the lady from Heart. Isn't that her from Heart?
No.
She did a Led Zeppelin song.
Blondie. Deborah Harry was Blondie. I didn't see anybody from Heart. I saw what's her name there from Fleetwood Mac.
I saw her. I saw her as well.
Who was amazing. Billie Eilish looked like she was dressing like Charlie Brown. I love her voice, but her song, I'm not big on emo songs, right?
Right. Okay.
But it was like you said, it was 6 hours. A lot of information was given on the people. Billy Crystal started the show.
Alanis Morissette, she sang.
Oh wow, she was just amazing. And Billy Crystal was heartbroken. You could see it in his eyes because he lost his house.
Yeah.
And then through the 6 hours, there were several other celebrities and performers who also lost their homes.
Yeah.
And it was just devastating.
I got the list. I got the list of performers: Billie Eilish, Earth, Wind and Fire, Gracie Abrams, Jelly Roll, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Little Baby, Olivia Rodrigo, Pezzo Pluma,
no.
Rod Stewart, Stevie
He was
Wonder,
geriatric.
Tate McRae, Alanis Morissette.
Very good.
Anderson .Paak, John Mayer.
John Mayer was really good. He did like 4 or 5 songs.
Yeah. Dawes.
They were all right. They also performed on the Grammys.
Graham Nash.
I think.
Green Day.
That was a little, you know what? He brought Graham Nash brought Steven Styles.
Yeah.
performed with a band, and then brought on Graham Nash to do a Crosby, Stills, Nash song.
Yeah, I was going, hang on here.
Well, it was nice to see him. He doesn't perform much anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so Graham Nash, Green Day, John Fogerty.
Yep.
Joni Mitchell.
Yeah, that Joni. When I see Joni performing, it's just like a thrill. I think a lot of people feel that way.
She was like she was sitting in a
chair, a throne.
Throne, correct.
Yes.
No doubt. Pink.
Like them both.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
They were all right. Yeah. Flea came out in his underwear.
He sure did, didn't he?
I saw the Red Hot Chili Peppers at Woodstock '94, where Flea played 50% of the concert naked.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yep. Just his bass hiding.
This is bass hiding.
But every now and then he would turn around, right?
Red Hot Chili Peppers. I said Stephen Stills. Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks is my Hollywood heartthrob. Always has been.
Yeah.
And I will watch her anywhere, any place, anytime. She sounds great.
And the Black Crowes.
They were all right. I'm a big fan of the Black Crowes, but yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back and scan through there and find out who performed that song. That's who I thought it was. It was great. It was done really well.
Yeah, and Yoko Ono didn't come on either.
No. But that was
if
the
you're
lineup.
looking at the list, you won't see Yoko Ono's name on it.
So okay, talking about we'll stick in the entertainment things, then we'll go to the events. Now, entertainment wise, because we were talking about shows every once in a while or series and stuff like that, I don't usually watch too much of that type of stuff.
Yep. There are a few new shows that have started this week.
I think. Well, I've got one that didn't start this week. It actually started 20 years ago.
That you've just finally watched.
That I'm just starting to watch. Correct.
And that is?
And that is the series Lost.
Oh, you know what? I watched the first season and then it kind of petered out for me.
Did you? Did it?
Yeah.
We're just getting into the second season right now. And
are you liking it?
Yeah, like the first season was like 25 episodes. And wow, holy.
Yeah, back when they did 22 was the norm for a long time.
Was it? And
yeah, now it seems
I didn't realize it was 20 years old either.
Oh, yeah. And it's still going.
Is it still going?
I believe so. I believe that it's still, no, that's a different Lost.
Okay.
The Lost that's on now is kind of like
I think that was the one I was looking for originally. Was that one that's on now?
They go out into the bush and they live off the land individually.
Right, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah. That's
what
the
I
one
was
that I
originally looking for.
Yeah, it's there. It's on Prime.
Oh, it's on Prime. Okay, yeah, this is on Netflix, and but yeah, so far we've been enjoying it, and each one is only 40-45 minutes long. So if you don't have time or whatever, you're too tired to watch an hour and a half long movie, these 45-50 minute shorter versions, you don't fall asleep as often. Besides,
I like the wilderness shows and things like that.
Yeah, that's originally what I was looking for, and we ended up finding.
I like watching the Rainies as well.
Rainies?
The Rainies are a family that goes out and do homestead rescue. In fact, that's the name of their show, Homestead Rescue. And they go and they help people who are homesteading fix their issues, and they're usually in the Yukon or Alaska, Montana. Some I don't know if they've done anything up here.
Right. Okay. That's the entertainment ends of things. Now I do have some events as well.
Is there stuff coming up?
Yes. Oh, I closed that. Oh, I can't.
How long have you been doing this now?
Oh, I closed that tab. Oh,
I do that all the time.
Okay,
just go to your
give me
history.
a sec.
Go to your history, and it'll be there. Don't panic, Al.
I won't panic. Don't worry, we got it. It's gonna be. I have a spot stored where it's at. So I'm just making my way back there.
I've been getting a lot of new books are coming out that we could be reviewing, but I don't read books.
I don't read books.
I'm gonna have to find some book reviewers, some book heads that enjoy that will do an audio or a video review for us. I will work on that.
Good. Okay, yeah.
I don't know anybody who reads anymore.
I don't. Yeah. And my phone now, it's got the option when I go to any website, I can just push the audio button and it'll read the website to me.
My buddy Tim reads a lot. So my mom gave me one of those little readers, digital readers, right? That's all you can do on it. And he reads all the time. He still uses it, and it's 15 years old.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I've got it now. I've got it all lined up.
Oh, you found it? That was just my Phil. Yeah, Phil. We'll call that Phil Babble.
It did a good job. So here's the event, and you're talking about the Super Bowls this Sunday. It's on the 9th. And wouldn't it be nice to do cannabis stuff along?
That's next weekend, not this weekend.
Is it next weekend? Well, it's on the right here. I've got it on the screen now.
Oh, there you go.
Cannabis event, Super Bowl Valentine's Market,
Oh,
February the 9th. That's
it's
this
the
coming
weekend
Sunday.
before Valentine's.
Yeah. So they have a Valentine's Love Market, February the 9th from 2 to 8. And afterwards it's a Super Bowl party, and it kicks off at 6:30.
And
They're
where
gonna
is
have
there?
over 15 vendors will be there.
This is
And
where is this, Al? In Toronto, Vancouver, Hamilton?
This is in Toronto. This is being Jennifer Pixie.
Jennifer Pixie. Okay. Yeah.
Is organizing and doing this one. So I would suggest that you get a hold of her if anybody's interested in going. Because
that'll be a good one. Jennifer always has good events.
Yeah, and it's those TBA as far as the location will be announced.
Yep.
Smoke friendly when it comes to cannabis. Okay?
That's good.
No tobacco.
So it'll be at one of them not lounges, scientific research center kind of places.
It could be. It could.
That's available now. There's a few of them downtown in the core where you can go, and they're classified as cannabis research centers, so that they can allow their patrons to come in, and you have to do a survey or something while you're there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Pixie's Collective Kickoff Love Market.
Oh, we got to bring it back up, buddy.
Oh yeah, okay. I've actually I haven't got it closed off, but I've got it in a different spot right now because I was looking for information. Yeah, it was vendors. I said over 15 vendors. Where's that particular information I was looking for? And I'm not.
I miss events. I got to admit. I miss those. I really
details. Here we go. Details. This isn't the same details I look for, but yeah, when it comes to smoking, it's cannabis friendly, but not tobacco friendly.
Most places are not.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly. So
My house is not tobacco friendly. Well, actually, that's a lie. There's a few people that I would allow to smoke a cigarette in my house. But
I'm
anyways,
going to put this into the chat.
Awesomeness.
Okay.
I like that you put recipes there. We should do that with all of them.
Yeah, then the people know what it is, right?
It's not just a link. Yeah.
Right. So here we go. Pixies.
Well, Al's looking for that. If you have ideas for segments, things you want to hear about, and stuff like that, we're a morning show. We're trying to have a little wake and bake and enlighten your morning and say hello, and we might even get into some meaningful things like here. I got one here. I'll pull up.
There we go.
But we're always open to trying new things. So,
yeah. All right. Event has been shared. Now, as far as events, it's not done yet. Got more coming up, and we'll cover for the month of February to give people an idea what's coming up for the month, right? And this comes to me from Cannabis Market Space. And here we go. Tether's Toronto sampling event. That is today. That's where bud tenders meet top cannabis brands. February the 10th is Growing Relationships in BC 2025. Is building connections and growth in the cannabis industry. So those are more along industry things. Champs trade shows, which used to be in Toronto at one time. Well, spent a year there. It's in Las Vegas, going on down there. February the 13th, Cannabis for Cancer Harm Reduction.
Nice.
All right. Now, I went, hey, what's that all about? And so I brought it up. Cannabis for Cancer Harm Reduction. And that features Shauna Dunbar and JJ O'Brien.
Cool.
I know both of them. Education, I can never get that word out, but they're involved in that. JJ is a 2-time cancer survivor, and Sean.
I've heard the names, but I don't know them.
Oh, okay. Well, JJ, I have an interview that we play of JJ during the Grow Up thing that was in Toronto.
Oh, okay. So now I know who you're talking about because we went to their booth.
Yeah, and then Shauna Dunbar, hemp big on the hemp end things as well. So event details, yeah, right there. They're sharing their knowledge on harm reduction strategies for cancer patients using cannabis. JJ O'Brien is a 2-time cancer survivor. Will share her personal and professional insights, and that's what helps educate people is sharing your experiences, your personal experience. They say in this talk, you'll learn how cannabis can help reduce the side effects of cancer treatments, ways cannabis can support overall wellness during cancer care, as well as practical strategies for using cannabis.
It's not how to roll a joint. Let's put it that way.
Right. Exactly. So there you go. Event details, March the 13th.
And it's a virtual event? Or is
I am just trying to find that right now to see if there's
I think if you go down, you'll see I saw something about virtual event details there.
It says event details, top cannabis for harm. Oh yeah, right there, virtual event details. There you go. Time Saturday at 7 p.m. till 10. Good. It's always good.
We're going to start doing those kinds of things on our site as well, I think.
Yeah. Let's see. There's 2 more events still to go for February, and that means I got to bring them back onto the screen here. And there we go. There they are. Women's Grow Leadership Summit 2025.
Cool.
And Telman Zurich, unveiling the next chapter in cannabis industry growth. Zurich, you think that's maybe something that's over in Europe?
I would think so.
I'm just going to bring it up.
Yeah, in Zurich.
Tallman Zurich.
Zurich is the place.
Yep, Switzerland. There you go. So really, the cannabis market space, it gives us a bit of an international location for events. It'll be all legal events.
Well, yeah, and over the years, we've seen a lot of events come and go, both here in Canada, the U.S., and Europe. There are still the staple events. I believe Cannabis is still running, but it's now owned by High Times, I believe.
Right. Yeah.
So there's a lot of European events going on for sure. And I don't know if you were going to mention it today, but I want to remind people that Can Expo is coming in March, and we will be broadcasting the 2 days that it's on from there at our booth 402. If you're down there, please come and say hello. And if you can't go, please join us, because we'll be, hanging out. Al will be there, Sherry Ann and Cindy and Mary Jane and Timmy will be around. So, we'll have lots of different views on the week.
Yeah, we'll be there, interviewing the exhibitors.
Like we've been doing for
bringing the stage events to our viewers as well. From my understanding, they're going, like last year, they did some seminar rooms. I think they're bringing that all out onto the stage.
As I like that they're doing that, because then it's accessible to everybody. When you're there, you don't have to go to the stage and watch the presentation, but as you're walking around, you're going to hear it anyways.
Yeah, you're going to hear it. And then if you do happen to walk by it, a lot of people stop.
They stop, and then the crowd gathers. And this is at the Queen Elizabeth building down at the ground this year, which is very, very accessible by TTC. And also, they're going to have a huge consumption area, and also we'll have somebody out there talking to people and vendors and stuff like that.
Yeah, we've got a 4-person crew being on the ground on location, and we're going to cover the event from top to bottom.
Literally,
exactly. Talking about the Can Expo.
Sorry, I always tap to that.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to it.
I also want to remind people that you can watch us now at 420pace.ca. All our shows put on by Al's network and mine, and we're getting more. Time for Hemp is coming back on the air with Casper and Al. And Al
Byrne
as well from VAC, which we air every other Sunday, which is all Veterans Council, right?
The Veterans Action Council.
Yeah.
And they speak to Congress, they speak to UN.
And you can watch all of this on 420pace.ca on our viewer, and there's a chat there, and you can chat with us during the shows. You don't have to just watch us on social network anymore. And please, 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 please subscribe to our new YouTube channel as well.
There's our website, the 420 Pace website.
Yes, and that and you'll see all our shows there, and
there's our hi guys. That's us right now. All you gotta do is click on that button, and it'll start up, and you can see onto the side the chat.
We used to have a chat room, an actual chat room, and before this video stuff, and there were hundreds of people in there coming and going during shows and stuff like that. Social networks, socializing on the networks kind of killed the chat room, I think.
We've got our calendar.
Yep. And we're going to start having blog posts. Al's going to do some posts that we're going to put up there.
And this is our list of our latest videos.
Yes, sir.
You just got to scroll.
And they will show up there, or you can just go to our YouTube channel and subscribe and see what's there. Yep.
Done. There we go. Check our stuff out all in one page. So, all right.
Like I said, we'll be doing a lot of events, and we've got new shows coming from both networks, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Over on the Pace end of things, we're broadcasting every day of the week.
Yeah, I used to do that, and I don't miss that because I was doing not at least 7, maybe even 9 shows a week, both Al's and mine, and going back and forth to the this started a long time
well
ago.
and in those days we were just using Spreaker, and you're running the board for everybody in the beginning. Right?
Yeah,
So,
I would sit with my mom in her living room at her condo while she was watching movies and produce Al's shows.
Yeah.
Or drive down the 401 even. Sometimes.
Well, yeah, we're going to get into that.
That would be illegal.
But yeah, find everything there in one spot. Nice, easy, and convenient.
And there's already almost 400 new videos that we've been doing since we've been doing the 420 piece.
Between us, Sunday, this is between us. So Sunday there's 1, Monday there's 2 broadcasts, and then Tuesday there's 2 more broadcasts. Wednesday 2 more broadcasts. Thursday there's 1. Friday there's 2. Saturday we throw it all together on the Re-Rolled end of things. Did you count all of them?
No.
So 2 Monday.
I just took a
2
nice
Wednesday.
Coke, and it was
There's
one of
6.
those-
1 on Sunday. There's 7. 1 on Thursday. That's 8. 2 on Friday is 10. And number 11 is Saturday.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, with more coming. I've been contacted by somebody who has a show, and they're just getting all the details all finalized up, and they'll be starting. So, all right. Other than that, anything else?
If you have an event that you would like us to come to in the Ontario area, please let us know.
Yeah, for sure. Other than that, I'm going to say I think we are done. I don't have any more segments to run.
Bong bye.
I think it's our moment to say goodbye to everybody.
No, bong bye.
Bong buys?
Bong bye.
All right, bong buys. All right, bong buys.
Bong buys.
See you all later. We're back again next Tuesday. Same time, same place. Talk to you then. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, stations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're muted, Steve.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment. What's going on?
I don't know. You're good. I'm not sure. We're having some technical difficulties. I think Steve is in BC. He's left for a minute, but he will be back. He was having some technical issues earlier. But thank you and welcome to the Mushy Moment for today, Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. Steve is just rebooting and he will be back on in just a second. Today is an exciting day. It is episode number 100 for us, which is really exciting. Steve is back on. He's just doing his thing. I should say the computers are doing their thing. Hello, Helen. Yeah, so show number 100 for Steve and I, and hopefully he will pop back on the show live here in just a second. There he is. How you doing, Steve?
Good. I'm so excited. My frequency is messing up how the computer's working.
That's exactly what's happening. Yes. Yeah. So it's our 100th show.
Yes, it is. I can't believe we're actually at a 100th podcast.
100.
That's pretty amazing. Thanks for making this happen.
Oh, thanks for wanting it to happen. You're the one that said, hey, when are we going to start our podcast? And 2 weeks later, we started our podcast. And now here we are at 100 podcasts.
Wow. Wow. Yep, that's pretty amazing. Almost as, you know,
it is.
Almost as amazing as this show is going to be.
This show, we do have 4 guests actually on in the back. I'm super excited about all of them. All of them are very meaningful people to me, as well as Steve. But for me, these people brought positive change and impact into my life. A few years ago, as I've told this story many times before, I went and watched the movie Dosed, thinking I was going to go learn a little bit about microdosing some mushrooms and helping to fight my addiction cravings. And that movie led me to reaching out to Mark Howard in particular and having a conversation with him. After talking with Mark, I had a consultation with another iboga provider, and she directed me to reach out to Gareth, which I did. And in reaching out to Gareth, we decided to work together, and I headed out to British Columbia to go take this crazy medicine from Africa called iboga that I got to see in the movies. And I was going to go across the country and I was going to take it from some guy who ended up to be Gareth Moxie and his partner. And it was probably one of the most life-changing experiences I have ever had the honor of being part of. Yeah, so I would like to share the trailer for Dosed. It's a movie that, honestly, if you can go find it, which is really easy to find, I highly suggest watching it. You know, I was on the healing path before I saw it, but it is. You know, that movie was that turning point for me. Are you there? Am I just taking over? I'm so sorry.
No, I think you should play the trailer. because I'm just sitting here listening and just I know the story, and I just find it beautiful and amazing that we actually get to have them on the show right now as well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's play this trailer. I hit the wrong button. I'm going to do this. No, I want to do this. I'm playing with buttons here because I want to get the trailer up without us. There we go.
Do you think those people downtown grew up thinking that that's where they wanted to be? Do you think they want to be face down with their pants on the ground and like fucking needles sticking out of their arm? That's no way to live.
Like, my only friend is heroin.
Addicts tend to feel alone and depressed.
Surrounded a lot by the dark thoughts.
Magic mushrooms allow you to change your mind.
Psychedelics will be able to help with many mental health problems.
There's one that fucking nails it right home.
Opiate addiction is completely unbearable.
So sick of this.
God is not coming.
She has to go in and find out why she's an addict. Memories will come up that they've never ever conscious of before.
I have a memory of going to this house.
She's reliving some moment over and over and over. Something happened in that house.
Teacher Ann, are you still with us? What's the best way to love yourself? That's good. Now you can look for that too tonight. Iboga goes deep to the root cause. Check her pulse. We ended up going to the hospital just to make sure that she was okay.
I should be dead from 20 milligrams. I didn't feel a fucking thing. They didn't fucking give it to me. They were restraining me. I'm still in withdrawals. Make it stop.
If it was easy, it wouldn't work.
Is mommy okay? Dad?
My father, that really hurt.
It's taking out so much.
When it turns, it's just there. That's Iboga. Try to deal with it.
All of a sudden, that soul has a new set of eyes to look through.
Sometimes the scariest thing we choose to do is take the dose.
Wow.
Yeah, even I get emotional watching that.
Yeah. No, it
And
of
meeting
course,
people like you, I've seen you change your life. I've seen your life change, and I've seen the medicine happen, and I've seen the growth and meeting others and watching the miracle that medicine can do when it's done with reverence and gratitude and ceremony, with a person that's just looking for that moment of hope to change their life.
And that's it's and there's a lot of psychedelics out there that can help people change their life. The focus of today's show is Iboga, four, but we've got a husband and wife team coming in from one company, so we've got 3 companies represented. You saw the 3 gentlemen of the companies in the trailer, Gareth and Mark and Patrick, all appeared on film there. So I commend these folks for putting their face, in the movies and in this documentary, and other documentaries actually, and getting it out there, and teaching people that, there are tools, there are these beautiful tools out there that can help change your life and help you gain back control of your life and heal why. For me, it was healing why I became an addict in the first place.
And I want to say thank you for giving faces for people that are searching, for taking moral high ground over legal high ground. because these medicines are gray areas and fight areas, and people are struggling to get them so that they're out of those areas, and they're just the healing plant medicines they are. And it takes people putting faces, and being on the forefront and making the movements change. And I just want to say thank you to these three for taking on that role, and at the same time changing lives for the better and helping people find their healing, helping people heal themselves. It's beautiful.
It is. And we Steve was just saying that they're in the forefront in an area that's very gray, or actually very black, to be honest. A lot of illegalities, and we've been making the news. With this one is coming to us from Stanford. Looked at it. Psychoactive medicine. Let me change that word. Ibogaine is effectively treating traumatic brain injury in special ops military vets. Another one is coming to us from the Washington Post. Psychedelic medicine Ibogaine hailed as healing. U.S. patients ask why it's illegal. Worldwide patients ask why it's illegal. Coming to us from the Rolling Stone. He took a psychedelic to cure his addiction, and it was his last trip, meaning that was his, his last psychedelic trip, right? So it's really, and we have one more actually that we can bring up, coming to us from the BBC News. Can a hallucinogen from Africa, which is iboga, cure addiction? With the right facilitators and the right work and the right desire within yourself to find that healing. Yeah, it can. Yeah. Have I been sentimental enough? Should we bring these people on?
Let's bring them on. Oh, I can't do the Bruce Buffer introduction for this though.
No. Well, I'm gonna bring them up in the order that I mentioned them, in the order that I talked to them and met them. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Iboga Soul, Mark Howard. From Inner Realms, Gareth Moxie. And from Soul Reflections, we have Patrick and Michelle Fishley. Hi, everybody.
Hey. Hi, everyone.
Wow.
Hello.
Welcome.
The introduction. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, well, you guys are very important to me. I found my healing through this movie, and through reaching out to Mark, then finding Gareth, and then, having the most amazing nurse in the world, Patrick, to sit with gentlemen that we have as guests today. I found some incredible healing, and I can honestly say that without iboga, without this particular pathway, I probably wouldn't be here today. So I have found life, and I have found security, and it is beautiful.
It's amazing. And you deserve it, Cindy. You deserve it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Everyone deserves it. Everyone deserves
it. Sure do.
Everyone deserves to have this insight,
We just showed some headlines that are starting to make headlines in the power of, and you guys have all been around for a while. You guys were obviously all ahead of the curve. Myself, I met you, Margot.
Oh, we lost him. He will be back. He was going to say that he met you a year and a half ago at the conference in Vancouver, 2.5 years ago, because it was the year before I was up. And you microdosed him. He tells the story often. You microdosed him with iboga.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Gareth. Oh. I should have. I hope I don't have trouble with my Wi-Fi. Is she happening yet?
We still got you. You're a little busy.
Yeah. I mean, some of the oldest memories I have of Gareth, like something like 12 or 13 years ago, at that conference. Cindy, one of the headlines you read was not a good one. I don't know if you realize it when you...
Oh, and we lost him.
Yeah, he was talking about one of the headlines you.
Yeah.
It's actually a tragedy. One 49-year-old person.
Oh, is that that? Oh, that was his last trip.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
But you know, that's an important thing. There's a huge safety issue and factor around this medicine, and you know, not because it's scary. We throw in this medicine. It's called humanism. It's us. We're the wild card, you know. And if we approach these medicines with reverence, with knowledge, with respect, and you know, some experience and real safety, then it's just beautiful medicine. It's not a scary thing. I remember when you were laying in bed there, Gareth's there, you know, I was sitting beside you and you had an amazing experience. You know, you saw ancestors, you danced, and it was beautiful. And that's what it can be, you know?
Yeah, it is. Like, I mean, like, you know, as you reminded me, when you go into these medicines, I did a lot of work with these ancestors and with these spirits. And, you know, they were very good to me. They were very gentle with me. And, you know, once I had done the work, they gave me, you know, they took me on, you know, wonderful sightseeing trips, which is really amazing. And I've told Gareth this story, but I haven't had the chance to tell you guys. That first iboga that I did, it was the handshake dose that I did with just Gareth. Gareth and I were in the house. And I started off downstairs, which I had to climb the stairs with iboga pulsing through me. That was hard. I don't recommend that to anybody. I should have started off, you know, upstairs, but, you know, I took the iboga and, you know, Gareth said, you know, you will feel heavy. You'll want to lay down. You're going to want to close your eyes. And that's when your spirit walk starts. And when I closed my eyes, it took me to flying over these most beautiful mountains. And they were very, very green and lustrous. And it was incredible. And then I ended up down in Mexico to graduate, to do a practicum and graduate from the 5 course. And when I was there, I went down a couple of days early and I hired a guide, and she took me around and showed me some beautiful scenery. And she took me to these pyramids, and she kept pushing me to get to the top of the pyramids. You have to see the scenery, Cindy. You have to see the scenery, Cindy. And I said, okay. So off I went. We finally get up there. It took a while because it was big pyramids. And she said, you're about to see the most beautiful, and, you know, in my mind, the most beautiful scenery in all of Mexico. So we go up and we go around this corner, and it was literally where iboga took me to on the first, like when I closed my eyes and iboga took me on that spirit walk, and it took me to those mountains. I now know that iboga took me to Mexico. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it took me to Mexico. He showed me those mountains, and he told me that you are going to be meant to be here. Like, when you see this, you will know that this is something that you are meant to be doing. And when I came up and I came around and I saw it, I burst into tears. Of course, it was very emotional. And my guide, she came up to me. She was quite concerned. I told her that little bit of a story, and she put 2 flowers, and you can barely see mine, but I put one in my phone case and she put one in hers. And it was one of those things that, honestly, when I saw that, every horrible thing in my life that led me to that point, and every glorious thing in my life that led me to that point, showed me that I was supposed to walk the path that I was walking, and I was meant to be where I was at. And you folks helped me get there, and I am forever grateful. Yes.
Are you making some oil, Steve? Got some filter going or something?
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
There's like a machine sound someone's got in there.
Oh, I've got my generator running out. I'm low on power. I'm in my motorhome, and I've got my generator to keep some power going right now. Sorry, if it's irritating, I can stop it.
It's okay.
No, you know, like you guys, this is great to have us on. I really appreciate it. You know, you have like some really amazing like, you know, advancements and realizations in this field. I think everyone's kind of like, you know, as we grow, it's starting to get onto a lot of years, you know, and I really appreciate, like, you know, this division that we're understanding now, not division, but, you know, Gareth, I think you've been a really such a positive figure in this movement, like with your steadfast groundedness with Ibogaine, you know, and its role, you know, and how we see it different, how I see it differently now, like, you know, from Dosed, we've, you know, those were the days that kind of like, you know, I see it now, like, you know, I got introduced to this medicine that allowed me to see myself in a much different way than I was. And so I was able to transform my life, and, you know, I wanted to share it with everyone, you know, and so I went to Africa and I learned these things, and I come just rootin' tootin', and, and it's amazing. A lot of people get help like that. But as we're moving forward now into this tradition, you know, working with Patrick and Michelle so long, like they've really adapted into the boutique culture. But I just want to also throw out, like, now I realize, you know, it's not everything. You don't want to be like just molded into one thing. And I think, you know, when you're adapting these medicines to a westernized civilization like it is, there's a big interface that needs to come between in the way this is done. And I want to, you know, reach out to these two here, like, and Michelle, like, the three of them, you know, how it's beginning to articulate really meticulously where we need to be. And like, if someone, for now, I'll explain to you guys, if someone contacts me and says, you know, I'll say, are you on a substance or not? Like, you know, because I don't know, maybe Gareth wants to elaborate on this more, but there's people need to get off substances in a very smart, methodical way, which I think Gareth's probably one of the best in the world. I know it's kind of a big thing to say, but
I agree.
It's not like, you know, like there's a lot of people doing it. But I mean, you know, Gareth's always had this approach where it's been very methodical, patient, and safe, you know, and that mixes so well with Michelle and Patrick. I had the honor working with Patrick for a long time, right? He's taught me so much. So I just wanted to say that I've evolved a lot now. I'm working with this, and I'm really learning a lot about it, and I'm excited to have all of these panels on. So I just wanted to say that so we could get, you know, Gareth rocking and Patrick and Michelle.
And I'd like to say that one of the things that I really want to point out to break anybody's cognitive dissonance that they might have, we have 3 of 4, 5 of the best happening right here. And there's no competition being looked at. There's no competition in helping people heal. And some people kind of get in competitive mode and start looking at other people in the industry as competition. And I just want to show that this is the cognitive dissonance to prove that that is a wrong thought.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Healing isn't a competition. It's about helping and uniting and sharing the information. What you just said, Mark. Mm-hmm. You know, you've been doing it a long time, but you've just shared that in the working with the people you have, the other knowledge that you've gained on the pathway and how it's made change in you. You know, that's what sharing it all is all about, and sharing in safe manners.
Mm-hmm. You know, that saying, it takes a village, right? You know, when we go to Africa and we talk with our elders and we have ceremonies, it's not just one healer there. You have healers come in from all over Gabon. They travel days to get there. It's a whole bunch of people, and together they lift people up, you know? And because this medicine is a community medicine, you know, it wants to be treated as such, and we should be working as such, because there's no competition. We're a very traditional advanced care team, you know, where we can talk to each other. Not all of us have the answer, and to think we do, that's just foolish. But we have a great care team that we can talk to and reference to bring the best healing for the participant coming, because that's really what it's all about. It's the person coming. It's all about them, not about what we know or what we can do. It's what can we offer them. And, you know, I talk with Gareth all the time. We talk with Mark all the time. You know, and vice versa. We talk, and it's good. We throw things off. What's working, what's not working, and that's how you move forward. That's how we evolve.
Yeah. Thanks for those kind words, Mark. But like I'm standing on the shoulders of others. I mean, it's like Rocky and Claire and all of those people, Christopher, people that went before me, and then I learned from them. You know, so it's just, you know, and that crowd of the old school in Ibogaine as well. You know,
so what have you brought to them? Have you learned anything? Like, as I know that they're the legends and they've been working and really, you know, I mean, you know, there's a lot of different approaches, but what have you learned anything, and maybe not surpassed them, but complemented or added on or enhanced maybe in your own work? You might want to mute for a second, Steve, until you say something, just because
I don't know about that. I think that we all have our slight little, you know, the same with the 5-MeO thing. If anything, maybe, you know, I've influenced the aspect of bringing 5-MeO into treatment, because that's not something that they were doing. That's something that I've done, and then I see the benefits through that, you know.
Yeah.
But really, and we all have our own little nuances on how we work. You know, we're all kind of like getting somebody from point A to point B. We're roughly doing things in a similar kind of fashion. But then we have our own just little, you know, ways of doing things, which kind of, I guess, probably occur through our isolation. You know, it's good in the 5-MeO world how, you know, there's some shadowing going on with other practitioners. So you shadow people, so then you can pick up on things, or, you know, there might be better ways to do things. And Ibogaine's not really like that. We're all isolated off in our own little worlds, you know, and then also that kind of goes, you know, the people we see the most are clients. Or when I get down to the pool, you know, I nod at some people in the hot tub, but that's about it. For the most part, we're kind of tucked away in isolation doing our work, because it is very isolating work. So I was just at a gathering of a Gita gathering in Tepoztlan in Mexico, and it was good to hear of different stuff that's going on and what have you, because we don't do it enough, you know. Really, not in Ibogaine. The last time I did anything like that was Porto, in Portugal, in 2017 or something like that. You know.
So what you're saying is there's a huge opening for somebody to put together a place for Ibogaine and Iboga practitioners to come together and.
Well, yes, and it needs to happen on a more regularly. But again, people are kind of like, you know, isolated in their work and stuff. You know, Mark, you're off up there. Patrick and Michelle are off up there. It's not like we're all in Vancouver, you know. They get together and trade notes or anything like that. But we do chat a lot on the phone. So
which is good.
Yeah, we have a good support network. Like if something goes like, and this has happened lots in the past. Like, I mean, I've called both you guys before, going like, look, this is going on, you know what I mean? I don't sit there, oh my God, they're going to judge me, or like, I'll say it straight up, because I'm here to learn. Like, you know, this is so serious what we do, you know, and that's become apparent over the years. You know, and there's like, I'm sure there's ways that Gareth has learned to like, actually, I know he takes a really, like, that's the thing, like you have this money model, right? And that's where a lot of this competition comes in. And if you're not cured on your own soul level of not even competing against something else and making your soul upset, try to survive.
Oh, Mark, you did the thing. You did the thing. I don't know what you did.
Okay.
Sorry, my wife just. Yeah.
Hang on, Mark. We'll just go to commercial right now. We can get the tech stuff fixed up. You can do what you got to do, and we'll be back.
Am I talking? So,
yeah, you're talking.
It's my wife. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, we'll be right back. We're going to take a commercial break, fix some glitches, do what we got to do, and we'll see you guys right after the commercial break on paceradio.net and streaming everywhere.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network. here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop. And in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Are we back? Are we back?
Are we live?
We're live.
Oh, I figured out the airplane. Now to block calls.
Gotcha. Yes, so welcome back to the mushy moment. I think we've got some technical issues fixed. I was watching poor Steve in the back room there as I was, having a panic attack, going, "Oh my God, what the frig is my partner doing?" And
well, I couldn't see it was us, and then it would glitch out, and then it would glitch out, and then the ad would come on, and then it would glitch out, and then I'd be gone, and I was like, "What's going on?" But here we are, and it's all good.
Well, so anyways, what I was just saying at the end there, when I got, it's talking about Gareth, and I think how you've learned to take maybe a slower approach. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, I went to, there was the ibogaine Providers Conference in Vancouver in 2012, and Claire and Christopher did a workshop afterwards, and they showed us how to work with morphine. and how ibogaine actually mixes. And a lot of people in the ibogaine world don't even know this. You know, that there's this thing, oh, you can't mix ibogaine and morphine together. Well, actually, there is a way of doing that. And so, you know, I learned how to do that at very first at that conference with the workshop afterwards. But I remember we didn't implement it right away. And then for some reason, I can't remember why we did. We did, and I think you remember that, Pat, don't you? Because
I do.
Go in a certain way, and then we decided to do this thing where we'd drop people down a little bit for a few days beforehand, and it was almost like night and day.
Yeah.
Bam! That's the magic right there.
Going through the treatment, you know, we no longer had people the flopping fish in the frying pan and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And
you know, I mean, it's nicer. It's nicer on a participant. You know, it's nicer on the participant coming in. But let me tell you, it's a lot also nice on the facilitator facilitating when things are slowed down too, because it's not that big rush and flip flop, right?
Yeah. It's just always been this way that, you know, that people would come into treatment centers, and it's evolved a lot since like Rocky. We were just talking about this at this little gathering. You know, Rocky went and got his first treatment like 24 years ago or something or other, and that was in what used to be Crossroads, I think. And things have evolved and changed a lot. I mean, he went on to become a provider, seeing where areas were that, you know, it could be improved on. And you know, it was Rocky, I think, that was first doing that, stepping people down. You know, once you've got a stable dose of morphine, the whole game has changed. You know, we used to have heroin in the beginning, and a gram of heroin was about 400 milligrams of morphine. So even if somebody was doing a gram of dope a day, 400 milligrams of morphine, these days that's like easy peasy. It's when we get people showing up on our door. You know, like we had a guy last year that was 1850 morphine. And what are you trying to flood dose somebody out of that? And then we spoke to a guy that on the phone that was on 3,000 milligrams of Cadian plus a handful of Dilaudid, still using a little bit, you know. So just trying to tackle something like that, you know.
And when you look at the street dope now, you're not even just dealing with the down type stuff, because you've got the trank in there, you've got the benzos in there. You've just got this.
Exactly, and we're not. So it's changed the people that we work with a lot. And all us up now that are on these, you know, using street dope and meth and things like that. And I'm like, we really can't take that on. You know, we used to years ago, but we don't do that anymore. And people would be better off being in a full medical facility and having a really good aftercare plan. You know, people have always put too much emphasis on the ibogaine, you know, and normally if you go to any kind of like recovery, it's normally minimum of 30 days and usually 90 or longer, 6 months. So, you know, people have had these like addictions for 10, 20 years, and they're like, oh, I'm going to go and do ibogaine and not be a heroin addict. You know, and getting off of opiates seems like a really good idea when you're on opiates. It's when you start coming off of them, it's like, you know, and opiates are holding a lot of people together. You know, it can be a real support for a lot of people that have experienced a lot of trauma, which is why I think that it's so difficult to, like, when we see the extreme end of addiction in Canada, that's the downtown east side. And those people are probably the most traumatized. You know?
Yeah. You know, and, you know, everyone's looking for a way to find relief, right? Everyone is reaching for medicine of some sort, and that's what they're doing when we're reaching for substances or behaviors or modifications that either, you know, help us escape or numb or get insightful or whatever it is. And we're looking for that, you know. And the unfortunate thing is a lot of these substances that people are reaching for, you know, they all have a small timeline where the benefits start running out, and it starts affecting your health. And they're still needing it, so they might grab for even more and more and more, and that's where this addiction comes in, and it's really just being able to. That's why the movie Dose was so good, because it showed hope that there's something else you can reach for medicine. There's someone else you can reach for hope. It doesn't just have to be the beast. There is something else.
And I think too, it's incredible how much we don't really consider sometimes what an addiction is. An addiction is your support system. An addiction is your coping mechanism. Addiction is your personality. Addiction is your identity, right? Your friend base, who you hang out with. So when we ask people to give up a substance, we're not just asking them to give up the substance, or they're not just asking that of themselves. They're asking to give up their friends. They're asking to give up their social network. They're asking to give up their coping mechanisms. They're asking, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's so much deeper than just, stopping using cocaine or fentanyl or what. I mean, it's more. And so that's why it's complex. And people... And why it will never be just a one thing. It'll never be just, I went and did this one thing and it worked and now I'm cured forever, because it's everything in your life. It's a huge component of what you do. And so we have to support, or try to at least encourage people to have supports in more than one way. So how are you preparing? What are you going to do after? Like Gareth said, what are you going to do after?
Yes.
What kind of life do you want when you're done? When we're done here in this week or 2 weeks or month, then what? What's your plan? Who do you want to be? Yeah, so I think those are really important questions, which don't always get, we're so busy. So much judgment is put in onto what they see as the end result, that they miss the person. And I think, and in our treatment of looking at people in addiction, why people are like, oh, in Vancouver it failed when we decriminalized narcotics or whatever, all these drugs. And we're like, of course it failed, because we just looked at one thing. We didn't look at a whole person.
It didn't truly fail, honestly.
No.
As a person that has a couple of daughters that are hardcore fentanyl addicts, last year they were on the downtown east side. This year they're in Surrey. There's a narrative that it failed, but if you search headlines for 2024, you'll read the headlines that say that it has dropped. It has dropped. Deaths have dropped. Deaths have dropped. We're also a mecca where people come to because it's nicer here, so we get an influx of people in there. The big parts of it fail.
Yeah.
Because of the way it was put out.
Of course.
But what we did get, which wasn't failure, was we got a lot of data that says it needs to change, and we can see where a lot of the change needs to be. But to just say it's a failure and it was this and it was the most, well, no, you put a lot of, I believe in safe supply.
Yeah.
I agree that safe supply saves lives. But I don't think that you should be able to walk in, put your hand on a machine, get your Dilaudid, walk outside, sell it to somebody, and go buy the fentanyl that works because the Dilaudid didn't, and you really don't even have anybody to talk to. And there's nobody there to discuss recovery or to give any compassion or we took away money from recovery beds and put it into crack pipes and it's like it wasn't done correctly, but we did get a lot of information. Lives were saved.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Steve. Like if somebody does go and get a Dilaudid, go outside and sell it, and then go get a hit of fentanyl, that possibly could have been two people getting a hit of fentanyl, but somebody had the option of getting a Dilaudid.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So, like, I'd say.
Oh, thank you for that other viewpoint. That's pretty
the
nice.
more that we can get stuff out on the streets, and like I was speaking to a doctor one day about Dilaudid, and I said, yeah, no, the price of Dilaudid's gone down. And he's gone, yo, that's because I'm prescribing so much of it. And I go, well, that's a good thing, because that means that there's a lot of safer narcotics on the street. And actually, I think it's a pretty small percentage of people that are the hardcore, that are shooting fentanyl on safe supply. There's an awful lot of people on safe supply that are surviving by that. And then there's also people that buy safe supply. I have a lot of clients that don't want to get on the medical records because of all the stigma and stuff. And so they're surviving on safe supply that they're buying off of the street. Otherwise, you know, they're addicted to opiates. If they weren't able to get that, then they'd be using street dope. That happens if you don't.
Thank you for that, because that puts a little piece in that allows me a little more compassion where I wasn't seeing it. Thank you. That's beautiful.
And then also they're all up in arms about, people were up in arms about decriminalizing drugs. Well, what they didn't like was seeing people using drugs on the street. Well, give them a fucking home then. If they live in a fucking tent, of course they're going to use the drugs on the street. I would anyhow, just as a big finger to the society that's stigmatizing me. And do you know what I mean? Fuck them. So I understand why people get so mad down in, you know, in the downtown east side. They're dealing with a health problem. It's dealt with in a criminal way. You know, it just sucks. And you know, it shows what the drug war is about, really, in a lot of respects. We wouldn't be in this situation had we had heroin clinics downtown, heroin dispensaries downtown, because people didn't want the fentanyl. It's got a very short half-life. They had no choice. If you're addicted to opiates, you have no choice. Nobody wanted to start shooting dope with benzos in it, but they don't have any choice, you know? There's very few people that know where to get clean fentanyl, or, do you know what I mean? And so, sorry, my little rant there about, what's going on. And that's the thing, people don't give a shit if drugs are decriminalized. They just don't want to see people using them on the street.
I know.
And that's our homeless population. So
And I think it speaks to the bigger issue, you know, of what people are going through. That it's never the drugs are never the issue.
I love how Gabor put it. Drugs are the solution being used for the problem.
Exactly.
Exactly. Right.
You know, we had a lady here, you know, really what she was trying to manage a lot of the time was her ADHD. I mean, really, that was sort of the beginning, you know, is loneliness, feeling disconnected and not and alone, and ADHD. And so, you know, there's a reason why people start using. It's not, you know, it's not because they want to be where they end up.
No, they just want to feel normal like everybody else. Really, you know, it's a way of kind of stabilizing their own nervous systems.
It's a way of not feeling defeated all the time or beat up all the time. It's, you know,
You're quiet, Mark. What's going on?
No, I'm listening to everybody. This is my new skill I practice.
He looks cold.
Listening. No, it makes sense. I listened to Joe Walsh talking to Sammy Hagree. I think it was like yesterday. It was amazing. He was talking about addiction. He goes, it's about, what, did you hear that one?
Yeah.
I haven't. No. What did he say?
Just one part he said was really cool. He goes, it's working for you. You do it because it's working for you, you know, and then you start working for it. It's like, I was like, yeah, no doubt. So like, I was thinking this question, like, when are you going to start working for yourself? Right. And that's, you know, the underlying tones of everything here. I mean, really what I've narrowed this down to from my own personal practice at this point is like, what's underneath the breakthrough, you know, because, that's what I want to really focus on, even making, you know, what we do accessible to people who are never even going to use iboga at the beginning. We get a lot of these people, right? Or they might want to use mushrooms. They might want to, you know, cannabis. Like, this is a big issue too. So what is underneath? Like, is it only restricted to those who do iboga and iboga? Are you going to get this, like, you know? No, it's just, and another thing AI told me is that iboga is not a drug, it's a teacher, which I knew. And it's good to have AI remind me. You know, what is it teaching you? It's teaching you how to work for yourself. You know, because ultimately underneath every spiritual practice, the ultimate thing underneath every breakthrough that we're looking for is this connection with ourselves, right? Like, just, you know, feeling like one and not, you know, so we have to start working for ourselves like that. So a big part of my therapy lately has been, I've created this system called Soul Amazing. It's amazing. So it's the art of soul guided life navigation, where I start to track people like over weeks or months. You know, and we can begin to look at the belief systems that are responsible for the choices that take them off the path to their ultimate goal, which is just in the moment anyways. And I find it really working a lot, like, you know, to really start helping people even to look at, like, open up the weeds a little bit and like, holy shit, you know, you get these really heavy addictions down the streets like that. Like these are gnarly things. These are really, like, and a lot of times, you know, like, especially working with them, I saw back in the past that you're working with some real demonic forces that have overtaken these people, you know, call it negative energy, call it bad mood, call it whatever you want, call it a bad choice, addiction. Like, there's no difference sometimes between someone who is an asshole all day long than someone who's on fentanyl. They both have an addictive problem making a choice. It's just one is not so detrimental to the body. So I just wanted to throw that in there. That's kind of where I'm at, and I'm seeing a lot of, like, you know, with Patrick teaching me so much about, you know, safety and the medical aspects, him and Michelle, like, with this, and really learning a lot from Gareth about, you know, taking the emergency out of this, slowing it down, you know. And I stopped doing addictions because that's an art that needed, you know, I would love to do it, and I know about it, and I could probably do it, but it's definitely an art form. And I start working with more of, like, you know, because what you saw with Adrienne in the movie, this is a combination of all of us, you know, like, you know, you won't see that anymore from anyone, because I back in the day was bombing people and trying to take them off without putting them back on. So I don't know, for those really listening to this, what Gareth is saying is that when they discovered, like, you can balance out the opiate. So you can take a bite out of the addiction, let them get to a certain balance, then take another bite out of the addiction. Whereas I was taught to, like, just blow them off of it. And, you know, so what you've seen with Adrienne was extremely sort of difficult, and I would even say risky in today's world for sure. It's not something I would do again. But she's still sober, you know, and it was effective because we get right underneath. And, you know, so what I like to say now is, like, I let Gareth do his thing, you know, like, really spend that time professionally working with someone to get them off of that physical addiction, you know, get that part out. And then as Patrick's kind of got his feet in both worlds. And then, you know, where I deal with people that are sober, and I really get underneath the, you know, the underlying issues that are, you know, just keeping them from not, like, you know, why are you self-sabotaging? Why are you feeling frustrated? Why are you angry? Why are you anything negative? Like, the whole goal, I think there's this thing called, I saw yesterday in Thailand or in Tibet, and it's called, like, these monks who can, like, transform into the rainbow. It's called the rainbow something, but they can, like, basically meditate themselves into the rainbow body, where they shrink up and they just become super positive energy, and they have to be, like, positive. They can't have a negative thought for like 7 years or something. So the more I go on, I want to also say one more thing is, like, what Gareth is also doing, and when he talked about introducing the 5-MeO, I think it's something that should be brought up here. I can't deny what I have seen now and what I've experienced for myself. This is a real thing. This is, like, a thing. I'm learning how to give it space with how I work. You know, there's been no Bwiki shamans that I know have been sent on a 5-MeO trip yet. I don't know. Probably happen. It's going to happen. Who knows? But they're not going to be able to. Like, I literally, you know, just realized I'm in heaven, and you know, it's all good. You know, act according is basically what happens. Act accordingly. So, you know, it's definitely it's such a new thing coming in, where there's such a good balance, where, especially with what Garrett's doing, where sometimes the struggle is really difficult. The first thing that people sometimes care about is just getting through the withdrawal. It's the most insane thing you can see anybody go through. Like, all of their fears wrapped into the moment, like every moment facing moment. So to have that bit of a breakthrough, Gareth, which I think you're learning to really navigate and have that, like, connection to something so powerful in a very, like, I don't know, Iboga does the same thing, but it's spread out, you know, spread out in a different way. And they work really well together. Maybe someone over there could comment. I don't know, like, Patrick and Michelle, like, if you guys are really, so my wife did it. Okay. Robin, I love her. She did it, and then you can't stop her now. She's, like, been shadowing people like Garrison talking about and stuff like that. And I've seen some incredible results. So maybe I'd like to hear what we have about this, because I think it's a real part of this that is, you know, it's obviously not going to stop. It's going to be another thing that we're going to have to learn how to sort of integrate.
If I can jump in, one of the things that I've found, because I've done a bunch of the various substances, I haven't done iboga, but what I have found is they all speak different languages in connection to the energy, the God force, the universe, whatever you wish to call that experience. But they all have different languages. And depending on the traumas, the length of traumas, how many years you've been through, the patterns you've put in place, I find that each experience for me, every trauma, I put a shield up. This should stop it. Then another one happens. So I put another shield up. And then after, 60 years, you're buried in shields. And each of the communications enables me to understand why I need to remove some shields.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Have you ever put yourself up as a shield?
What do you mean?
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just like, this is a good point to point out. Like, have you ever put yourself up as a shield?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. As in, you see something happening and you put yourself in to block that pathway of whatever it is that's going to hurt somebody else.
Or hurt yourself. Like, have you ever like reached for yourself instead of reaching for something else, even a plant medicine? Like, when you were talking about the traumas and you use things to shield it, have you ever connected with your soul to shield the trauma? You don't even shield it. You just doesn't bother. It affects you.
I'm learning that. That's as I've taken shields off. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning that, the medicines teach me vibrations or frequencies that allow these to not resonate or hold me down. And I'm supposed to learn the frequencies that they're teaching me so I can resonate that from my heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's with this tradition that's behind iboga and that the Bwiti, it's about the study of life, right? Study of your life, my life, etc. And when we're always looking outside of ourselves to find love or to help or to shield or whatever. We can obtain that a bit, but it can always be taken away from us. We reach into ourselves, connect with our soul, and use ourselves as our shield or as our factor of making love happen or happiness. People can't take that away. So that comes down to studying ourselves, really making a conscious effort to connect. Because as we stand with ourselves, no one can destroy that.
Oh, I hear what you were saying. I get it. Using myself as a shield as in holding my space of love and honor that can't be taken away from me. I can only give them or share them, holding that space and not letting the negative hit or break or be traumatic.
Yeah. It doesn't matter where you are in your life, in your journey, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is, if you look deep inside, you're enough. Each and every one here is enough. When I met Cindy, at Garrett's, I looked at her and went, oh, she's going to do okay. She's enough. And she was enough. But it's getting rid of all that bullshit, looking and connecting with self, your soul, and you go, whoa, I'm enough. And I'm a superpower. And you need to tap into more of that.
Yeah. Natural abundance.
Natural abundance.
Yeah, quickly, like, what are you saying to your soul if you're competing?
You're trying to win if you compete.
I'm not enough.
But what are you saying to your soul if you're competing? It's just this simple thing, right?
Oh, not enough.
So what are you saying to your soul if you're shielding with other things?
I'm not enough.
So what is the whole life about? The return to self-love, like, and that's the experience, right? You'll be up for iboga. I'll begin soon enough here. Don't worry. We're getting there.
I think he needs a triple dose, Mark.
Well, and then I was talking to Garrett and how he does the 5-MeO is amazing too.
We should all get there.
Like, this is with Garrett, like when you were talking about going and learning about it for a while and how you like take people on a bit and then you're like, and then we vaporize. It's like, now I've seen some of these different states, and it'd be interesting hearing what you're learning and how that is and reflective of this conversation we're having when it comes to self-love and soul.
Before we get into Gareth talking about what he's learning.
Yeah.
Let's do it right after this quick station break so we can have the sponsors come on and pay for us to be able to chat some more.
We'll be right back.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 page Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop. And in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Re-Rolled brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back live here on paceradio.net on the Mushy Moment. Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. So we, Millie, hi baby girl.
On the podcast.
Yeah. So cute. So we had just posed a question to Gareth, Mark had, about what are you learning in the 5 realm?
Oh, right. Well, I've been working with 5-MeO professionally for like 8 or 9 years. When we started Inner Realms, we were doing just a little bit of it at Liberty Route, but not really. So I picked it up at, when we started Inner Realms. And then I have a mentor who I learned how to work with 5-MeO from, and her mentor was Ralph Metzner. So I kind of come from that Metzner lineage, and all of the stuff we were doing in the early years was all insufflated. You know, it was intranasal, which is a much slower onset of working with that medicine. And then after a while, we got hold of some freebase. Freebase came up on, like, you can smoke HCl, but it's kind of gnarly and messy. And back then we were doing it in bubbler pipes, you know, meth pipes, which is a little icky as well, you know. So things have evolved quite a bit. We started, then once we got freebase, I got turned on to using the micro mesh screens for bubble hash. So then no fluid will drop through those. And then we heat from above, which is a much better way of doing it than when we were using the old bubblers. When you heat it from the bottom, the 5-MeO would go up around the sides of the bowl. So it'd be very difficult to get to hit it right and everything. You know, it was hard. But then we switched to the screens and then heating from above. And quite quickly, I learned how to administer in a certain way. We have little measuring spoons that are 3 milligrams when they are level. And that's kind of where 5-MeO starts when you are vaporizing, or like 2, like that, you know. And so often I will get a sense of how sensitive somebody is in that first dose. Or if somebody's particularly nervous about working with the medicine, then I'll start with insufflation, which is a much gentler way of moving into that space. And also provides quite a different experience. It's a much more somatic experience. People really feel into their bodies. So, you know, I was working with it quite a bit just at the end of treatments. And then slowly but surely, you know, it was all NN-DMT. That was the one Joe Rogan was going on about it and everything, you know, which is the type of DMT that's in ayahuasca, which is, you know, you're still an observer when you're working with the NN-DMT. All of the psychedelics work on the 5-HT2A receptor, and they're partial agonists. 5-MeO-DMT is a full agonist on the 5-HT1A receptor. So it makes a very different experience. The deeper you go in with that medicine, the less egoic structure there is. You know, the default mode network is radically altered to the point of non-existence when people reach that state of non-duality, which is easier to do when you're vaporizing. So anyhow, I had done, there've been some trainings happening over the years, but not much open to people that weren't nurses, clergy, or something rather, therapists. And then so synthesis, which was the psilocybin one, came up, and I was like, well, this seems very credible. I really feel as if I should do this. I have a certain, you know, want for knowledge, and so I did that course, which was pretty expensive, and it was all while COVID was going on. And it was a good course. I really enjoyed it. But then when the 5-MeO course came up, like a year later or something like that, months later, I was like, and a friend, an old client of mine actually, who's a therapist, had signed up for the training, and I'm like, I can't miss this one. You know, we'd invested a lot in synthesis, but this is much more my medicine than psilocybin. You know, 5-MeO is my medicine, that and ibogaine. But for my personal choice, 5-MeO is the one that gets everything done that I need to get done. And so when this training came up, I just felt that it was a good investment in working with that medicine, an investment in inner realms to go and do that. And, you know, 5-MeO is a lot more popular now than it was 10 years ago. It's kind of the new kid on the block. But at the same time, there's a lot of considerations working with a medicine like that. And so, you know, it's not psilocybin. It's not. And so I would encourage anybody that really wants to work with it, like Cindy. You know, Cindy went and did the course herself as well, and I'm encouraging other friends and clients that we've worked with before to go and do that course. You know, the more people that we can get trained properly out there working with that medicine, the better. And there's a lot of different ways of working with the pure molecule. I don't like to work with bufo. Never worked with bufo. Pretty sure the toads are not fucking into humans. Chasing them down for their enlightenment. I mean, it's their defense mechanism. So, and especially when we have an alternative, why would we even fucking use bufo? So, and then people like the hippies get, oh, it's got to be natural. Bullshit. Anyhow, so, well, the pure molecule is a much safer one to be working with, and you know exactly how much you're giving somebody when you're giving them the pure molecule. Bufo, the 5-MeO content varies from toad to toad, when they were last fed. You know, there's so many variations that go into that. So you can be much more precise in. Anyhow, I learned a lot through that training. I really did. It was very trauma informed and everything, and then also understanding what possibly can happen with this medicine. We went over a lot of case studies and stuff of people that should not have taken it. You know, should never have been served to it. And so I think working with this medicine, if you can do the proper preparation with people and try to get them to understand where they might be going, that's very difficult as well, because people will come out of that experience and say, well, I had no idea it was going to be like that, you know, and that's how expansive it can be, you know. So it does need some special attention when working with people with that medicine. But I find it so useful, especially when working with people in addiction, because, you know, people have often just been berating themselves for the last 15, 10, 20 years or whatever, you know, and it's the first opportunity to really experience some self-love. And I find it to be a very important part of the equation in working with people in addiction, and also in psychospiritual work as well, because there's a lot of neuroplasticity and malleability with the brain afterwards, especially with 5-MeO as well. So it's easier for people to go out and make positive change, and especially if they've managed to change that narrative that they've been speaking to themselves for so long, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I learned a lot during that course, and I encourage anybody who wants to work that medicine to go and do that course with those guys, because they brought people in that have been working with that medicine for years and years, you know. So it was really a good course. So that's what I got to say about my learnings with 5-MeO and that important medicine. Thank you.
Well, as a person that had you facilitate a 5-MeO journey for me, I have to say that was my first experience with the insufflation, and before going in, and that whole experience was a beautiful and healing experience.
Yeah, it's a slower onset and moving through. You know, the vaporizing can be, and the insufflation is quite a bit different. There's a very interesting interview with Ralph Metzner with Martin Ball on YouTube, and it's like an hour and a half long. It's a really interesting interview, and it's them discussing the differences between the two approaches of working with 5-MeO on YouTube.
When I did take the course, I was in the second cohort of the course, and we also did suppositories when we were there, which was a very similar onset to the insufflation. And you know, we were told we all did 17 milligrams, and we were told that they've never had anybody full release off 17 milligrams. And then they had me, and they can't say that anymore, because I had an incredible full release off the suppository.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Range. apparently.
And that was long as well. It's normally about an hour long from start to finish.
Yeah, my full release on the suppository, we took the suppository at 8:30 in the morning. I was still feeling the medicine at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can really rock some people sometimes. And also the setting, like I had a session there where I was doing a lot of deep breathing and sighing for hours afterwards, you know. And we had a guy as well that did a full release early in the morning. He was kind of coming out of it late afternoon, you know. Just going away.
Well, it makes such an energy shift that and once that energy shifts, and it just seems to keep making little shifts.
Yeah.
You know, and then
it can be a
reactivation
steady,
aspects.
Yeah, it can be a steady opening for people that can go on for ages. Like it's a very relatively short experience compared to other psychedelics, but it, you know, it's a gift that can keep on giving as well.
Yeah, just quickly, I think iboga offers a really good like spiritual structure within the body. Like it's a little slower, you know what I mean? You kind of like with bufo, you access that and then it's gone. It's a really good experience too. But I love the way that iboga really works to help sculpt yourself into, and you know. And I find I don't know if this is true. I know Patrick or Michelle will be able to answer. But Garrett, just quickly, I'm not taking over this interview. Like, are you finding that people are having more sort of positive results after iboga? Because we are finding that.
In what way? Like positive results?
Well, like some people who have done, like, say, 5-MeO or bufo many times, and then they do iboga, do a bunch of work, and then they do the bufo, they find it a lot different in a positive way.
I mean, Garrett probably knows more than we do because he works with it with iboga.
Yeah.
Patrick and I don't use the 5-MeO after iboga because I feel like we don't have the time.
Yeah.
I feel like you need more. We would need more time at the end to experience that, and I think it would be good for those people that don't get deep into the spiritual when so much of their work has been physical and mental.
Yeah.
And I think iboga holds no bars there. Iboga is like, no, you don't get to go play in the spirit realm when your mind is getting in the way of everything. You know what I mean? Or when you know you're so badly need that physical detox that's all we're working on tonight is your body, you know. And iboga is unapologetic in that way. it is not.
I can see how it would do it. It would, because if the iboga breaks down a lot of those shields, then the next experience you have with 5, you have the ability to hear quieter language, softer vibration, and more of the love factor that comes out, more of the me, universal love, we're all one. You can hear that the more those shields come off.
Yeah.
And I think the reason I've been scared of iboga is because iboga seems to kick a lot of the shields off in a real hurry. And I've slowed.
Yeah, but it gives you yours back.
Yeah.
Be the shield, Steve. Come on, let's come on over.
Steve. I want to ask you a question, Steve.
Oh no, Steve.
What is fear, Steve?
You know what?
Fear
is not a universal energy, but it is an energy, and it's an energy created in a brain, and it takes the same brain that creates it to let it go.
Right. And so is fear. Is fear
Doesn't
real?
mean I can stop it sometimes.
Well, you know, not with an attitude like that.
I'm gonna have you up for a night of iboga or something. It sounds like.
Fear is important. It stops us from doing stupid things.
Well, it can serve us.
It does.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah.
But when the fear that stops us, it's more of a healthy concern.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
In a comment to like what in response to what Mark was saying about, you know, iboga before 5 can make a difference. I have to agree with that. I have done one of the other medicines I've run off and done before 5 was combo. And it's an extreme body detox. And I find that I have found when I have done iboga or ibogaine that I do get a detox in the body, and therefore it sets the stage for the 5, it doesn't have to fight through all of those toxins and all of that bullshit, because you've now not just mentally and emotionally and spiritually cleaned them away, but you have physically cleaned them away from stopping them from really getting in there and doing some pretty heavy duty work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't normally when I'm giving somebody iboga or ibogaine and 5-MeO, that's the first time they're doing both of them, and very seldom do we work with people like we have. Do you know what I mean? Some of our ibogaine people come back and do for 5-MeO, but you know, often that can be different on the day, depending on what they went through last week or whatever. So it's difficult to kind of tell. But like Cindy was saying, both Cambo and ibogaine will clean off those receptor sites. Do you know what I mean? So you're primed for sensitivity to medicine, and which is why I find it so effective when I work with people. When I work with 5-MeO after an ibogaine treatment. It's kind of like the icing on the cake. And I've had like this one girl in particular, Patrick, I don't know if you did work with her actually, but she was from Kelowna, and she'd been involved in sex trade and gang stuff and everything like that. And I gave her 5-MeO, and she bawled like a little girl. And she said it was the first time she'd done that in over 20 years. Mm-hmm. So it was we hadn't quite got there with the iboga, but the combination of the two, do you know what I mean? And that made a huge difference into how she felt when she walked out of our place. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm interested in is I know it's not really traditional what we do and everything, but then traditions change.
What is tradition, though? Traditions are branches. I mean, we experience this even with the deepest traditions. There's branches that there's definitely a different need from the west to the east here.
Well, it's becoming a different tradition. Like when I went and trained with ibogaine in Mexico, they had just started doing it at Crossroads. They were using Buco, and they had only just started, and I was like, what's this? And then they're like, oh, it's 5-MeO, which I'd known about because I experienced it when I lived in California, but it was very rare and like really didn't. And then I was curious, so why are they using this then? And he was saying like they're getting really good results.
Exactly.
And that's all I'm interested in. Like,
what about
in a better place when they leave my place? Well, of course I'll throw that into the mix.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's great answers. I don't think there's much time left, but I'm just interested in well, I don't know, Patrick, you guys run the last of it. I'm just going to ask about cannabis. I'm just interested in it's more for Garrett. Do you use the cannabis with ibogaine for people?
It depends. Sometimes if people are cannabis users, but and it can help a little bit with sleep, but pretty sparingly, really. And most of the people that, a lot of the people that, sometimes people reconnect with cannabis with us, and because they used to have a connection with cannabis, and then once the heroin came in or fentanyl or whatever, it normally goes out the window. And often, because when people smoke a little bit of cannabis, it's plant medicine, they're always like, oh fuck, I'm a heroin addict, so they don't want to smoke cannabis. So some people have a reconnection with it, and it can be very useful for treatment.
Yes.
If I need to get somebody to sleep or chill out a bit, So, but it depends. And again, because the ibogaine really cleans off receptor sites, don't need to use very much. And
we've used like CBD, especially. We find with iboga, like THC can reignite people, and we don't want that on the last night, when we want them to sleep on discovery night, and then sleep is really important that night. We want them to sleep, and if we give them the THC, we've just seen in the past people just get right back into like visions. And
they'll use it.
But CBD works nice.
That's common nervous system.
Yeah, I found out that they use it traditionally, like the Babongos smoke it, and I found out they actually use it in ceremonies with iboga sometimes, because they say it's a curious, questioning medicine. So sometimes, because iboga is very answering, So sometimes they'll use it to ignite that question and answer. They'll use it like but not smoking. They use like resin, whatever oil, like make like the oil from it.
Yeah. You take
Just drop.
You thought I was making it at the beginning.
I thought you were making some Phoenix Cheers here in the beginning of the show.
But what are they called? Babongo?
Yeah, like the original. Yeah.
Pygmy, right? I think they use quite a bit of cannabis. I was just watching.
They did.
Yeah, and they do at the moment. They're the ones that sell. If you need cannabis, you go to the Pygmy.
I don't think it's like super like we're gonna get here in the dispensaries, but I mean, I've been to Mexico and then sometimes I've tried some of the really like you wouldn't think it's very good, and all of a sudden you're ripped. It's like wow, okay, it works. But I love the medicine. It's just I've been like learning a lot how to again balance all of these medicines together. I think it's a great conversation we're having because we really have balancing safety. When does someone should go to take the Garrett to get stepped down off an addiction? When should they use Bupo? When should they use the combo 5-MeO? Like it's all this very consensus, aware. How do we get back to us, Steve? You come up the road, Highway 99. We're waiting for you. Minus 15. I'm ready. I got ceremony tomorrow. I actually, exciting. I'll keep these all in my minds and hearts.
Michelle, I just wanted to add in CBD is amazing. And you're talking about helping people with sleep. If you can find a cannabis with high CBN,
okay.
Them knock it.
Or a tincture
Really?
or oil with high CBN.
CBN is the sleep cannabinoid. Yeah.
Can you send me that message? Can you send that onto my message on Messenger?
Yeah. I will.
CBN.
And any last like Patrick and Michelle? I mean, I know you guys have been doing a lot of work in Africa, working with your teachers there. Probably share some cool stuff there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're heading back again this year. We have a group going with us, and we just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper, learning more about the medicine, learning more about the other medicines that support it in the jungle. Because they don't just use iboga there. I mean, they use the whole forest, to help with it, and they mix things, and so it's really learning, to trust the medicine. Really learning to trust the medicine. A lot of the initiations, you just have to go, okay, I'm trusting. And it's important, right? Learn more about ourselves.
And that's it, to learn more about ourselves. And I think that's what we're all here to do. It's just to learn more about ourselves and to grow. And that's what I love about all these three guys and Cindy and Steve. You guys, are beautiful people. You're just beautiful people. And working with plant medicine has connected us to beautiful people, and what a gift. And I said that the other night when we went out to dinner with our guests. When would I be sitting and having dinner with somebody from Germany?
Is this a mushy moment?
It's a very mushy moment. Yes.
Very mushy.
Is this what you call a mushy moment right now?
It's a very mushy moment.
Moment.
It is.
It's bringing in the feminine.
Bring it in the
Which I'd like to say, actually, you guys are good at, is bringing in that.
Just had a baby girl.
Side. Yeah, Mark, you don't have a choice now. The feminine.
Yeah. She turned 4 months yesterday. We named her Love. If you guys don't know, we had a baby girl.
And she's
I met her at the conference in November.
Oh, did you? Oh, that's
that conference you weren't at.
No, I know. Where was I?
I see you there, Mark. You were sick and your mom was in town.
Yeah, weren't we all on a call or something back then or something? What was happening back then? I seem to remember being on something.
Did I get locked off?
Was another thing. It was a WhatsApp group that we were chatting. The three of us were chatting in it.
Anyways.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
You're there. Can you hear us?
There, he wasn't wearing his headphones. Now he can.
Oh, I always say when technology goes, it's the spirits playing with us.
Yeah. Playing games.
Well, we are at that time.
Yeah.
So I should probably say thank you to everybody. And thank you for honoring us with this for our 100th episode. I can't believe we haven't hit 100. I can't wait for the 200th episode. And wow, all I have is thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
It's so great to get back in the same room with all these people again.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And you
We're
guys,
so happy it was here on the Mushy Moment. That's
yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us here. And
Oh, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate
One more time.
I'm back.
back in time to go.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Are we? Where am I? I got another call. I thought I blocked.
That's okay. We're just gonna run the ending and whatnot. But if you can hang out for a little bit of after, that would be awesome.
Okay, I got 7% left on the phone. I'm in deep. Let's do it.
Okay. We will see everybody next week. Thank you so much for joining us today here on the Mushy Moment.
Thank you for having us. Cheers.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks. I was having fun.
I thought she was talking to us. I was like, what are we doing next week?
Talking to everybody. Bye, folks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Good. I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you. Ask away. All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, well, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws, because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me to in 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. know, the regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. If they could adjust that, patients can have um, tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I take the boot off the neck of the industry. Stifling innovation and move is a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will. Tim, you've built yourself a cannabis business. So tonight we're going to learn, the history about the your business, as well as what the future holds for Legacy 420. So you started out with a retail store, and I remember you just had a little wee back room back there in behind, and that was about it. And you've, as we've mentioned, you built the new building. Now it's larger, as we mentioned, than an LP or a micro larger. So how big is it, and what all is in it?
Okay,
what's
so we
all
went
in?
from
What's
so we went from 1,000 square feet to over 10,000 square feet, right? So it's a big building with a lot of power in it, right? Like it packs a big punch. So you have production facility, testing facility. You actually got 3 production rooms, a wet lab, dry lab, and testing facility, as well as retail outlet, administration offices, and the retail, I don't know, we mentioned that is probably 3,500 square feet, close to 4,000 square feet.
It's high
And
ceiling.
it's 20
high
feet ceiling.
ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's quite the building. There's 20 acres of land, and there's a greenhouse in the back. I'm actually talking with a group of people that are very interesting, that have a vision for the business. But there's a lot of nuances with it, right? So I'm looking to part out fairly quickly. And
So you're talking about parting out. You're talking about
yeah,
selling,
and so
like,
they're
before
looking for 5-year type thing before, but a
Yeah.
very interesting group talking about psychedelics. We're talking doctors, nurses, full script, the whole thing. But I'm 65, and it's a huge gamble at this juncture in my life, right? So I just want to kind of just retire, right, and just let the younger generation grab the reins and giddy up.
You've got 20 acres of land there. You've got the green. You've got a greenhouse. You've got the building. Like, it's there. Anybody who's looking for it's running.
Oh yeah, and
Set
with
up and
that comes
operating.
all the equipment in the building, right? So you got all the
Right.
bells and whistles to make oil. Just about everything you would think you would need is there. There's probably there's a complete, obviously, for interested people, there's a complete list of everything in the building and its value. But just in bleakers alone, Al, there's probably $100,000 in bleakers, and just in molds, just gummy molds. There's got to be another $100,000 just in gummy molds, just in molds.
Yeah.
So we have a SKU of 2,700 different products. So all the formulations come with it.
Yeah.
All the staff come with it. So you're on day one. You're in production.
You're in production.
Day one. You're producing.
It's going.
Boom.
It's operating. Exactly. Before the break, we were talking about the lab and the fact that you're not just some handheld machine. You've actually got actual lab equipment, and tell us a little bit about it. Like, is it chromatography, or however you say that word?
Yeah. Yes, chromatography. Yes.
Okay.
So there's 2 machines in there, and I'm not quite sure the name of the other machine now. I hired very smart people to work those machines. I don't work them myself. But they're exactly the same machines that Health Canada uses, and everybody else that's in this business, in a meaningful way anyways. And as I said earlier, there's a whole cornucopia of reasons for using them, and health and safety is very first, and basically that's why we're using them, right? So health, safety, security, and that's the thing about having this machine in your as a business investment. It not only brings you safety and security about what you're selling, but it dials in all your products as well, right? So you shouldn't even be in production if you don't have the ability to test it. Like, think about that just 1 second, right? So your input material comes in, right? Somebody tells you it's 20%. You're putting it in and doing your calculations on 20%. What if it's 10%? Your input product's 10%.
Exactly.
Or even worse, 4%, right? You can test anything, right? And there's the other thing, right?
The accuracy of the product is so important. You mentioned that. Now, are you? I know at one time when I've talked to you in the past, you're doing nation to nation stores.
So we do quite a bit of So we do quite a bit of wholesale. So it's probably creeping up to 40% of sales anyways now.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'd like it to be obviously higher, but it takes time. So we only started it in, I think it was 2019. just prior to the pandemic. So it's now almost 40% of the sales. So it's coming along pretty good. We do a lot of sales in the cities to ventures that are indigenous ventures that are set up in the cities.
So the nation to nation on your wholesale end, you can only do it in Ontario, or you can't send it across.
Oh no, we go straight across Canada.
Oh, okay.
So we have clients in Saskatchewan and Manitoba as well.
Yeah.
None in British Columbia yet. So I think we've had something like 2 million or 3 million people go through that business.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. Trademark.
Yes.
I forgot all about that, and I'm just looking at the website. Holy shit! Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
That
long time.
Yeah. You were a long time getting that.
7 years and $50,000 later. It's you know what the cost is for me? It's about $2,000 a month.
That's ridiculous.
What I pay them.
Why?
Well, trademarks. So there's probably 5 or 6 trademarks that we got in. But the most important one, obviously, is the one for the business. I'd be open to leasing, but I'd much rather see the building be sold. But if it had to be a lease, I could set up a 20-year long-term lease. Right. But I'll put the building in my son's name, and if I die, then everything goes to him, right? So
correct.
It really doesn't matter.
So I just want to do a quick rundown. Legacy 420 is for sale, and comes with with Legacy 420. It's much more than just a retail store. You want to just quickly run down what it all comes with?
Yeah. So it comes complete with everything you need to do production. You know how I built out the building, Al, was I built it out for forward thinking. All right. So in 2018, I had 65 people employed there. Then in 2019, the economy started slow. In 2020, the pandemic happened, and then lo and behold, we are where we are now. But we were running probably 65 people with a $25 million revenue.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's employing a lot of people, and a lot of product.
and so that is an 8-hour shift, 5 days a week. So I built the building for 2 shifts, 2 8-hour shifts, 16-hour. That's how I built the building out to run 24 hours a day. So it's fully capable of producing, I figure, anywhere from $80 to $100 million in production per year. At least that's how I had it built out. And so there's, on the other end of this recession or whatever we're coming into here, that's a big dream for the right person.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's a turnkey operation, folks.
It is a turnkey operation. Absolutely is. Yeah.
Anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as
just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour, and then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
And just for everybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options. Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
When you think of the number of unique products developed in the fields, kitchens, and labs at Legacy 420, it's hard to think that one stands out above the rest. But tell that product. Sacred Salve, so easy to apply, along with soothing relief. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab-tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Give us a bit of a rundown, and then maybe get us we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I opened Legacy 420. Actually, it was in 2014. And then tried to get a license for it under cannabis to no avail. So I opened a license under just Legacy 420. Didn't make any reference to what I might be selling. I just put paraphernalia, so i.e. pipes and so on. And so that was always basically my dream, Al, was to be in the cannabis business. I'm sure it was you guys' dream too, right? So
That's
from
right.
an early age, yeah. So from a very early age, I had dreams of opening, a dispensary.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, the Liberal government was talking about it in 2013, and it got me thinking, right? So I thought, well, as Native people, we should be really thinking about this, because this plant fits right in with the rest of our medicines. And so, I basically launched Legacy, and no fanfare. Sat there in the store probably for 6 or 8 months all alone. Nobody ever came to the door. Everybody's afraid to
Oh,
come to the
really?
door. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, would you not have had a sign out on Highway 2?
No, I wasn't. No, because at that
Okay.
time I had a partner, and I won't mention his name or anything, but I did have a partner, and he had cold feet, so he didn't want to make any admissions. He wanted to do it on the downslide, and
Now,
I wanted to be old.
Were you in the
We had
strip
a
mall
statement
at
to
that
make.
time?
Beg your pardon?
Like when we met, you were in the strip mall there on
Yes,
Highway 2.
exactly.
So
Yeah.
that's where it was launched from.
That's where it was
inside
launched.
the cigar store.
Right, which I own too. Yeah. So I had both the stores, and the another friend of mine had the other store. So basically, we opened the store with the premise that there'd be no consultation, and sure enough, we were right. Right, so we're never consulted on anything, and so we took an educated guess, and it turned out to be exactly that. There was no consultation, nor would there be. So in 2016 or 2016, the police came to my shop, and
Project Long Arm.
yeah, basically I had been in operation for probably almost a year before they came along, and wanted to shut me down. Basically said they were going to arrest everybody in the store and shut us down. And so I basically challenged them. I said, well, look, I've got a lot of evidence here that says we have every right in the world to not only be using this plant, but selling and trading this plant as well. And I said, why don't you do yourself a favor and me a favor, and instead of raiding the store, give us a couple of weeks or a couple of months, take that pile of paperwork that I just gave you and take it to Ottawa and see what Ottawa has to say about it, right? So he did. He took it to the public prosecution, Judy Raybold's office, and we got a positive assessment. They ended up calling me, yeah. So they called me 3 months later and basically said, you know, leave your reporter and your lawyers behind, come down and see us. And so I did. And when I got in the office, there was, you know, not one or two police like there usually is. There was, you know, 5 or 6. It looked like the whole department was there. And they were all huddled around a big conference room table. So I plopped my ass down, and basically the chief of police said, we don't know how to tell you this. So we're not. We're just going to read it to you. And so they read me the statement from the Crown Prosecution's office. And basically, it's rubber stamped my position that constitutional right to this plan. So basically, they were told basically to stay away, right, until this was sorted out through Ottawa or the courts. And because Justin Trudeau was, you know, about to legalize the plant, and really they didn't want to rock the boat so early in the game, and the constitutionality about it all. So two,
Wow.
so under those two,
So
they basically left me alone.
Yeah, and basically I look at that as you're the first cannabis.
I was the first,
indigenous cannabis store, legal store that was selling. And because of your actions is what we see. Like, I'm in the middle. I live in a spot,
you know,
where I got stores.
You're absolutely right, Al. So what I did there is was huge, right? For the wealth
major
of Indigenous people across the country.
Correct.
So today, I think there's something like 1,200 dispensaries on First Nations across reserves. Now, overwhelmingly, a lot of those nations have improved their lifestyles, right?
Yes.
So they're able to go and buy a nicer car, or maybe rent a better apartment, or possibly buy a home, right? And literally that's why I started this, because I knew, because I come from tobacco, I knew that we literally turned tobacco upside down in a matter of a decade. And we stole position, we stole revenue, and we rained down hell on the big players. And so we basically took market position. And so I coming from that industry, I knew we could do this. I knew we could affect change, lower the prices, right? And move this forward for all of us. And sure enough, that's where we are today. Now it's so systemic now that all the chiefs are basically on board. There's the odd one that's against it, but for the most part, this is a decade of cannabis use in First Nation, and there's been no deaths. Al, remember you and I, we used to discuss this back and forth, right? This plant has never killed anybody. But now the chief and the council see with their own eyes that there's no death. And there's only growth for your nation out of this.
Correct.
Right?
Employment.
Right. So when I opened up my store, band councils, basically their highest wage was, you know, anywhere from $18 to $20. Well, that was the starting wage. So basically what I did was force the council and the bands to increase their wages. And not only they're running parity with the province now. That's how many employees I took from them, right? And treated them well. And there's what you have to do. You have to pay people well and treat them well to get the results that you need to be successful in life, right? And that's all you got to do. And so the band councils weren't very good at that, but now they're treating their people a lot better. And this is good.
Good. Oh.
Right. So we there's where the seed, right, was planted in my head for a production facility, right? So it was at that moment, 2016, that I realized that we had enough capital and enough customers to sustain a production facility, right? And I knew, right, that we had to be constitutional, that we had to protect ourselves legally, right? And so that's what I began. I began to do that. And so that's when all right, I need to get a piece of land. I need to put up a building. I need this, I need that. So I started strategizing and hiring the necessary people to help me along with that.
Correct.
So that was integral. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Now, the building that you did build and you're in now, that has been built to basically
LP standards.
LP
licensed
standards,
producer
exactly.
standards. Yeah, pretty much. So
like it's
that's
bigger
why I
than a
built it out
micro,
like
bro.
that. Yeah,
What's
so
that?
I absolutely built it that way because when I was talking to the council shortly after I had my talk with the police, the council called me in and basically read me the riot act. They knew they couldn't do anything to shut me down. So we discussed the problem, the parameters, what the future is going to look like. They had no idea. And so I laid out what I saw coming. And the chief at the time and the council were of the position that, no, we're going to control this. And I go, okay. And I told him, I said, there's going to be 50 to 60 stores all through this community if we don't start talking right now.
Yeah.
Right. So they chose not to. They thought they had the upper hand. And and so here we are with 60 stores. Right.
So did they not at some time, you guys did meet like as a community to come up with some type of standards or?
Well, yeah. So, we created all our own standards. Right.
Yeah.
And so when the council came to do the tour, they were just blown away. So even everybody that's been to this store, and like I say, I've had the UK delegation. I think it was 9 members of parliament, 2 knights, and a lord visit from UK.
Wow.
Right? Yeah, right. So no federal MPs from Canada came, but at least the UK delegation came, right? And so, they're standard.
So, as far as the tour thing, there you're talking about the UK, but you've also got like universities, colleges.
Colleges
that come through.
Oh yeah, so we're working with 2 different colleges right now.
Yeah. Oh, well, look what you've accomplished so far. Like all the stuff we discussed, and
just imagine what the next generation.
Exactly, and the psychedelics and going on to the younger generation would be that next step for the business.
Right. So all the native groups right now, so your NGOs are basically on board. So the Union of Ontario Indians, Chiefs of Ontario, and AIA they're all on board with a holistic approach to cannabis. So they'd like to see a health and wellness roll out with not just cannabis, but with other medicines in there as well. And that's what this group of people that I'm talking with right now, they have their eye on that ball as well. So I think what you're going to see in the future here from the legislation I've been reading, it's already been done. So there's going to be a change in approach in how we deal with sickness. And I think it's the right approach. So the fear of the federal government and the provinces right now is that the far north, they have very few doctors, nurses, medical professions, and hospitals in the north. And what they're trying to do is basically weaponize groups of people, such as myself and other groups, to bring holistic medicines and start basically treating them right on First Nations. So it's an interesting time right now for healthcare. Yeah, interesting. So
basically traveling or set up some type of treatment centers.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking. Clinics.
Yeah.
Series of clinics. Yeah.
It's to benefit nations to have it. like with the medicine, the business. So it's just such, and the, employment and the opportunities to do and grow and learn. It's just such a great opportunity. I wish
It's
more
a huge
councils would be on board, right? Like,
I totally agree with you.
I just run in. This is the top of your main page of your website there. So that's the little video that's running.
Right
there. You
on.
see the store, see your bike.
Oh, the bike's for sale too. It goes with the store.
Yeah, does it?
don't tell my husband that.
I'm too old for that now.
My husband's Crees,
Yeah.
not
No.
Mohawk. Don't tell him that the bike was with the store.
You can see in the one picture there, right out, I think it's right after the store here, the jars of the oil, of the cannabis oil.
Right.
There you go, right there. Because you got your lab, you got consistency in your product. The oil that you're producing there and all your products, like from my understanding, you products with full
oil. So full spectrum is used only. We do have full spectrum, or not full spectrum. Yes, everything's full spectrum. What am I saying now? Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
everybody
so
looks at things differently. Different terms mean different things to different people, right?
Yeah. So there is actually a place on our website that you can go to, and there is exactly a certificate analysis for every product that we sell.
Oh, I believe that for sure.
Yeah. So like there's validation when you buy that product, it's validated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can see for yourself
Well, I
by
guess
just
what I would
moving around
probably
on that website.
I would source like.
All right. So to wrap things up, anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as like
Just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour. And then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And just for everybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message. So,
all right.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Apple. The creators of the Apple, Dave and Masta, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the Apple with Dave.
You know, for example, like, you know, not quite roundish looking balls that can't be called oranges because oranges are circular. So you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally the why I do it that way.
One day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah, you don't. It's not. You don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling it.
That's right.
Apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. Yeah, no. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box. Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I'd go dumb.
Yeah, the Apple. Very
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the Apple?
Yeah. There you go. There's a apple.
Yeah, this is the Apple here. Right.
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on any apple.
Yeah. Right? That stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Correct.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot of the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep. Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette.
Yep.
But you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right? You couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't like tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
like that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was and then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash taste.
Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker. because you're just adding. It's like, no.
And here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices. Is right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that.
Yeah.
Right?
The kit.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains, because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right?
Yeah.
So no one had an idea of what strain did what, because you don't know, right?
Especially on pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what strain
exactly.
it is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
So what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains, it's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll, because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market, because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
If you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next
Or
week.
you go to your
Next
dealer.
batch.
And you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actual understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there, right? But just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right?
This
would be the
first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
So a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable, because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I myself, I've learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person or multiple person would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I learned.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French, because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now there's some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Al, as you can see here, it's brewing, it's filling in this chamber. Once I get to a point where I tipped a little bit.
Because you can just sip it, right?
Yeah, and then just drink it out of the straw. And then I put it back down, pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash, because very, very little wastage.
And it's personal. It's personal, but you can share it.
There you go.
It's like a drink. It's personal size, but you can share it around the room. I have a student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
eventually, yeah.
And then you relight it, yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. And then I'll pull on it, and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking.
You don't smoke.
Not really.
No. That's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh, well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm going to drop that into there for him, because he's a special one.
Oh, he needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's master.
Look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. Or right on the back.
But those are nice. If you've got five or six people sitting around, and you got 5 or 6 people, or 6 of those, you can just share it, but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is, why share it when you can all have your own? And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke,
yeah.
The hash smoke just gets stale and old, right? Like, you know that old bomb smoke? Don't make sure you clear it out.
Yeah.
Right? You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing, right?
Like, oh, look at that.
So,
That's super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look. That's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
Yeah. And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey. For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out, and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never.
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip. A day tip. An official day tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
You're talking about snail smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah. And otherwise it just dissipates because as you can see, once it fills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Like,
at the end, obviously, you're gonna have
that's why I don't have fish and oxygen.
Yeah.
And then here's another reason. So one of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep
some air in there. You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. So it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with it.
So yeah, well, you were just because it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem, yeah, or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they have to get a hold of you. Very kind of, unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
They're
separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to. Mm-hmm. So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense. Right. And then at the same time, I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably like, that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right? It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Hashtags different.
So it does.
Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump on. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available, and are they just available in Ontario retail stores?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, so right across the country?
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. Yes, we do.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how I did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. the next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh,
so water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot, and it looks a little bit. It's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know. Okay. And then I like that with an egg. Good black drop.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the bottom. It's got percolator in the bottom. And the whole the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal HAPL.
Right.
Right. So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So my first tote, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh, here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. No, okay, hang on. I'm going to turn this. Okay.
No, you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You just cut it out yourself.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke, but how many times? How many times did you hit that for something that wasn't designed to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just tap.
Well, any tap. Any tap.
You know who's really good at those stuff?
I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do one more, and this time I'm only gonna hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
That's great.
Good, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus Christ.
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So, I mean, that's, it's nice to see that because, a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the HAPL body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stem from.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths, and we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half, so I use half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it, and I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got a glass, the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happens. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to do, I learned. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. First thing I've done is open up the hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect two pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing of into the blow hose is keep it from collapsing. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into, so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. Becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the Dewdrop. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I take here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start pumping it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, what Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame, because that can
filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
yeah, which can be end up where you get. Well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I've made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be. Using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. It didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So
That is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten after? 2,500, 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out, and you'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, or the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there, so I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster. So the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the apple. So I had to do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up, to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. It would be faster and easier if I used a template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass. Because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging. So I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. Not so worried about the actual shape of each of them. Mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find two apples.
The same.
Yeah. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the two tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've gone in and thinned out that as much as I need to, so that way when in the next stage when they're removed from the string, be easier to cut. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
It's two bottoms against each other.
Two top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these two, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
we're going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the handle.
I'll talk it through.
You'll talk it through one of them.
I'll talk it through one of them and then do the other one.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Right, and then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Flowing into the glass, I've popped a hole out there, and they're using graphite. I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I used to attach to it as an mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have a tube here with an open edge to it. And then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here. And attach it, and then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the half. So I break that off just like that, and using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and lodge this with the rest of the apple. This creates the strength in the apple. Okay, that's. So I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want. Because I don't really need very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly. Get it all melted in. Getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That keeps will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened the hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now, one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing heat into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass. It's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand is going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1,000 degrees. But compared to the 2.5 or 3,000 degrees that this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off in a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished half oil. Nice master. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Just going to break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay. Second step after that is I will take and pull off the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as also been described, a little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there. Heat it up a little bit just to quickly even out the temperature on that. Switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them. And I've been using these for every single half of them. Take it, do a half cup. That squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down. And then I can make 10,000 more of those. And
awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making a half of them.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah,
Yeah?
we do.
Okay,
But
cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah.
Right, and it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and it's, I mean, like, hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glass blower's dream. But I mean, really,
you're producing these in your shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement, because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You sold 10,000.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for masters, hash kettles, and hash lanterns. We're only talking about the nugs hassle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the hackles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the
the hackle.
Just the ones for the overlord, right? Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much.
Yeah.
Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use, well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With
an
E now.
A dab rig.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this, and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having them having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there? You can do dabs. Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but like, sure. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. But why when you can smoke hash?
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about glass being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option, in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Oh,
the
yeah,
taste
exactly.
is really weird. Like it tastes really
and
weird.
if you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
Yeah, this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there. This is really just meant to give, like, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily drive.
It's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Hackle is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, like right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay. Well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the apple and how to see how the apple is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today, film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success. And we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Alice.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram,
Master Glass, and I'm Dave, Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing not too bad. Not too bad myself. Keeping busy.
Digging out of the snow here.
Digging out of the snow. You got it. And we got more coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's it was really slow starting. We didn't get much at all. And these last few weeks, it's just been coming down.
Yeah, February they told me it's going to be a blistering one. And it has been minus like 16, 17 here. It's been minus 40 in Grand Prairie where Alvin's going. Well, I think he's heading back to Alberta on Sunday, but yeah. And snowing. Didn't snow when I was in the pub.
At least it's been the snow hasn't been the heavy, wet stuff.
No.
We've been getting here. Ours is more of the dry and fluffy stuff.
Yeah, I guess it's been pretty dry too. Thankfully, because the humidity kills me.
Right. What are you eating?
Oh, I found some healthy snacks instead of coming home and eating a box of Smarties.
Yeah.
These are made in Canada, Mississauga, Ontario.
You're eating seeds?
Yeah, seeds.
Oh.
Sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, coconut, and dried fruit.
Oh, they don't bother you?
Mm-mm. No.
Obviously not.
No, I can eat seeds. I don't, because I've got lymphatic colitis. It doesn't have pockets. It just shoots right through you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so no, I don't have that issue at all.
Just
but it's owned by women. Owned by women.
Oh, yeah? You can't read it, Lori. Okay.
Yeah, women owned, and it's, Canadian, Mississauga, Ontario.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Healthy food.
Well, like I said, better than eating Smarties. I've had to give up Smarties because they're, made in the States. I had to give up Sunny D because it's a product of the United States. I'm drinking Minute Maid apple juice.
Did I see a bud in your hand?
No,
Oh, it's a lighter. Oh, okay. All right.
no, I don't have any buds in my hands.
Just let you know, you got a lighter. You got your bud. I thought it was a bud. It's a lighter.
Yeah, no, it's it's that time of day. I did
Yes.
that at 3, but I actually had a lady deliver me some fertilized eggs for my henny penny in the house. So I got a broody hen.
Fertilized eggs.
Fertilized eggs. So I got a broody hen, so the hen's now sitting on those eggs, and hopefully
The
those.
eggs are okay. All right.
And if there's
So it's
roosters,
a surrogate.
yeah, and then that's what happens when you get broody chickens, right? Silkies go broody quite a bit, so I got her
Yeah.
some eggs. And then she'll maybe have to out those eggs, and if we get roosters, they can go back to the farm they came from, and if not, then I end up with maybe a couple copper or the black marmon.
Right. Right. And this is the one that's in the living room.
Underneath the dining room window, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Dining room. All right. All right.
Yeah, but also her and the bunny get the sunlight together, and it's like kind of keeps them not so they're like everywhere.
Right. And the egg would be warm no matter what.
Yeah, probably because it's sitting right by a heat register.
Yeah. 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 How long till it hatches?
They were fertilized today, 24 days. So they were laid today, 24 days from today.
Oh, is that how quickly they hatch?
Yep. Eggs
Wow.
chicks are 24, eggs, quails are 17.
Gee, that doesn't take long.
No, but it takes them 6 months to start laying eggs. Chickens, where quails only take like 6 weeks.
Wow.
I will never have quails again. They're the stinkiest, rottenest, grossest things ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, what are you smoking?
This be the Snowtastic 91K from Tweed still. I'm still going with that strain. It's been.
Oh yeah, you've really enjoyed it. This is a couple of shows now you've had that.
Well, I buy an ounce a week. They only sell it in 14s. So I bought 14. I bought 2 14s. You can do that. You can buy 2 of them, right? So.
Well, yeah, that's you're still under the 30 grams, right?
Right. Yeah, I just been buying 2 of those. It's a little pricier because it's $65 a half. But
Right. Well, then it's 130 for an ounce, which is still better than.
$2.50.
Right.
Because there's Broken Coast there for $2.50 if you want it. The Woody Nelson, it's like $189 if you want it.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never priced it out. I've never gone in to buy a bag.
Well, and the thing of it is, like in BC, you can only get so many. Like they only offer you certain providers. Like the providers that we get
Yeah.
are from BC. Like they're.
Don't they in BC? Don't they also have the option to deal directly with the retailers as well as going through the government end of things to get it?
They do, but
Yeah, we can't do that here.
I don't know what's going on with that, but I know that one microcrafter that I do know out in out of town here. But he has to still package through a supplier in Nelson. So the microcrafter then has to have a microcrafting license, and he has to have not a production license, but a processing and packaging license.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
they have a processing and packaging license, and they can take their crop to a supplier that has the processing or the packaging and whatever licensing, and then they distribute it through them. So even though it's certain grower out in blah blah, it goes to Nelson first, gets packaged there, put it into a different label. Their name's on it somewhere, but you don't really know if it's them or not. And a lot of these small crafters have to do that because they can't afford to have everything.
Right.
They're not
Oh no,
producing.
they can't. No.
Well, they're not producing enough.
And then sometimes just the companies just focused on maybe the growing end. They're not worrying about. They're just basically being a grower to supply the industry with just the raw cannabis.
A bigger licensed producer. Because the licensed producers, the big licensed producers, so it's going to a different, bigger licensed producer.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
licensed producers have higher quantity, have higher turnover, so they have production or usually a production, processing, and packaging license already with the growing license. It all they've already done that process, so they can bring in small crafters and do their stuff for them without it really interfering with what they're already doing. Right?
There you go. Yeah.
It's just like a big guy, you get the little guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, example, Remo, when he was on the show, they talked about that their growers use, his products So
Yeah.
you know, in order for him to make his big doobies, so you know, they get it from other
Oh,
places
yeah,
as
so
well.
they're doing the same thing. They're doing the processing, packaging portion of it, and
Yeah,
it under their branding, and then putting it out into the stores.
yeah,
And that then gives them the ability to do the marketing portion of it and get into like the trade fairs and all that kind of stuff without have to being there to grow all the time.
no, yeah, exactly. And who knows? Maybe their supplier, that's all they do is just grow.
Well, yeah, they've got several different ones. I believe there's several different.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't know if there's any limitation, but it's also they're doing a medical licensing branding. I think is what they did. They did it under the medical portion because there's still medical patients that still order online, right? Like you still
Right.
license, you still can access Broken Coast and all these producers that are producing medical, right? So
Yeah.
as far as I knew, it was something to do with medical. With their
It's too
with
bad
their
they wouldn't give them a part of that license to, being that with that license they're dealing directly with patients. They should allow them. They should allow them to increase the milligrammage.
I think they absolutely. See, when I was reading the licensing before, it said that you could supply anybody, including yourself. So I don't know if that was like me misreading it, but when you read the way the licensing is worded, it almost says that you can directly sell to patients, but not
Yeah. With a medical license,
right, but not
patients. It's
they
right
can't.
on the. It's right on the. Well, here, just give me a second here.
But I'm pretty sure that, that's a possibility because like Tweed and all those guys have to have that portion of the license. There's so many like miswordings and different levels of what licensing there is. It's not just one general license. It's several different, and you can have them all if you fill out the application properly. You can actually absolutely get them all. It's just like if you just don't fill them all out at the same time, you just have to break them all down. And if you're not ready to have them all at the same time, you can separate them.
As far as licenses, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to apply for everything at once. You can, but you don't have to.
No. You're allowed to expand and grow, and that's all part of doing that.
And why things have been tweaked, I think, because of the fact that they have been expanding and people have done it in steps, so they've had to tweak some things with along the way. I had an ashtray in here. I don't know what the hell happened to it.
You need an ashtray?
Well, I had one, and I don't know where it went.
Wow.
My husband probably took it out to the living room.
Uh-oh.
That's all right. All right, I'll figure something out.
Somewhere there.
No, it's not, but I've got something that I can use.
You got something that you can use instead?
Yeah. It's never a big deal.
So, how's the update on the CSP?
Still colder than hell.
Yeah.
I've helped a couple people this week, just like from work. Like I still have the offsite patients that I'm helping, right?
Right.
So I'm still helping those people. There's 7 of them right now. But there was actually 10, and the one is kind of petered off. I haven't heard from her in a couple weeks, and I don't go chasing them. And I know one's in Costa Rica right now. She has a place down, and she goes away for 6 months out of the year. She's a nurse, right? So, or a retired nurse. So she's older, and she goes away. She's got a place that she's had for years, her and her, whatever. Anyway, so she's gone for 6 months, and the other one, I haven't heard from her, but still 7, 8 this week.
Yeah.
People, and like I said, as soon as it warms up, and I know that they're back, but it's
Yeah. It's just that the people come and move them into warming centers, basically.
Yeah. Once it hits -15, they basically kind of force them. But because it's been so cold, and they've expanded the travel lodge a bit because they've opened another facility called the Lazy Bear.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure it's not open yet, but I think that they've opened up more rooms at the shelter, so there's more space because of the cold. It seems like everybody's like not housed permanently, but it seems like there's not a lot of people milling around right now. Because I've gone looking behind McDonald's and stuff too, this last week, and it's cold.
Nobody.
It's -17.
No, maybe it's because you're an opportunity. Like you still got, like you said, 7 that you're still.
Oh yeah, like those ones
sleep.
aren't. Those are not And that, like, I just take stuff to work with me too all day. Like I pack a
Yeah.
bag.
Oh, yeah.
When I go to work every day, I always take a little bit of everything with me, just in case somebody randomly comes in, because
Right.
you just never know. So I never go to work without
Yeah.
taking stuff.
So like it's even if like any donations that come your way, obviously, you might be able to. It'd be nice if you got enough to come in that allows you to build up a bit of a supply, being that there's not, you're not dealing with as
Not
many
having to
people.
build
But
yet, right? And I'm still, like I said, I still have some weed left. I still have some candy left. I still have RSO, so I can make more candy too. So it's not like I'm out of anything. I still have the beautiful tubes that Dakota made, and actually I might have stolen one this morning when I jumped out of my car because we're in the car and I forgot a tube for work, and I'm like, oh, that one looks good, scooped out of the top of the bag. So she might have made this one, but yeah, they're beautiful handmade tubes from Ontario, right? So those
right.
because, like I said, like if they don't, like, I've been handing those out over time and stuff too. But my car's still packed full of chips, dog food, anything that I like, tubes, socks. Like I don't take that stuff out of my car ever, right? It's always in the back of my car.
Just
So
so you're there.
yeah, the only thing that ever comes in and out is usually the cannabis, right? And stuff to add. Like I have all that macaroni and cheese, but the hummus and the crackers, it got frozen, so I'm not sure the hummus is any good.
Yeah, okay.
And then the craft dinner I took out, but it's microwavable, and nobody's got a microwave over there.
No, I don't imagine that they do.
Yeah, there's no electricity, right? So I mean,
Right.
macaroni wasn't. I mean, I'll keep it because I'll take it down to the food bank or something. Like it'll
Well,
go.
could you make it into a macaroni salad?
I could, absolutely could. That's a good idea. I could take all that because it's just macaroni. Like
Yeah.
it's, but they just
Because people eat macaroni salads cold, right? So I'm just trying to think, what could you eat cold dealing with macaroni?
good idea. I could do that. I could use that macaroni for that.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
All right. Hey.
How could I infuse it though? I'd have to infuse it. How do you infuse macaroni salad?
Is there any type of dressing?
Well, yeah, I got mayonnaise.
Okay. Can you put it in the mayonnaise?
Should be able to. It's fatty, right? It's got eggs and
Yeah.
oil, canola oil, olive oil. I could use infused olive oil.
Correct. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's always a solution because there's everything can usually be infused. There's not a lot that can't.
Wow. Yeah.
As long as it's got fat and oil and stuff that tetra hydrochlorides to attach to, it will, a little bit of heat, not too much.
Yeah.
Not too hot. Ooh, that's a good idea. Make my own mayonnaise.
Man, there you go. So I got an envelope here.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. Health Canada. Oh, is that your renewal?
Renewal time.
Do you send yours just off in regular mail, or do you put it in the signature, or like?
Express post signature required?
Yeah.
That's the line we used for many years.
Right? Express post signature required. I know. I remember the one time when we moved here, we sent ours in, and we ended up getting it back with the fucking envelope and with a letter saying, "You missed a spot somewhere on this application."
Oh yeah,
of it ever being here. So you can't say that, if you have a grow going, well, I got it, I sent it there, and they know that because they sent it back envelope and all, and there's been no record of you having. It's like
I over all of my years of doing those MMAR forms, especially the MAR forms, I think I had 2 that came back.
This was my
and I'm not talking just my own. Like I did piles and piles of applications. People would get a hold of me, and we would meet at the cafe, and I'd sit there and help them fill out their paperwork, right?
Well, Al, let me tell you, this was the new application, and it was for a production site. And there's one little sneaky spot that you have to sign that doesn't stand out that well.
Oh yeah.
Then when they sent it back, they highlighted it for you, and then you got to send it back. But
yeah,
it's
put a little sticky little note on there, a little arrow or something. Yeah.
Yeah, saying you might have missed something here, right?
Right.
And it was on the production site, and it's underneath the owner's name and address. You have to sign there too, not just him.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know that. I never done a production site before, right? So we.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I didn't realize that I had to sign where the owner signed, but I did. So, anyways, we sent it back, and it's all
Yeah,
fine.
because it says something.
It's me giving him permission to have access or
Correct.
something.
Yeah,
To something
because
that
it's not. It wouldn't have been there. They didn't own the home.
right. And it's not
The
that he
owner has to give
he didn't
permission,
grow it.
right? And it's
Well,
not well. If it was, and it wasn't their regular residence.
well, because it's a production site, and he's not your grower. Anybody but you, if you're in your own grower, you're not supposed to have anybody else in there, right? Those are the rules. Designated grower 2 is not supposed to have the patient or anybody else in there.
No, designated grower is allowed to have the patient in there now.
Oh, are they now?
Yeah.
Well, before they weren't, right?
Correct.
So,
Correct. Yes.
for a production site, you have to give permission to the owner of the property to be able to go into your grow in case of fire, emergency, whatever.
Yeah.
And that's what that is.
Yeah.
There's a lot
So the
because a production site is supposed to be like, because it's not your resident, it's where you're supposed to be growing and nobody else is supposed to go in there.
yeah. Your license is just for technically for you to be in there, nobody else.
Mine.
Good thing for babysitters.
Right? Like, Christ, like
well,
it's
yeah. Well, they do more inspections now these days, but
only do
yeah.
it like production site. I haven't heard. Are they going to like patients' places and
Oh
inspect?
yeah, they've done more. We've done some reports over on the news end of things.
Oh, you're kidding! See, that's a first because the whole time, like,
Yeah,
let's put it-
StratCan usually has information on that.
why would they be going like looking at patients' licensing? Like they got time. Is that
Why?
where? Is that
You
where
have
my?
to ask that question. Why they have to go to?
They will because like if that's where my money's going, my
They go,
taxes.
yeah.
I
They
don't
go to
want.
the patients' houses when they get these huge numbers. That's what That's usually that they want to check things.
Oh my
How
God.
often you think they'll be worried? Well, somebody can have 5 grams but still be growing like 150 plants, right? Instead of the 15 that they're allowed to legally, or the
Well, they could be.
5 grams, 25 inside, huh?
They could be, but most people don't.
No, I completely agree. I remember doing a news story on a guy that had a license for 200 plants, and he was busted with over 2,500. And you think, why?
Yeah, why would you do that? Like, you don't have enough already? Trust me, like, I'm greedy. The grass is greener, people. Out. The grass is greener, people.
Damn. So I just grow what I need and be good with that. So, but yeah, hang that in, keep that stack going.
Yeah. Well, that's
Mhm.
the thing, to stay sustainable. I'm trying to pop some seeds, get my basement cleaned up too, and throw some plants in because that way it will help too, right?
Yeah, well, if patients don't renew their licenses because it's legalized and it's just bucket type thing, then the numbers go down, and then it gets to the point of why have a medical program if nobody's putting in the paperwork for it.
Well, that's true. I agree with that. But if they're harassing patients and coming in and inspecting their shit, who would want to fucking be a patient?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, they do visit patients' places. They did way back then, but it was very few and far between.
Right? Very far and few between.
Yeah. Oh no, the numbers have gone up.
That was one thing that really bothered me about the whole program is that, having to be licensed like a dog. You know what I mean? Like, why is it matter? Like, why do they have to know? Like, a license, it sounds like I'm being tagged like a
Well,
dog.
you can, don't forget, yeah, you can collect up 100 5-gallon jugs of gasoline and you're not a threat, right?
Right?
Yeah.
God damn, if you have 5 marijuana plants, Jesus, that's a threat. You're a terrorist.
They're threat to society.
They were. They had the ridiculous stuff that they would say. Unbelievable. I've been reminded of radicals. You're all radical. Like, what the fuck do you mean radical? Oh, you went and protested on Parliament Hill. That's pretty radical. Is it? Oh.
Oh.
I didn't realize
They were always good times.
I've never had a bad time. I've never had any violence. I've never been arrested at a protest.
No.
But apparently, if you protest, you're now a radical. Oh, you're a radical. You're radical. What?
Only once was I ever questioned at any of the rallies or anything that I attended over the years, and that was one in Oshawa. I'm trying to think exactly what we were doing, and a police officer came up to us and asked us if we had our licenses. And the only thing I had done, the only thing is, for myself, for example, I was wearing a hoodie that had a cannabis leaf on the back. I wasn't smoking in his presence. They still wanted to know if I was licensed.
Yeah.
Still needed to show and proof, right?
Why?
Yeah, like I've got a 15-year-old photo ID license card, the ones that the machine broke. I carry that in my wallet.
I have to carry the pink thing around. Actually, it was green before.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've got it still too. I found it the other day in the drawer. And I'm like, okay. But then I have my pinks in, right? But I've got pictures of me holding it because I was so happy the first time I got it. And then maybe it was the second one I got that was green. I got two different ones. Yeah,
the pink form.
The PR was pink.
We had to carry the originals. Yeah, I know. And you couldn't. And you weren't supposed to use a photocopy, but excuse me.
You don't even want to do when you're holding them.
The originals. Well, how do you carry one in your wallet if you don't fold it? And then when you did fold it, it started to rip, and then it started to. And they were breaking apart the seams.
Yep.
And yeah, it was just a mess. And then, like, I had to take mine to the MP once and get it signed.
I knew somebody that would take it in as soon as I got it, had it signed by the MP, and then he would laminate the original, have a photocopy made at the MP's office, have him, signature, whatever.
On the photocopy, yeah.
And then laminate the original.
And then that way it'd just be a stiff piece of paper.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think you weren't supposed to. It's like a birth certificate that I have is laminated, but then I've got one from Taven that they say do not laminate. Mine's laminated already from the government.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
It could be Ryan's lane.
Well, they don't, yeah. Well, the ones now just come to you as a piece of paper, so.
Like a dollar bill. The same crappy paper that bills.
It's still too big. It's still something that has to be folded up and put in your wallet. It's not, they don't give you the card anymore, obviously.
Yeah,
so
you can order a wallet size one, I think.
Huh?
Oh, here you can order a wallet size, but it just costs more money.
Yeah, well, then they got to accept them that people maybe might want to photocopy them and put them in their wallets to protect them, the original.
Well,
and then you have to have your license in your grow space. So how do you carry it with you?
And not have a photocopy.
And not have a photocopy.
If that one makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I just hung mine up on the wall, right? I had the photocopy in my pocket, even though they didn't accept the photocopy. But you got to have what,
I don't think I've ever had to. When I got arrested in Tabor, I had to have them go to my house and get my license off my desk because I wasn't carrying it with me because I was going to the fucking post office.
Right.
That's the only time I've ever had to show my license. I think flying home from Ottawa once because I had weed in my purse. That was
that could be a reason why.
Well, yeah. I wasn't putting in my fucking suitcase so they could rip me off.
Hey, it's legal. Well, back then, with your license.
Yeah, but then you'd have to put your license. I remember coming back from Ottawa the first time. I came back with 2 ounces, and I literally had my license wrapped around the weed in my suitcase with elastic bands.
Wow, really, eh?
And because they have drug dogs running through the airport,
Yep.
right?
Did they have to? No.
I had
It
no
wasn't.
issue. Nobody said nothing. It was not a thing. It was not. But me being paranoid, I made sure that I
Sure.
was wrapped up in like 60 baggies. My license, with plastic
Especially in
tag.
those early days. Especially in those early days. That
Well, this was in 2012, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was still pretty sketchy back then.
It sure was.
Trying to fly with weed.
Fly or even just drive with it back then, because it wasn't legal.
There was a point you could
I
actually
smell pot. I smell pot in your car. Well, yeah, okay. I'm a patient and I'm traveling somewhere and I'm allowed to have it with me.
Right? Yeah. You could vape on a plane. So 3 smarty pants from Calgary, Alberta jumped on a plane, decided to start vaping weed on the plane. They would have been fine. But one of them 3 smarty pants had to phone a fucking newspaper.
Oh, that's never good. Oh, we got a message from
Hey, how's it going?
Cheers.
But again, like, I understand wanting the media attention, wanting to push the envelope, wanting to see where it get you.
Yeah.
But all you do is announce it. So then, both all the airlines put a policy in there's no vaping on planes.
Yeah.
If you would have just done it silently, as a patient.
Yeah, I didn't go to the press. Like, I know of a certain advocate that vaped in a courtroom, and they didn't go to the press to promote it though.
No, I know somebody that right in on Parliament Hill, and
Yeah.
never saw it either. Probably the same person.
Probably. Well,
She just knows the time and place, and believe me, she's gone to the media on other occasions several times about other things and these same things. But there's a place and time for shit. And if you don't want to ruin it for everybody else, you keep it.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because it's sometimes it can make things worse.
The thing is, like, I know everybody thinks in Canada we have rights. We absolutely do have rights, but we have more privilege. Like, even having a driver's license is a fucking privilege in Canada. It's not a right to have a driver's license, right?
Yeah.
It's not a right to have fucking. And in a lot of countries, we got healthcare. We're thankful to have, but it's not a right to even have that. Housing, food, even that's kind of borderline, right? But we have privileges, and it's a privilege to have medical licensing, as far as I'm concerned. It's not a privilege to have the diseases and all the medical problems that I've got.
Oh no! And, some people say, "Oh, you're lucky you got a golden ticket." And I would say, "Oh, what's so lucky about being sick? What's so lucky about having to take a 6-foot hose to check out your bowels and crap like that, man? That's not lucky. No,
there's nothing lucky about it. But I still feel,
exactly.
even with all the stuff going on with my health, it's a privilege that I have a hospital and a doctor that I can go to, and it's a privilege for me to be able to attain medical cannabis in this country, because there are so many other people in this world that do not have even that fucking ability.
Yeah, exactly. All right, time for us to take a break. When we return, Tamara and I will keep talking. I got being that we're talking about medical and the patients here, so I've got the websites of the paperwork. I've got them available. We'll discuss that and some other stuff when we get back after the break. Right? You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop. And in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we're back. We're live. And what are you looking at there, Tamara?
It is access to medical purpose regulations. So this is an MMPR.
Okay. Oh, that's the old one. That was the one where we weren't allowed to grow.
No, I could.
That was the one that had the kitty litter.
An ACMPR. Sorry. Access to cannabis for medical purposes.
Yeah, ACMPR, correct.
This is the ACMPR. This is that one where I had 10 grams of dried. Possession limit 150, right? Because they put that limitation on us. This was from 2018. Yeah, that's the last time I was actually licensed for a production site, 2018.
Been a few years then.
Well, it got legalized in 2019, right?
Yeah.
So that's when I went to my doctor to get that renewed, because that would have been the one that I was going to get renewed. I was told, why? You only get 10 grams there. Why would you need more? And you can get 30.
You just go to the store, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So when it comes to the licensing, for anybody who doesn't know, it might be interested in getting a license. Obviously you need your doctor to agree with you, and the doctor needs to fill out some paperwork. And here we go. There's the doctor's paperwork right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's accessed on Health Canada's website.
Yeah. But this is at Canada.ca. Yeah. It's got a bunch of long letters on it. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put it in the chat. Health Canada's cannabis doctor form.
We have a
And that
sponsor.
way, anybody who's looking for it, they can just click on that link.
Right. We
And
also have a sponsor who has access to a
correct.
doctor or a registered nurse practitioner that will sign medical licensing.
Yeah. Go Limestone City Hydroponics, and they have a place there where you can get your license, your paperwork signed, and see the professional in order to do it.
Right.
Now, usually, and I believe it is the same way, they need you to bring some of your own documentation along too, if possible.
A diagnosis is
Yeah.
the best way to go about it.
Right.
Like some sort, and there's only certain afflictions that they will cover as well, right? So you're looking at MS, cancers, depending on your cancer and remission kind of deal too as well. There's colitis, Crohn's disease. The B1-2 forms are different.
Yeah, you don't even do well.
It is, yeah.
There's
It's not,
just yeah. This is I got the other form too. This is the doctor form here, and just basically, patient's name goes in there, date of birth, how much dried cannabis per day. Now, if you get prescribed 5 grams, what we would always tell people was, don't just put the number 5, because they could accuse you of putting a 1 in front of it. So spell it out, 5. FIVE or 15 or 10, whatever it is.
Right.
And then that way they can't be accused. If you have one that goes in at 15 grams, they'll want to check with the doctor. One of those things is check the grammage, because they want to make sure that you didn't put that 1 in front of a 5.
right.
Right. So
Yeah, they become really sticky since they did that whole kiosk on affordability for the military.
yeah.
20 grams
So
per
there you go. You just put in 12 months. Whoever uses it for days, I'm not sure. Yeah, they just put their address in, fill out the information. Sometimes a doctor will have a stamp, and all that information is on a stamp. And then they sign it and date it. Now, if it's going to go to like an LP, there's a spot right there where they can initial.
Right.
Yeah.
That used to be a back page. Used to
What's
run
that?
separate. That initialing part used to be a separate page.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. That's the medical form for the patients.
2 pages. That's it now.
Yeah, that was it. That's just for the doctor. Okay.
Right.
All right. Now, for as far as the rest of it, for the patient to fill out, okay, that is another form, which is the access to cannabis for medical purposes form. And that's this one right here. Okay. And the front page has got a bunch of information on it. If it's new, you just check new. If it's renewal, you check the renewal. If it's renewal, you put your MCR number in there. Right. Or this is also the same form you can use for a amendment. They say you moved, or you want to grow outdoor or outdoor versus just indoor. Those are amendments. So you check off that box. You fill out the rest of the application, and you can like, I know for myself, I was able to fill it out right here on my computer. Other than doing the signature thing, I had to print it off and then sign it. Right. The application's name, you just put your name, your sex, phone number, all pretty simple. Where you live. Now select what best describes the address where you live. Right. Is it a private residence? Is it a house? Is it private residence? Is it an apartment or a condo? Or is it not a private residence, such as a hospice? I don't know anybody who gets to grow in a hospice, though. But and then, well, they could be getting it from a licensed producer too, right? And then having it sent to them. But how long are you in the hospice for? And then, you know, whether it's not a private residence, such as the hospital, right? Mailing address, stuff there. Now, for example, let's say you were helping somebody who couldn't grow for themselves or whatever, and you're being a responsible person. It wasn't just grow for themselves, but you are their caregiver, somebody who's signing paperwork for them, right? So you're a responsible person. Put all their information in there. And then they want to know what kind of grow do you want? Proposed type. Do you want are you applying for a personal production license, or you're signing for a designated person? So that's your B1, B2, or they call it Annex A and Annex B now on this form. They need to know whether you need any starting material, whether you need any clones or seeds.
And always say yes. And get it.
Well, mine's a renewal, so I said no, because being mine's a renewal, I already have that.
They don't want they don't want you cloning your own plants now.
Well, it's too bad.
I know what. Yeah, somewhere I heard that they don't want you even cloning your own plants. I'm like, too bad. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, too bad. Do you need an interim supply? Like, I know the first time that I applied for my license, I did order an ounce. That was my interim supply. And boy, was I ever disappointed when I opened that bag, I'll tell you.
Me too.
I'm used to opening bags that have buds in them.
Where's your buds?
They weren't buds. They were
grass clippings.
There wasn't one. Now, when you do this paperwork, all right, you're automatically agree to the Canadian police being able for them to communicate with the police, because it's healthcare, right? They're not, you're protected by that, but you're agreeing by signing this that Health Canada can share information with the police. So that's that part. That's the beginning. And then you got your Annex A and your Annex B. Annex A is for you're gonna grow, and they want to know about your production site, whether you're going to produce all your at your ordinary residence, or whether you're going to produce someplace else. Right? Simple check the box. If you're going to do it someplace else, they want to know where that's going.
Make sure you sign on the sneaky little line. And another good piece of advice is put your name on the bottom of every page.
Yeah.
So they can't lose it.
Okay, no, you don't need a production site owner if it's your ordinary. Yes, as it says, the proposed production site is my ordinary place of residence, or I am a part owner of the site. This is my ordinary place of residence. You check yes, and you skip section A2. So you don't need to fill out any of that stuff. That is your ordinary residence. Okay, whether you're renting or whatever. And then you skip that co-owner stuff. Now your production area, they want to know if it's indoor, outdoors, partial indoor, outdoors. I've done the indoor and I've done the partial. And you can produce, quite a bit outdoor. But I always found if you only get one harvest a year, it's different than getting 3 or 4. Right. Storage site, whether you're going to store it at your ordinary place of residence Or if, for example, if you're growing it at some other production site, will you be storing it there instead of at your ordinary place of residence? Then you got a bunch of questions that you declare. You haven't had any, dealings with problems in 10 years with the police. And yeah, that's it. As far as if you're going to grow for yourself, that's it. It's like 5 pages. And then you got the 2 forms for the doctor.
It used to be 35 pages.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it used to be. And then if you want to be a designated grower, that's Annex B. Fill out the grower's name on there. Basically a lot of the same stuff. Ordinary place of residence. Now with the patient ends forms, you gotta send in the original form. And with a designated grower, they're looking for the criminal record check, and they want the original document of that, so that you haven't got a criminal record. Let's see, production site. Questions there. Produce at ordinary place of residence. At that person's place. Production site owner signature. If you're doing it at someone else's place, or know how you're going to grow. So some of the questions are similar. They get into these checked off boxes and everything.
Yep. Just be sure you sign it. Make sure you put your name on the bottom of every single page.
Yeah. Now I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this in the chat as well.
Hi, Gail.
Hello. You hear me coming down the stairs?
Yeah.
Sleepy's there.
Yeah, it's not difficult to get back when we were first trying to get medical licensing. Even trying to get your medical doctor to get you a diagnosis so that you could was tough. What do you need diagnosis for? What do you need this paperwork for?
Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go.
Some doctors wanted you to pay for it.
Yeah, sent that out. So anybody who's looking for the application form now, it's available.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see that the numbers go back up to what they were before.
Yes, yeah.
But before it was more of a novelty, I think, for a lot of people.
And a lot back then too, there wasn't the clinics. Even though, a lot of people now just want to go in the clinics and they don't want to have to deal with the growing, all that stuff. They just want to go ahead and just buy it or have someone else grow it when that's where they're buying it.
Like the stores, you mean, but a lot of those 420 clinics and stuff that used to sign people for licensing, I don't think they exist anymore.
They don't think they're what?
Existing too much. Like I don't think they're making hand over fist cash as much as they were before.
No, yeah. That
But I don't even know. I haven't seen an advertise. They used to advertise for Namaste and all these 420 licensing on Facebook, and I haven't seen one for.
You don't see it like you used to.
No.
I'm just trying to. There was one. There was one in Belleville. Body. I can't think of what their name was. But yeah. And our sponsor.
Well, they've got
there's for either side, grower or to the LP and things. Right, but as far as some of them were just companies, that's all they did.
I'm just
and they were connected to licensed producers.
Right. So
and that's where they would, and some of the licensed producers would deal with the payment type thing, and of course the doctor would send you to
you know where they're showing as a link to get a medical licensing on Google? Health Link BC.
Oh, do they?
Medical marijuana, then it goes healthy because I just googled medical cannabis, and then it goes into the whole thing if you want to grow, blah blah. It's federal license required to cultivate, process, sell cannabis for medical or non-medical purposes, blah blah. Into like just a general description, right?
Right.
And then it goes down to a list of licensed cultivators. How much is a CRA cannabis license? And then it's a bunch of questions. And it goes into Canada.ca cannabis licensing application cultivation. So the first website is Canada.ca, which is where apply for cannabis. Gov.bc.ca. Home liquor and cannabis regulation branch. So then it goes into ask for medical licensing. Who's eligible for medical marijuana.ca? So there's medical marijuana.ca, healthlink.bc, cannabisgrowingcanada.com, law, cannabis regulations, and its law. So I don't see like Namaste and 420.
There was one that you'd always see going, we can get your license for 95 plants or 100 plants. Or was that 95 grams? It was 95 grams.
I'm not even sure, but there's that fellow that we had on the show too from Quebec. And he
kept
saying, right, I haven't heard from him either.
I've seen his stuff on Facebook.
But how many people are really signing up? Like,
yeah, I haven't got a clue.
Because I mean, it's still
and he has his was also place wasn't just signing; he was actually selling products to patients. Right. They had a license through Health Canada. Yeah.
Right, but again, too, like, how many people are actually signing up for licensing?
Yeah.
They're not, especially.
Yeah, it's.
When we first started with the
store.
Cannabis Partners, right? The doctor still wanted $200+ dollars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And when I said that here, because I was going to have it set up here, have an office here, and Ross and Debbie would have the office in Belleville, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wanted to pay $250 for that. No one.
Oh, I remember some of them were a lot more than that.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, 15, 5,000, yeah.
5,000. I know.
Yeah, 1,500, all that stuff. Yeah.
I remember, but when people in BC were like, "I'm not paying $250 for that."
This is the last time that my doctor is going to sign my paperwork because he's retiring.
Oh,
okay. When he signed this paperwork, one of the things he said to me was that doesn't do the damage that opiates and steroids do.
Doesn't.
No. And he also, like, when I first saw him, the very first time I saw him, he's been my specialist for 22 years. And the first time I saw him, he says, "How can anybody let you get to this point?" And then when he signed it the last time, as I just said, much better than those. And not only did he say that, but during our discussion, he said it was, I've never had any surgery, but yet I was infected from tip of my lips to the end of my butt, through all my organs. Oh yeah, no surgery and no opiate prescriptions from him, not one.
And the thing is, opioids aren't good for your colon. They bung you up. They make it so it's harder.
Yeah.
It makes it harder on anybody with IBS or any Crohn's disease or any colitis or any kind to be taking any opioid or codeine or anything that's going to do that. Because my doctor tried putting me on 90 milligrams of codeine to slow me down, and that didn't even work.
Slow you down. Yeah, slow your bowel down. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm actually, we're getting into some other information here, but I wasn't a person who suffered in having to run to the bathroom 40 times a day.
I wish.
Crohn's can hit you both ways.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you add opioids to somebody who's dealing with constipation because of the disease.
It would make it worse. And for me,
worse.
They tried slowing it down with opioid, like with codeine opioids, and it didn't do anything. And I've got access to opioids now for my arthritis that I don't take very often. If I have to, I will.
Oh,
But
you have to.
that's
Correct.
on a very like I'm capping like it, and that takes a lot. I'll do cannabis first. Yeah, all day long.
Cannabis can help in that deals with it's not like an opiate where it makes you constipated or anything like that.
No.
But it what it does is slows down the motility within the bowel, which is the movement, in order for it to get everything to move along.
And that's what they're trying to do with codeine. Same thing, right? They're trying to do.
Yeah.
Did not work.
No, well, so he was really happy to do that, and so that'd be the last time he'll sign it because I won't be seeing him anymore. So.
Well, it's good that he can go out knowing that it didn't harm you and that there's no adverse effects, and he's not signing you off to go to be put in a psychiatric ward from schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Cannabis caused you all kinds of problems.
And like we could sit there and have a conversation, a regular conversation. He was like a human. I told him that I asked him. I said, "Anybody told you you look like Mark Carney?" No, he's it was good. I could talk to him about a lot of stuff. He loved playing the guitar, electric guitar, George Harrison and all them. Yeah.
It's too bad to see doctors retiring, but they need to, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like I said, I was there for 22 years, so he's getting older just as long. I'm getting older as well, right? So eventually, I'm getting the retirement age. He's gonna get the retirement age, right?
Yeah.
So,
like I said, some of these new and upcoming doctors, like I said, when I took Taylor in to see the pediatrician, which we've got to do tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Yeah. Now I'm sad that I won't be seeing him anymore, but I'm happy to say that I do have he has insured and made sure that is that I have a replacement. So he has already sent me on to a new doctor and a younger doctor, and one that is new and up to date of all the new stuff that's going on when it comes to Crohn's. So
well, I think there's a lot of specialties in IBS these days because of the fact there's so many people with it.
Yeah, exactly. So,
right, we have to process fucking zoodles.
Yeah. So I look forward to meeting the new doctor whenever that may be, and they'll be getting a hold of me to set up that appointment. So
yeah, because you have to have like a regular treatments and stuff done too, so you have to have a specialist all the time.
I have to have what?
A specialist all the time, no?
Yeah, I have to have a specialist all the time. Yeah. Basically, as one of my former family doctors said to me was that all I do is look after your cholesterol levels.
That's what my people said.
Your blood pressures and stuff like that, right? He says your specialist is your primary caregiver for your disease. Right?
Yeah, and see, my specialist who already signs me off to my GP and so did my psychiatrist and said, "You need meds, you go see her. We don't want to see her for nothing no more. We'll give you a diagnosis, and after the races, we'll see every once a year."
Right. Yeah, follow-ups. Yeah. All right, time for us to take that second break and pay some bills. When we return, we'll continue our discussion. Who knows where we'll go next? We'll find out as we return. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. Oh, you got it. Oh, you still smoking that too?
No, my vape pen. This one's been
vape pen. Okay.
everywhere, and I'm not happy. Like it's a bad one. It's the first bad one I've gotten. And it's a bad one.
Is it one of those ones that feels like it's plugged? You can suck till your face goes blue and your cheeks are touching each side?
Kind of, yeah, but no, it's like leaking, like from the bottom.
Oh, it's leaking. Oh, no. Is it? Oh, I hate that. Oh.
Right? Like, and it's like, what the fuck?
You know what happens to leaky cartridges?
Yeah,
what happens to your batteries with leaky cartridges?
Yeah, it wrecks it.
See this?
Yeah.
Right here. This is what happens. It pulls the end out of the battery. This battery was charged once and it was never empty. It's still like 3/4 full.
You can't use it
because the cartridge leaked.
Excuse me. No, you know it's good if I'm sneezing.
So when I go in, when I ask for a cartridge, because I do use cartridges myself, I'll ask them, "Does it leak?"
Well, I go into the store. They always give me a receipt in case I have problems with the receipts. That's or with the cartridge. That's the only thing that you can actually return back to a legal store, and they'll do
Yeah.
it. Any other thing, like they won't. Like if you can't open a bag of weed and you take it home, you smoke one, you don't like it, you can't take it back. They say get a hold of the producer. They can do
Correct.
whatever,
Yeah.
right? But if I have a problem, and I've never had a problem, but that's one thing they always say: make sure you take your receipt, because if you have a problem with your vape, we'll take it back.
Because it's yeah. Okay, I understand where you come from. Yeah.
Right? So they must have some concessions for that or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Earlier I had mentioned about the fact that I had only had opiates while I was hospitalized, and cannabis was my painkiller meds. I see there's a report out now, a federally funded study down in the U.S. that's saying that opioid prescriptions drop in states that legalize cannabis.
I think that it drops everywhere where there's legalized cannabis.
I completely agree.
Here's the
Completely
thing:
agree.
opioid deaths in Canada are not because of opioid overuse; it's because of the toxic drugs that are on the streets. It's not because the drugs that they're using the drug use is more. It's because the drugs are toxic. They're not drugs, and that's why people are dying. You know, there's such like a high level. Like I said, them catching that big fucking fentanyl fucking lab in British Columbia here,
Mhm.
really slowed down the toxic drugs in this province. To be fair.
Yeah.
That was 3 months ago, so they're really seeing an effect of that here. But again, we still have toxic death deaths, but what they're finding and what the BC coroners decided to do, instead of concentrating on the houseless people that are dying on the street, there are people that are ages between 30 and 50 that are using alone at home that are dying. They don't
Oh.
have any stats about because they don't know because they're at home using alone. So never mind the stats of the people that are dying houseless on the street of opioid overdoses. There's a number of people that are dying between the ages of 30 and 50 in every province that are at home alone using it. There's no stats.
Nobody there to help
So that's
whatsoever.
what we've got a new coroner here in British Columbia that said that was something that they would like to concentrate on, as well as the houseless addiction crisis that we have across our country. I'm not going to say it's specifically to British Columbia. It's bad here too, but I think it's equally bad across the country. Now that's due to lack of housing, trauma. There's all kinds of reasons that people use.
Oh yeah.
Right? And I will tell you this straight up, and it's not per se the doctor's fault per se, but anybody who suffers from cancer is given high levels of opioids while they're dealing with chemotherapy. Once they go into remission, they are yanked off all those drugs. There's no
Stone cold's not going cold turkey doesn't help. No.
You're fucked. So I know a lot of those people that are, like, not a lot, but I know a few that are either in remission from cancer that were yanked off their opioids immediately, and your body is addicted and you're sick.
Yeah.
And then you start using, so you end up losing your job, which leads to you losing your home, which leads to you being on the street, houseless with an addiction problem due to having fucking cancer.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And that's not because they didn't get free healthcare. They
No.
absolutely do. These doctors have to understand, and they do. Now, whether it's the person themselves that overuse the opioid, I'm not saying it's the doctor. I'm not saying,
Yeah.
but there's a breakdown there in this whole system.
They gotta work with the patient to make
Right.
sure that they wean them off of the opioids.
Right, but again, if the patient's not willing, I mean, there's like that's a double-edged sword too, right? Like,
Yeah.
how willing and able is the patient willing to come off those drugs?
Well, there's that too for sure. Yeah. Now,
So-
these aren't opiates, but on Tuesday, during the Hi Guys, I did a product review. There's these things called blips.
Oh yeah, and what are
Yeah.
they? Are they caps or are they cough drop kind of thing?
I didn't do that right. They're tablets. It says they're tablets. So I opened it up, right? Thinking it'd be capsules, but
Right?
they're these little,
like mints.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I was told that you chew on them.
Okay.
Okay, and so I think anybody who watches the Hi Guys will see my reaction to chewing on them was like, wow, like there was a little bit of citrus flavor and then it disappeared and it was like almost chalky in the end. And I was sort of questioning, like, tablets. Maybe I was supposed to swallow them, but I was told by the person at the store that you chew them. And then I thought, well, maybe you suck on them. But that didn't seem right either. So before the show, I thought I'd pull up some information on them. And just so you know, these are 10 milligrams of THC a piece, and you get 25 tablets. So the container is 250 milligrams of THC. But as I showed you, it's a little white tablet. So some people would say, well, what kind of THC is in there, right? What was it made from? Was it created from yeast?
Yeah, like what's it made from?
Yeast can make THC. Yeah.
Yeah.
They can make cannabinoids with yeast. Now, so I went looking for, as I mentioned, looking for some information on this. So the first I thought I pulled up a store, but it seems to be it's a review on this website instead. And they say that it costs them $23, and it cost me a little bit more than that. And then they said that was a good part, that it was, not bad price wise, 10 milligrams for 25 tablets. And they said the bad part is that it's an actual product.
That's a great review there, guys.
That's what it says. It's
That's very truthful.
okay, now I'm going to bring it up. This is on a website called theounce.ca. They say, I'm not sure how they cooked up this weird edible. He says, first I tried sucking on it like a mint because it smells spicy and nice and citrusy. When I put it in my mouth, it initially had vitamin C-like taste, but after about 5 seconds, the flavor disappeared, and it became an unpleasant, rough lump on my tongue. So he tried to chew one. He says that was a second mistake. The texture was gritty and got stuck in my teeth and cheeks.
Oh, no.
He says on another attempt to down one, he says I swallowed the tablet like a pill. He says that seemed to work the best. Yet the little triangles do have a tendency to get stuck in your throat. So he says gulp them down with a large glass of water.
Oh, Jesus. That just sounds like a verbal fucking product you think about.
When you chew them into powder, and they seem to take effect quickly and noticeably, is what he says. Takes about 15 to 30 minutes. He says, I'm looking forward to Blips 2.0.
I think I'm making it chocolate flavor this time. Great.
So yeah, I won't be buying these again.
No, don't.
I'm gonna have to share that with Al on Tuesday.
Who's the provider?
Follow up. What's that?
Who's the provider?
Indiva.
Interesting.
But I really like that. I don't mind that. I can do it with one hand. Some people maybe with arthritic hands might have.
They're all like that. Like,
Are they?
I can't do it. This is like the little I don't know if I have any. Even little tubes like come in containers like that. These
See, I gotta roll myself a joint for after the show.
yeah. I should roll
My tube is empty.
I should roll one for Alvin.
I got this dude too from Kelly while at the TY Expo. You hear that? That's popping. I never worry about getting the joint wet with this.
No doubt. That's got some seal to it.
Yeah.
I've got a box of, I call it, well, the cock box. Remember, I used to talk about the cock box. It's my suitcase with a rooster on it.
Yeah.
That thing's stuffed in over here, full of stuff. So I have so much paraphernalia and crap laying around in boxes, like it's ridiculous, and I never use any of it. I found all my Apple stuff from
Mine's in bins in front of me right here.
my I got from my trophy. All their ears are broken off. Like I don't know, even like my little owl that I got from Narc Glass. The owl ears are broken off. I don't even know where it is now. Like it's just like, yeah, my trophies.
Yeah. I used to have an office with all that stuff in it.
It was all in the buffet, and then things just got knocked over and it got broken.
Yeah, well, some people put it. They call it what it's there's a name, atrophy or something. They were put all their collection of stuff into like a cabinet.
Oh, I've got 2 of them stuffed already. I need a third. Oh, that's bad. Like if I give you a view of my room of my stuffed animals, right? My husband like thinks like, I got stuffies all along here. This is my latest acquisition. Like, I have to have this because it,
Oh, you don't have a nug then?
What?
A nug. It's a stuffy.
No.
It looks like a nug, but it's a stuffy.
Oh no, I don't. I got a Stitch.
You need a nug. Ask MJ about them.
I will.
She's got one. She brings it to the rallies.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she puts it in the stroller, her baby stroller. And and she puts it in the stroller and she pushes it around.
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
It comes in handy for when you got stuff to carry with you when you're doing the march, right? You just put it in the stroller.
With your nug. I would not go for my dog. Here, can I bring my dog with me? That's the other thing. Like, I'm not flying with no dogs. And then they want $165 to fucking bring a suitcase.
They told me, yeah. That's crazy.
So I'm like, how am I gonna how many layers of clothes can I put on at once?
And that's only one way.
One way.
So you're looking at $310 just to carry a bag.
So the flight's $420, and then another $165 for one bag, and then another $70 for a carry-on. So it's almost $800.
Wow.
That's round trip though. But yeah,
it's round trip, $400 each way.
About that. So it's no different than
that sounds a little better. Average out $400.
The bag was $50, right? Like I still paid $50 for my bag the last time I flew 10 years ago. It was $164 fucking dollars.
Well, that's what I guess when it was all in one price, and people want to see the price go down. So yeah, that's sort of I look at as like our hydro bills. It used to all be included in one price, and everybody wanted them broken down. How much for this? How much for this? How much for that? In order to get that total bill, and that's what the airlines have done, and they just keep cranking up the prices, and they keep adding things to it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I see it in the news all the time, man.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm a month out. I have some money tucked away already, so
yeah.
I just have to wait for next payday because Alan's home, so I had to sacrifice.
Right.
You know how that goes.
Yeah. Let's see. I got another study here. More than half of beer drinkers are open to trying cannabis-infused beverages, which is good.
It is. We've got a non-alcoholic beer that we actually carry at the store. Molson makes a non-alcoholic beer. Yeah, and people buy it with Clamato juice all the time so they can drink beer and clam and not have any. Yeah.
They say almost up to 60% of the people that identify as beer drinkers were open to trying cannabis beverages.
I think they'd find it's different. It's not the same. But I'm glad they're open to it. They're not going to get the same feeling, and it's going to take way longer. And
they will.
They probably overconsume and
I
end
think.
up greening out.
Well, see, with the I look at the beverages and that it because it's not normally it's not regular. It's like it's can be distillates and all this other stuff, but I don't. Some of it seems to react quicker.
Yeah.
Than what what we're used to from 20 years ago.
I'm just not I've never really been much of a consumer of it. Like drink wise, edible wise, it just usually puts me to sleep, honestly. And I
Yeah.
don't sleep, it's not having fun. Or me sitting here going, oh
Like I did 5 of these during Tuesday's show.
was it worth it?
all in a row. I ate one and ate the other one.
And so yeah, but I mean, was it worth it? Like, was it worth doing that?
No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't feel anything as far as feeling high or anything like that. Would it be like maybe a micro dose, maybe type effect?
5 of them wouldn't that be 50 milligrams?
Huh?
5 of them wouldn't that be 50 milligrams?
That's 50 milligrams, correct?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's not a micro dose. Like that's a fairly fucking big, for an average. Like somebody doesn't
Well,
consume it.
yeah. I
That's
don't
a
know. Yeah, it didn't get me. Like for some people, one. Believe me, I've had experience with people who've had 10 milligrams and had too much.
yeah, I I can get that.
Yeah, but yeah, and myself, I've tried to figure out where I can go as far as the milligrammage. Where's my limit?
I
And
think
even that's been all over the map.
here's my take on that. Because it's same with alcohol with me. Like because I had a few drinks over Christmas and stuff too, and it was like I should be fucking staggering around fucking like what the fuck? And I'm like nothing. Like I mean absolutely fucking nothing. I was stone cold sober. I think our absorption rate, like because we've had because of our absorption with our Crohn's and our colitis, I think that we're not especially when we're drinking or eating anything, we don't absorb the same as say somebody with alcohol disease, right? So where they're getting the effects and getting the higher, our body's just kind of treating it like a toxin and pushing it out.
We're not. Yeah, we don't. Our absorption isn't as good as
whatever it is.
Somebody with a good bowel. Oh yeah, well that's why my doctor had me on injections for methotrexate because of the concerns of my bowel wouldn't absorb the pills.
Right, and I'm not finding that with the pill like that so much, but anything liquid.
Yeah, right? Well, it's all absorption is sort of
yeah, whatever. Like maybe the methotrexate it's not working that great. That's why I'm flaring all the time. That could be true.
Maybe.
Well, I know
maybe. Yeah.
She wants me. She's been wanting me to do the injections for early, and I just.
Oh, so it's already been discussed then.
I just don't want to do it. I just.
I understand. Believe me, I did it for 3 years. I completely understand.
You can't even have a health nurse come and inject you because it's too toxic for somebody to inject you with. You have to do it yourself. So I can't even have a health nurse come and inject me. So I have to do it myself. I can't even have somebody in my family do it without wearing hazmat. So
why put
that in my body?
My very first methotrexate injection, I didn't have a clue. Nobody taught me how to do anything.
Ugh.
We just told to go pick up the stuff at the pharmacy. So I did. So I made an appointment to go to our medical center to have the nurse there do it.
Yeah.
So I made the appointment. I went and had it done. When she came out to administer the injection, she was wearing a full chest down apron, gloves, a mask, and goggles.
Yeah.
And I said, "What are you doing wearing that?" And she said it was safety protocol because just getting it on her could cause her to get cancer. I went, "You want to put that inside me?" You're worried about getting it on your skin? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I got on the call. I got talking to the doctor, I'll tell you. And
I mean, I've been told not to like have my like even like just use the bathroom myself. Don't have any other females in the bathroom use it because it can cause like anybody pregnant. It can cause miscarriage. It can cause infertility. And I'm like, what the fuck am I taking this shit for?
yeah,
If I don't take this shit, I can't get out of fucking bed.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh fuck! It just sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah, I got to the point where I spoke up. I said I need the pills. I gotta try these because this
Yeah,
injection it's just yeah the and
And
so I completely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that they won't like even if like if they could wear all that stuff. I don't give a shit if they for you to receive it so you could see if that's something that can actually improve because your bowel's not absorbing it. But if they won't even administer it to you because it's so risky, like
Well, yeah, I've got a friend here in town that she asked if the health unit could come, or it was a not the health unit, but home care, right? Because
home
she had
care.
just had surgery, right? But it was an RN, and they said no, that because they have to wear like full hazmat and it's super dangerous, and they're not.
No.
So I think they taught her daughter, who was like in high school, how to fucking administer the shot to her mom.
Yeah, I actually when I saw my specialist to have that discussion, he showed me, and I actually did an injection in his office, but I inject myself with freezing. Just put a little bit of freezing in it and showed me the process, how to do it all, and everything, right? And then at first I thought, cool, pulling it out, clearing the air out of it, and all that.
Yeah. Like I said, I can go get a tattoo, but fucking blood tests, like, and here you go with the blood test like 3 months in advance. So I'm already 3 months.
So you're even like going into having blood pulled. Oh, what about an IV?
I've never had to have one except for when I had Taven. And then the doctor, literally had put my fucking hand on, just like fucking yank, put it right there. He's like, good thing, baby, fucking doctor, fucking what's this fucking nuts and Tabor? Yeah, he's like, I'm not
here. I'll tell you, there are some nurses out there that do excellent jobs putting IVs in.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't watch them. I can't watch them. I just just take my arm, right? And there's some that do fantastic jobs, and I have run into some that all of a sudden my thumb has started to buzz in a painful way while they're trying to put the IV in.
I guess I did run.
I'll just tell them, and then they'll change course, right?
Yeah, no, when I was pregnant with Taven, I did run around for an IV. That nurse was pretty good. She actually froze it. First, she did it. She was awesome. But when I went into labor with him, my doctor just jammed her in there. I was like, what the fuck? Like, Anyway, but yeah, I'm not good with any of that shit. No.
Okay, well, I see we're at the bottom of the hour. We've got the newbie and the doobie coming in behind us at the top of the hour.
I gotta get that.
For anybody who's tuned in and you're looking to get your medical cannabis license here in Canada to grow, if you check our chat, I've added the links in there where people can go and print the forms and submit it. If you've got a doctor that will sign, the forms are there. So
and if not, reach out to Limestone Hydroponics in Kingston, Ontario. They can help you. And I'm sure there's probably other clinics somewhere, but that's a for sure place.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. You'll see in our closing. Well, actually, in our closing, we don't have them in our closing because I've already ran the commercials.
Limestone Hydroponics in Kingston, Ontario.
Correct. Yeah. Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. They have a medical signing clinic you can go in there and they can help you get your paperwork signed if you don't have a doctor that can do that for you. So there you go, right? And they'll do all that, help you out with the growing paperwork and so on and so forth. So, all right, anything else?
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe cannabis and coffee on Monday. Let's marijuana. Can't forget that.
All right.
Only I slept through it, but I won't again.
You won't again, okay. All righty. Other than that, thanks everybody for tuning in to the broadcast tonight. Really appreciate it. Also, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And as I said, thanks for tuning in, everybody. And other than that, good night. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question.
Okay, all right, okay.
Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good.
That's right.
Okay.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's February the 6th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education. How are you doing, Rev Cindy?
I'm doing well. Well, I'm sick, but doing well. How are you?
We're all sick. We're all patients, but I understood what you're talking about because I saw your post. You're feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I am. Rotator cuff issues, cold flu that I caught from the grandchildren, but I'll survive.
Yes, yeah. Long way from the heart, right?
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. Anything new and exciting you want to mention offhand before we get going? How's the weather too?
It's freaking cold here. It's yeah, it's just freaking cold. But I don't feel so bad. We interviewed somebody on Tuesday that was sitting in just outside of Calgary, and they were at -25 before the wind chill, like -37 with the wind chill. I'm okay with -17.
Yeah. Well, you got some snow coming because we're getting it today and it's coming your way. So
yeah, we've got snow Friday and then we have a storm hitting on Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Get the shovel out, right? All righty. What do you say? Time to get going?
Might as well get through these stories. Yeah.
All right. We got 8 of them coming at you, everyone. Here it comes. Start with the first one.
Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily, California issued 63 cannabis recalls, nearly 500 product embargoes in 2024.
Yeah, California's chief of cannabis regulator on Wednesday morning released information about enforcement and consumer safety efforts the agency initiated in 2024, a year marked by widespread accounts of pesticides and other contaminants found in commercial cannabis products statewide. The Department of Cannabis Control issued 481 embargoes last year, resulting in hundreds of thousands of cannabis products and raw materials removed from the supply chain until internal investigations deemed them safe or mandated their destruction, according to the news release.
DCC is using every resource at its disposal to ensure cannabis products meet safety standards before they reach the marketplace. This is coming from the agency's director, Nicole Elliott. She goes on to say, "We are constantly learning and refining our investigative and recall process to make California's market stronger and safer while building upon a compliance model that consumers can trust."
This is the first time the agency has released the embargo figures. Now, the DCC's product investigations team in 2024 issued 63 recall notices that included 259 products and nearly 25,000 individual units.
Wow. MJ Biz Daily in early June highlighted the department's efforts in ramping up cannabis product recalls and health warnings to consumers promptly, primarily at the time, by the presence of Aspergillus, a fungus that can grow on cannabis plants. Later that month, a report by the Los Angeles Times and Weed Week highlighted the presence of pesticides in several regulated products.
That report was an important catalyst that led to more recalls, according to a source with direct knowledge of the agency's structure and enforcement mechanisms. The source said other factors that prompted more recalls included routine DCC visits to cannabis businesses, abnormalities in the state's product tracking system, and internal investigations carried out by the agency's environmental compliance and manufacturing safety branch.
The DCC issued only 3 product recalls per year in 2022 and 2023, according to MJ Biz Daily Research.
Wow, that's a huge increase.
Yeah, huge. Yeah, three products per year in the 2 years prior. Wow. Recalls and other enforcement actions go through a cumbersome, painstaking process before they are issued, ensuring the orders can withstand regulatory scrutiny and potential legal challenges. The source told MJ Business.
Most industry recalls are issued several weeks to months after products hit the shelves or are purchased, according to the analysis of recalls last year in California, Colorado, Massachusetts, Michigan, and New York. I gotta say, it's pretty close to the same thing that happens here as well in Canada. The DCC, according to the source, is prioritizing closing the gap through timely lab testing confirmations, the launch of Metrics Retail ID, and other factors, including analyzing test lines and delays. The assurance check, as far as I'm concerned. Sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. The regulator issued 366 disciplinary actions against licensees in 2024, including 230 license suspensions and 73 permit denials or revocations. Testing labs, which allegedly played a role in the THC potency inflation, questionable methodology, inaccurate or altered results, were involved in 21 disciplinary actions, including 4 license revocations and or denials and 3 permit suspensions.
I know here in Ontario, they do random tests on the THC potency because of the fact of the concerns of inflation on it. So. Yeah, and at any given time, more than 30,000 cannabis products and 100 million units are in the supply chain in California, which is the world's largest regulated market.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of recalls.
Hello, Gordo. How are you?
There you go. Oh, yes. Good morning, all. Good morning, Gordo. Alrighty. On to the next story. I changed my screen around a little bit. Looks different for some reason, but that's all right. I'll just keep on going. All right. Next story is up.
Coming to us from Nanaimo News Bulletin. Nanaimo residents have an opportunity to join psilocybin therapy trial.
Yeah, a trial of psilocybin therapy to treat depression is being opened to applicants in the Naomi area. Psilocybin is a psychedelic found naturally, through more than 200 species of fungi, commonly called magic mushrooms.
Yeah, the study analyzing how the compound can improve treatment-resistant depression is being tested on an estimated 568 participants across several countries, including the U.S., Denmark, Chechnya, Spain, and more. In the Nanaimo area, the research is being conducted by the Medical Arts Health Research Group. Adam Watson, who is the group clinical operations lead, said the intention is to try to make BC the leading province on getting access to these advanced, most up-to-date mental health treatments.
Now, Watson says the end goal is ultimately to see if psilocybin coupled with psychological support can ultimately help patients who have depression that have failed conventional therapies, to see if they can experience a greater sense of relief from depressive symptoms. After the current third phase, the safety and efficacy data is planned to be submitted to Health Canada for wider approval. The entire process is expected to take several years, according to Watson.
It's only been in recent years that we've been able to get psilocybin therapy through special access programs here in Canada. So it's really a monumental time to do some more research, on this potential therapeutic agent to see if it's really going to deliver the results intended. Watson said that Medical Arts Health Research Group is looking for about 40 patients from across BC, including 10 from Vancouver Island.
Yeah, he continues to say that we're looking at things in PTSD and complex grief and addictions as well. This therapeutic has the potential to work in a number of indications, and we're hoping we can facilitate access to these treatments for all these different individuals. Those interested in joining or asking to ask to visit the group's website. It's healthresearch.ca/psilocybin, or give them a call, 888-736-0667. And to be eligible, you got to be at least 18 and have been diagnosed with major depression, failed 2 to 4 pharmacological treatments, and meet additional study criteria.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. We've had similar studies here in Nova Scotia, not as large. The one that I was almost involved in, they took 24 people, veterans specifically. But the same idea, you had to have tried pharmaceutical drugs. You had to have therapy. You've had to show that you've been trying to work to get healed or to heal yourself. So I think that's pretty cool. I'm excited to see it happening right across Canada and the world.
Yeah, because if you're doing a study on certain things, obviously you need those people to be there, in order to see how it works. So it makes sense. Alrighty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Opiate prescriptions drop in states that legalize cannabis. Federally funded study shows suggesting some pain patients prefer cannabis.
Yeah, some. Many. A new federally funded, study shows that legalization of cannabis in U.S. states is associated with reduced prescriptions of opioid pain medications among commercially insured adults, indicating a possible substitution effect where patients are choosing to use cannabis instead of prescription drugs to treat pain. Yeah, just imagine, eh? Now, the report says that these results suggest that that substitution of cannabis for traditional pain medications increases as the availability of recreational cannabis increases. They say that there appears to be a small shift once recreational cannabis becomes legal, but we see stronger results once users can purchase cannabis at recreational dispensaries.
Yeah, reductions in opiate prescription fills stemming from recreational cannabis legalization may prevent exposure to opiates in patients with pain. The report published in the journal Cannabis continues, and lead to decreases in the number of new opiate users, rates of opiate use disorder, and related harms. The new research, which was supported by a grant from the National Institute of Drug Abuse, looked at national records of opiate prescription fills, as well as prescribing of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, and other pain medications. Analysis show that prescription opiate fills dropped following legalization in U.S., while prescribing of non-opiate pain medications saw marginally significant increases. I find a lot of this interesting. So non-opiate pain medications are increasing. People don't want the opiates. They don't want to be addicted.
Right.
They want to
That's
make
right.
sure. And this is federally funded.
Yes, exactly. So, that's why they're trying to deal with the opioid epidemic. And would it not make maybe sense to make it cannabis a lot more accessible to people, to try to, as they're saying, reduction in opioids, which leads to reduction in deaths.
Exactly.
They say once recreational cannabis dispensaries open, we find statistically significant decreases in the rate of opioid prescriptions, 13% from baseline, the study says, and marginally significant decreases in the average daily supply of opioids, which is a 6.3% decrease, and the number of opioid prescriptions per patient, which drops down by 3.5%. The findings were authored by a 5-person research team from the University of Chicago, University of Georgia, and Indiana University, Bloomington.
Notably, because of the NSAIDs are typically available as over-the-counter medication, researchers said their analysis using these medications are underpowered. Our findings may therefore support the analgesic properties of cannabis because patients are prescribed fewer opiates without a statistically significant increase in non-opiate pain medication when cannabis is available, they wrote.
Yeah, so that means that the aspirin numbers haven't gone up.
Yeah.
Another explanation could be that prescribed healthcare providers reduce opioid prescriptions following cannabis legalization. The team acknowledged, pointing to evidence that adding cannabis to state prescription drug monitoring programs impacts providers' prescribing practices around other controlled substances, such as opioids. Whether driven, this is what the report says, whether driven by patients or healthcare providers, reductions in opioid fills stemming from recreational cannabis legalization implementation may prevent exposure to opioids in patients with pain and lead to decreases in the number of new opioid users, rates of opioid use disorder, and related harms.
And references a study published late last year examining the effects of adding medicinal marijuana cannabis to PDMPs, which concluded that the additional tracking and mixed effects, both reducing the prescription of medications that could cause complications with cannabis and also exposing a possible bias against medical cannabis patients among healthcare providers. Authors of the new study also pointed out that prior research shows that while some subset of the population uses cannabis when it becomes recreational legal, many wait until dispensaries open. Still, many more wait until dispensaries have been open for several years.
Yeah. Team also know that most prior research is focused on medical cannabis legalization. They wrote that we expand on this literature by examining recreational cannabis legislation. Furthermore, we include a novel examination of non-opioid pain medications. Now, the new study adds to a growing body of research indicating that cannabis reform may help lessen patients' use of opioids and tamp down prescribing of prescription painkillers.
A study published late last year, for example, found that legalizing medical cannabis appeared to significantly reduce monetary payments from opioid manufacturers to doctors who specialize in pain. According to recently published research, with authors finding evidence that this decrease is due to medical cannabis becoming available as a substitute for prescription painkillers. Other recent research also showed a decline in fatal opioid overdoses, in jurisdictions where cannabis was legalized for adults. That study found a consistent negative relationship between legalization and fatal overdoses, with more significant effects in states that legalized cannabis earlier in the opiate crisis. Authors estimated that recreational cannabis legalization is associated with a decrease of approximately 3.5 deaths per 100,000 individuals. That's awesome.
Exactly. Our findings, as the report says, suggest that broadening recreational cannabis access could help address the opioid epidemic. Jeez, didn't we just say that at the beginning of this one? Now, previous research largely indicates that cannabis, primarily for medical use, can reduce opioid prescriptions and find it may also successfully reduce overdose deaths. Further, this effort increases with earlier implementation of recreational cannabis legalization. It added, indicating this relationship is relatively consistent over time.
Yeah.
It's not just a blip in the system. It's happening. Yeah.
Another recently published report into prescription opioid use in Utah following the state's legalization of medical cannabis found that the availability of legal cannabis both reduced opioid use by patients with chronic pain and helped drive down prescription overdose deaths statewide. Overall, results of the study indicated that cannabis has a substantial role to play in pain management and the reduction of opioid use. And yet another study published in 2023 linked medical cannabis use to lower pain levels and reduced dependence on opioids and other prescription medications. And another published in the American Medical Association last February found that chronic pain patients who received medical cannabis for longer than a month saw significant reductions in prescription opioids.
But 1 in 3 chronic pain patients reported using cannabis as a treatment option, according to the 2023 AMA published report. Most of that group said they used cannabis as a substitute for other pain medications, including opioids. Other research, we could just keep going on and on and on in here, and I think that's going to happen with the story. They're just showing more and more evidence that cannabis is a beneficial when it comes to reducing opioid use and maybe eliminating. Just so you know, I've shut down the story. And
I'm still stuck on this. It's federally funded.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, wow. And they're seeing that. Hopefully something gets done and people can get access. Get the option. Like I know. When I was diagnosed with my Crohn's back in 2003, I knew about the negative end of opioids, and so I went looking about, what's an alternative? What can cannabis, right?
Yep.
So I've only had 2 prescriptions for opioids, and that's why I was hospitalized in 22 years.
Wow.
So, yeah. All righty. I'm gonna get the next one going here.
Okay.
We'll get the next story up, and then we can get onto it. Instead of me just sitting here talking. Here we go. It's up.
Coming to us from Ganjapreneur, Tacoma, Washington makes entheogenic psychedelic prosecution lowest priority for law enforcement.
Yay. There we go. The Tacoma, Washington City Council last week unanimously passed a resolution to make prosecutions for entheogenic psychedelics the lowest priority for law enforcement. Tacoma Weekly reports the resolution does not decriminalize entheogen-related activities, but makes the investigation, arrest, and prosecution of anyone engaging in activities related to them among Tacoma's lowest law enforcement priorities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
The resolution also includes language stating that the city council supports decriminalization of psychedelics to help facilitate mental health treatment research in the use of entheogens. Council member Joe Bushnell, the resolution's lead sponsor and U.S. Marine Corps veteran, told Tacoma Weekly that the resolution is a testament to the board's commitment in exploring innovative and compassionate approaches to mental health.
And according to Bushnell, he says that in the United States, there are 22 veterans a day who commit suicide. As a veteran who lives with PTSD, I'm acutely aware of the challenges faced by those struggling with mental health conditions. The promising research on the therapeutic potential of pathogens, particularly psilocybin, offers a beacon of hope. By declaring our support for decriminalizing these substances, we can advocate for further research and potentially life-changing treatments. Now, Cole Schrum, a licensed therapist and founder of the Tacoma Psychedelic Society, said she was unsure whether the vote would be unanimous due to the ambivalence of a few of the council members.
We brought an authentic voice, she told Tacoma Weekly. We had the collective voice of different stories of people wanting to live again because they found healing through psychedelics.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good morning, Deb Dew.
Morning.
How you doing? Alrighty. You know what time it is?
It is medication time.
That's right. It is. It's medication time. We'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. But first, a little bit of information about an upcoming event that we're going to be talking about. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Re-Rolled brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back to bring you some more news. All righty. What do you say? Next story, it's up.
On to the next story. Yeah. Coming to us from Business of Cannabis. Damning Colorado cannabis test shows vast majority of products do not comply with regulations.
Ooh. More than 85% of regulated cannabis products sold in Colorado adult use market might violate health and labeling laws, according to a recent report by one of the state's cannabis operators. Frustrated by the apparent reluctance of the Colorado Marijuana Enforcement Division to test state-regulated cannabis products and punish those found to be breaking the law, Justin Singer, CEO of manufacturer Ripple, asked his staffers to visit Denver's area MJ retailers on November the 12th and purchase the flower, shake, and pre-roll brands they would normally purchase.
The company then sent unmarked, unadulterated samples, bud, pre-rolls, and shake to state-regulated cannabis laboratory to have the products tested for potency, yeast, and mold, pesticides, and microbial contamination. According to the lab results, only 2 of the 15 products purchased at Denver area retailers complied with state regulations, and some were found to have dangerous levels of contaminants.
That is not good.
No. That's kind of scary.
It is kind of scary. That is the secret shopper that goes around. I know that Legacy 420, they have their lab and all that, and they've tested many products that have been brought into the store to be just to be tested, basically like a secret shopper type thing. And yeah, test results completely different than what are on packages.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't even think they've even had one equal to what was on the packaging. So
wow. Crazy.
Yeah. All righty. Almost there. Almost there. This is going to be interesting. Just never heard of this story. So here we go. What's up?
Yeah, coming to us from Talker. Inside the 10 million medicinal cannabis factory guarded by ex-soldiers.
Oh, okay. Guarded. These amazing photographs provide a glimpse inside a unique $10 million medical cannabis factory in the UK. The top secret facility is heavily protected by more than 150 security cameras and a highly trained team of ex-military guards.
Wow. The factory is run by Devonshire-based firm Daglity, which produces high-grade cannabinoids for prescription medication. The growing of cannabis for medical use was legalized in the UK in 2018.
Now, Dalgetty's state-of-the-art facility is spread over 30,000 square feet in the Midlands, and is surrounded by razor wire fencing and bulletproof glass windows. The site is the first in the UK that holds the EU GMP certification to cultivate, manufacture, and sell for distribution. Wow, this is the first LP, and this is what they require.
Wow. Yeah, this is crazy. CEO James Levisley said Daglity was founded 5 years ago, and it's taken 4.5 years to actually get to a point where we're fully licensed by the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. And the home office to cultivate, manufacture, and supply medical cannabis to the UK. Some of the feedback we have received from doctors was that the supply of imported cannabis can be unreliable and with varying quality due to lack of transparency in the supply chain.
So that means when patients are prescribed medical cannabis, they get their repeat prescriptions often. It's not available or out of stock. That happens right here in Canada. If products have to be imported, it can take 12 to 20 weeks just to get into the UK.
Yeah. The benefit of being located here in the Midlands, as soon as we finish the growing cycle, we harvest and slowly dry our product, and then we pack it. From that moment, it can be within a patient's hands within a month.
The longest thing that we're waiting for is the test results from our third-party lab partners. And once they're all clear and we know it's safe, we can release it into the market, something that all producers must adhere to, however, often handled internationally. The plants, which are fed around 12 times every day, wow, really? Are grown in a series of medical grade laboratories, which are constantly air filtered.
Interesting. The team of expert growers are all issued with specially made dark glasses due to the powerful LED lights used to cultivate the crop. James added, the lighting has been bespoke made, and we actually create artificial wind in the room to ensure that there are no microclimates.
Each plant takes 5 months to grow, over 6 months and 6 feet in height when they are ready to be harvested. They are then dried and cured to remove any moisture before they are trimmed by hand and their flowers separated.
Interesting. Head grower Brady Green, who joined the company in 2023, said our crop cycle runs about 5 months in total. About 2 weeks in the crop propagation stage, about 2 weeks in veg, and then flowering takes about 7 to 12 weeks, depending on the variety.
Yeah, that's about what I know, those numbers. From there, it takes about another 2 weeks to dry and 2 weeks to cure and a little bit of time to trim. While high yields can be achieved through the cultivation of premium cannabis, it is important to recognize that yield size does not necessarily equate to quality, and often it does not.
In cannabis cultivation, there are specific phases where accelerated growth is beneficial, such as during the vegetative stage and logistical processes. However, the drying and curing stages require careful precision and patience, where a low and slow approach is essential to preserving and enhancing the terpene and cannabinoid profiles.
This crucial aspect is often overlooked, as some producers prioritize speed to bring products to market as quickly as possible, sacrificing phytochemical integrity and overall product excellence. At Delgardi, they say that they recognize the true quality cannot be rushed. It is achieved through time, precision, and unwavering commitment to excellence.
Excellent. Once it's packaged, once it's packaged, we can get our product to patients in a matter of weeks. It's important to discuss medical cannabis openly and break the stigma of this plant.
Yeah, last September, it's the opposite of evil and dangerous, and hopefully it can provide a lot of assistance for people. And last September, the company secured their second license, giving them permission to sell their product.
Nice. The company shipped its first batch of product last month, which equates to 500 prescriptions worth of medical cannabis being filled.
Yeah, and they've got that there. They've got the cannabis. So how come it's so hard for patients in the UK to get access to cannabis? They got producers there. They should be.
They're only now licensed to send it out now. Like they just got.
Yeah,
that.
well, let's hopefully that makes things better for the patients in the country, because we've done a report recently talking about the fact that there's like 4 or 5 kids in the UK that are licensed for medical cannabis, when there's hundreds, literally hundreds of kids who could use access to medical cannabis, but they can't.
I think when we read that, there was 298 kids that were waiting for
the
prescription.
Yeah, and like 5 have it. It's there. It just seems hard to access, whether you're a child or whether, I don't know. It just seems to be a program that's hard to.
So it's really nice to see this, but surrounded by barbed wire fences and ex-military guards.
Yeah, I know, like here in Canada, we've got, you got to have the security. There's cameras and stuff like that are required. But yeah, the ex-military guards overlooking that's quite the thing. So
I wouldn't mind that gig.
Yeah. Alrighty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, German government, no connection between cannabis legalization and organized crime.
Good stuff. Look at all the police cars there, little cars. Since the implementation of the first provisions of adult use cannabis legalization in Germany back in April the 1st of 2024, some cannabis opponents inside and outside the country have tried to claim that recreational legalization is causing a spike in organized crime activity. However, the federal government's answer to a recent inquiry made by CDU-CSU parliamentary group regarding the Macro Mafia in North Rhine-Westphalia, it was made clear that this is not the case based on the available evidence. The question and answer was included in the German Cannabis Business Association's recent newsletter.
Does the federal government see a connection between the legalization of cannabis and the increase in organized crime, especially the Macro Mafia in North Rhine-Westphalia? And if not, why not? Was the question posed by the CDU-CSU faction? It was question number 7, number 27. The legal changes as part of the legalization of cannabis are only been in force for a few months. As at present, no conclusions can be made about the impact on organized crime. Over and beyond the events mentioned in North Rhine-Westphalia are probably not due to the partial legalization of cannabis, but rather to independent conflicts between rival criminal gangs. And this is the federal government stated in a response to the question.
The answer from Germany's federal government comes on the heels of the results of a peer-reviewed study being published that addressed another claim made by global cannabis opponents, that one being based on the claim that legal cannabis sales led to a spike in emergency room visits. Now, according to the report or the study, it says this study investigates the impact of recreational cannabis retailer allocation on emergency department visits related to cannabis, alcohol, and opioids. And the study used data from Canada's legal recreational market, which was launched in 2018.
Yeah, no significant effects were found in cannabis, alcohol, or opiate-related emergency room visits following the allocation of cannabis retailers, the research concluded. The allocation of recreational cannabis retailer licenses did not significantly impact acute care use. Another common claim made by cannabis opponents is that cannabis legalization harms youth and increases youth consumption rates. Numerous have looked into the data in the United States, where several state-level legalization laws have been adopted going back to 2012.
And according to that data, it says youth cannabis use declined in 19 of the 21 states that legalized adult use cannabis, with teen cannabis consumption down at an average of 35% in the first states to legalize a decade ago, according to the government data. So there you go.
Interesting. Yeah. There are some kids that do it just because it's wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I'm breaking the law and I'm getting away with it. You know, one of those big thrills when you're young, right? Yeah. And then people used to say, well, when you get older, that sort of fade goes away. And a lot of adults did. And but medical cannabis is here, and seniors at one time I know was the largest, fastest growing numbers when it came to being patients. So, all righty, next story.
Coming to us from the European Medical Journal, psychedelic psychotherapy, promise and pitfalls.
A new analysis of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy research calls for greater methodological rigor and ethical reflection as the field continues to evolve. The study highlights key gaps in current research, including the role of therapist-specific factors, the need for process-focused research, and the importance of expanding diversity in both clinical trials and therapeutic practice. In recent years, interest in PAP has grown as the clinical trials explore the therapeutic potential of psychedelics for treating psychotic conditions. These treatments typically involve a combination of supervised psychedelic sessions and multiple psychotherapy sessions, both before and after dosing. However, the authors caution that the current body of research lacks significant exploitation of therapists' influences and therapeutic processes, which could have significant implications for patient outcomes.
While clinical trials have focused largely on therapeutic outcomes, little attention has been given to how the personal characteristics and experiences of therapists may affect those outcomes. Therapist-specific factors such as their theoretical orientation, prior psychedelic experience, cultural background, and training may implicitly shape the therapeutic process and influence patient expectations. Given the heightened suggestibility associated with psychedelic experiences, how therapists frame these experiences may profoundly impact outcomes. For instance, presenting psychedelics as a means for spiritual insight versus a tool for enhancing psychological flexibility may create different expectations for therapeutic results. These framing choices highlight the need for further research into how therapists' beliefs and behaviors contribute to both benefits and risks.
The study emphasizes the importance of psychotherapy process research, which investigates what takes place between therapists and patients during sessions. While integration therapy, the drug-free sessions following psychedelic dosing, helps patients make sense of their experiences. Little is known about which therapeutic techniques are most effective. Exploring these techniques could help optimize long-term outcome and minimize potential risks.
Yeah, the authors also raised concerns about the limited diversity in PAP research. Most clinical studies have focused on narrow populations, limiting the generalizability of findings. The inclusion of diverse communities and perspectives, both within clinical trials and from practitioners with long-standing experience in non-medical settings, could improve the safety, efficacy, and cultural relevance of PAP. Another clinical area involves listening to patients who have experienced harm during PAP. Understanding their experiences may help refine risk-benefit assessments, improve informed consent practices, and establish stronger ethical guidelines for therapists.
The authors advocate for for more comprehensive approach to PAP research that integrates diverse voices, examines therapists' specific influences, and focuses on the therapeutic process itself. By adopting a stance of epistemic humility, and acknowledging the limitations of current knowledge, further research can help build a safer and more effective framework for psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. There you go. Understanding, how that all works, right? We quite often we talk about, taking microdosing and excuse me, and psychotherapy, but so now they want to see how it actually works. So.
Yeah, and they touch on a very important point there. Having a therapist that understands the psychedelic you've just done is very, very important.
Oh yes.
Such as if you go and you sit with ayahuasca, having a therapist to help you with the integration that's partaken in ayahuasca is important, or psilocybin, depending on the medicine that you've chosen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Anything else? We've got all our stories done. Anything else offhand? Huh?
I don't think so. Besides, Can Expo is coming up, and the influencer awards or the awards, you can now nominate people for the awards, and you can do that by going to their website. And I encourage you to do so.
Yep. Canexpo.ca is their website, and check it all out. We're going to be reporting from there, so we'll be there all weekend. So check it out and find out what's going on. So other than that, from the legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, at ease.ca, and legacy420.com. And thanks for tuning in, everybody. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not, whatever you do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today, because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, for some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Hey.
you doing? Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
You weren't singing.
No, I was reading. I have a hard time. Oh, gross.
Oh, must be medical stuff. So, hi, how are you? I'm Al.
I'm high.
No, me too. I am really, because I got my monthly stash in, and what I ordered, I got some Tom Ford.
Oh yeah. Did you share the link yet?
No, just give me a sec. I got some Tom Ford. I got some Death Bubba, and I got some Bubba Kush. To find out, all three strains are developed from Bubba.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Bubba Kush is a good breeder strain because of the large buds, its growing cycle. So it's been used.
And they are huge buds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and they've been used to, enhance. I grew Bubba Kush one time. Fuck, what a mess! I had buds that were bigger than 2 liter bottles. Can't support their own weight. They got to be trellised.
Good deal. Oh, because they're so big.
Yeah. Hi,
okay,
Dale.
Let me. I want to share here, so we can get that out of the way. Sharing is caring. And I also, while I'm sharing, I'll let people know that if you're sick of watching us on social networks, you can now watch us at 420radio.ca with chat, and as well as at 420pace.ca with chat. And please join our YouTube channel with chat.
and our Facebook stream with chat.
Yes, but eventually they block us, so no chat.
What do you mean they block us?
Eventually,
only when we play copyright crap.
Get edited. It's a little bit more often than that these days, unfortunately.
Well, that's because their algorithm sucks.
Well, yes, and their porn is showing up perfectly. Thanks for removing your censorship, by the way, guys, because now you can actually view porn on Facebook.
Oh, trust me, I know. I've seen enough.
All week, it's been porn, and dating sites with women who are spread eagle. Is that what they call it now? Spread eagle?
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just.
I'd like to know where to actually meet a girl like that. That's what I'd like to know, Marcel. How do I actually meet a girl like that?
But do you want to?
Well, yes, that's my style.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Hey, what was I doing?
Did you watch the
I was sharing
the
show. You know what? I did. I lasted 10 fucking minutes and I shut it off.
Oh, okay.
I did not enjoy it at all.
Yeah.
We used to, you're this in my age bracket, so you know that when the awards shows came on, even when it was black and white television, we were sitting in front of the fucking television. Everybody was, at least my family.
Yeah.
And then when the music shows started, the Emmys and the music shows and stuff like that. We did this. That was our entertainment. It was before movies were even really on television. Right.
Yeah. See, I never watched them. I never get into the whole crap. I always thought it was crap.
Well, I used to enjoy it. I mean, I used to.
I figure why sit through 1 or 2 hours of bullshit when I can just wait and get the highlight reels off of YouTube later of all this.
This is what I do now, but I was I watched the Fire Aid concert. And I really enjoyed that. So I was in, and it was that week. And so I was in that mode, right? I loved watching concerts, especially concerts that I was at, right?
Yeah.
And it was a lunch bag letdown, and I went and I just went and watched Discovery.
See, I prefer studio music over live music unless I'm physically there.
I've watched some live music, especially David Gilmour and those people of that caliber, and sometimes they're better than the studio.
I don't like the crowds.
You get several different. A perfect example of a band that's good in both is the Tragically Hip. You watch a Tragically Hip concert on TV, on a movie screen, on your computer or your phone, and you become interacted with that, partially because it's Gord Downey and the Tragically Hip.
Actually, no, I don't.
Yeah, well, I do.
You do.
Most
don't.
People
it's
do.
The same thing as I can't go around crowds. I mean, I have a hard time being around.
I do as well.
Right? But my problem isn't the fact that I'm around crowds. It's there's just so much information coming in at one time.
Yes, I get that. I've left concerts.
Watching a concert online, like watching any video of a concert, a live concert. My problem is I hear all of the background.
Yes.
I hear the people talking. I hear them screaming. I hear them cheering, and that throws off the music. And I don't.
Yeah. I stare at the soundboard people because I usually park myself beside the soundboard because I like to watch what's going on. But that takes away. It's like cell phones now. You go to a concert and most people are holding their cell phones. I do it, but you're really not there to hold your cell phone. Watch the concert.
See, Leonard Skinner's coming this fall, so I might grab tickets and go see Leonard Skinner.
I saw Ozzy.
If I'm there in person, it's different. I can pretty much handle it.
I saw
once the
Ozzy
music
at Budweiser stage with my sister, and you know what? Knowing about his Parkinson's, this was just a few years ago. Knowing about his Parkinson's, knowing about his health, and that I was waiting for overdubbing, and he was live. He had some enhancements in his mic, I'm sure, but he was bouncing around like Ozzy does. And now I'm looking forward. I'm hoping that they're gonna stream this last concert that he wants to do with Sabbath, because this will be his last concert. He can't walk anymore.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking is Ozzy going to be able to make it through his last concert?
Well, you know what? We're going to find out because he's going to try. And Phil Collins did it.
Yeah.
Hi,
Dee. Dee said hello, Al.
Hi, Dee. Oh, I had it covered up. Hi, Dee. So listen, before we go too far into the show, what are you smoking? I don't know what this is, but I got this in with
Neither do I now. All I saw was a big white glare.
What this? You can't. I'm not even. I just show you the doobie. But this is my mystery pre-roll that I got, and I have no idea what it is. So we've got an hour and 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so. So I may be asleep at the end of the show. I may be a rambling fool, but here goes nothing.
Uh-oh.
What?
What's it taste like? Does it taste like
I
Kush?
don't know. Let me light it. Do
No,
your job.
taste it now before you light it.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do?
As soon as you suck on it, you're going to taste it.
I'm going to, no. I'm going to re-roll it so I can look at the.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
It's really nicely packed. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to do that only because you might find stock and shit like that. You'd rather not see that.
Did you share the video you had me? No, I didn't think so.
What video?
I tagged you. You're having some temple ball. Now you see that's something I would like to try.
Oh, I have it here.
I'm not there, am I?
No, that's because you decided to go north instead of east.
Yeah.
Add the profile. There we go. Well,
I'm not tasting much of anything.
No?
No.
Because usually that very first little draw on it without lighting it, I can tell you whether or not I'm going to want to light it.
Yeah, it's not lighting very well because it's really tight.
And if I
And you know what? To be honest, I mean, I've had a few of these mystery pre-rolls, and they're usually very dry, end of the bag.
It's just the stuff that lands on the floor at the end of the day. They sweep it up.
Okay, I got a nice haul there, and it's
Dago Walker crossed with Chem 91. Okay, T, that sounds interesting. I'm already into Dale Napoli Temple Ball. I've got some here tonight.
Send me a chunk when you send me those seeds, buddy. Dale has a contest going on Instagram. Dale, post your contest link here in the thing, and I'll share it, buddy.
I went looking for it. It looked like it was gone.
Oh, did they crap you on it?
Was it a contest or a poll?
It was a poll that he was giving some seeds away for doing, or something like that.
No, it's a poll on.
Can you read that? Is that font okay?
I like that font.
All right.
It's over. It only lasted for 24 hours. What was your answer, Dale? Yeah, it was on pricing of seeds. How much should you charge?
Oh, that's right. Yes. That's right.
Who said buck a seed?
Most people, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Because that's what they think that it's worth.
Well, you know, when you go and spend $450 on a bag of sunflower seeds, and there's 300 or 400 in there, you do kind of think, is sunflower more needed than cannabis? No. Is cannabis more needed than sunflowers? No. Are they both needed though? Yes. Price them accordingly. What was that? I can't even read that, buddy.
What I have mine at $50. So $5 a seed, which is a very fair price.
Yeah,
not a fair price is the one that's out there selling a single seed for $500.
My first seeds that I got was from the bikers down on Lake Shore in Toronto. Well, in Tobacoke. And it was I guess it was just the Toronto Seed Bank or whatever it was. And I paid $50 for 5 BC skunk seeds, and that was in the 80s.
Yeah. Seeds were never cheap.
But prices prices have gone up, obviously, but
right.
Not from like you said, one seed and that those prices, no. A reputable breeder is going to be reasonable with their prices because they want their product out there, I would think.
Exactly. $200. So new seeds at Buddy Goss cost them $200 for 5 seeds.
Did I already post that one? You're gonna have to do that, Bud, because I can't even see the screen.
Yeah.
So
yeah, $200 for a 5-pack of seeds. Yeah.
Yeah, no thanks.
Buddy, you should contact Dale. Get in touch with him. I think he's got a better rate. Just saying. Yeah. I know. I think most I paid is probably $10 a seed, and that's only because they were the last of the seeds.
Prices, to be honest, prices on OCS, the Ontario Cannabis Store. OCS, yeah, is that what you said? Just a second, I got to sneeze.
Bless you.
The prices at the OCS are very reasonable
for 5 seeds.
For cannabis seeds, yes, very reasonable. I have purchased some and had a little bit of luck with the Pineapple Express, although I should have done it in here, not out there, which I got from them. But as we've discussed many times, my issue right now is the cold.
Yeah.
What is he saying?
I'm not there. I'm putting in a birth code to verify my age that I'm an old fucker. Especially seeds from Muriel Guzman and HSO Collab Limited Packs. Oh, they're special seeds.
They're special. Are they on the short bus special?
Hang on now.
This doobie is making me not be able to see.
Seeds. I'm just looking at Nova Scotia Liquor seeds to see what they have.
Well, I would think that they'd be comparable to what they were paying here in Ontario.
Anywhere from $48 up to $45.
Okay, they're a little bit more expensive.
Oh no, sorry. Anywhere from $40 up to $55.
They're a little bit. I saw some there for 65, 75. But they change their seeds all the time. Right?
I'm just looking to see what they have here. So they got 34th Street Acapulco Gold.
Ooh.
34th Street BCP seed. 34th Street Bubba Kush. So those are all 50.
Okay, so question. While you're going through that, do you think Bubba Kush would be a good one for downstairs or outside? Here.
Inside flowered soon, because it's got a good stretch during flowering. Big buds.
Because it's a nice strain. I like it. The other one is
finished, but the problem is it's going to outgrow your greenhouse.
Okay, so that would be something that I'd want to just sit out, let it out, just sit it out.
Yeah.
What about Death Bubba? Same thing.
Same thing.
Okay, and what about Tom Ford?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know that strain. So.
And they're each different. They're very different buzzes. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people, Death Bubba, they'll be like, "Oh, you're going to knock yourself out." And actually, Death Bubba for me is very uplifting and calming. It doesn't make me think too much. Where the Bubba Kush, I'm like thoughts all over the fucking place, but it'll lull me to sleep pretty quick too.
I'd like to know what this BCP is.
BCP. It doesn't tell you what the actual strain is?
No.
Would a hash plant be good here?
If you're going hash, sure. Hash plants tend to be shorter plants and really resin covered, susceptible to mold because there's so much crystal. Cherry spice. It doesn't tell me anything about this BCP other than the fact they're claiming it'll give you 23 to 33% THC, and I don't.
Yeah, right. I don't go by that at all.
Yeah, I'm not going to take their word for it here.
The only
might
thing
be a little more honest at 9 to 15%.
The only thing that I do like knowing is if there's any CBD in there. And I know that some companies now in Ontario are putting other terpenes as well.
Oh, here's one. Humboldt Jelly Donuts, Auto, 30 to 35%.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend $55 to find out that it's an auto flower. That Oh, it's a CBD. Oh no, sorry. It could have 1 to 10 milligrams of CBD. So that's an awful wide range on the CBD. That's cute. But all of their seeds are out of stock online.
Question on the screen,
Marcel.
Marcel.
Sorry, there's 3 of them. They're in stock, all the 34th Street stuff. All right, let me go back to the screen and find the question. Yes, Dale, that's what I said, is the NSLC site. So they got a few of them that are in stock. The 34th Street products.
Did you see the screen? The question on the screen, though, Marcel.
Just hang on.
I feel like I'm talking to myself.
Have you had pine tar kush? Pine tar kush.
I've never heard of it.
Pine tar kush.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
I've had early purple kush that was really, really pine flavored.
But you don't like kushes, do you?
I hate kush.
Yeah. Is it the taste?
Yep.
Because it's very diesel-y usually.
No, it's very cushy.
Well, yeah, I see. Yeah.
Diesel and kush have 2 different tastes.
Yeah, similar though.
No, it's a totally different thing.
Pungent.
It for me
stinks at my house.
Yeah, kush. This is rude. I once had to go to a kid's basketball game, and I was sitting beside some lady that I couldn't breathe every time she moved and opened her legs. Kind of a yeasty, reddish, funky mushroom smell.
Yeah, I remember that smell from high school, buddy.
Well, that's how I relate kush. Kush smells like a mushroom with a yeast infection.
Alrighty then.
now that
next rude comment.
Everybody off.
We just lost 4 people.
Oh God, he's talking about yeast infection. I can cure yeast infections in less than 24 hours. Just in case. And if I'd known that back then, I would have made that suggestion to that young lady, but I was too busy trying to breathe. Anyways, on to bigger and better things. So Dale's got an idea of what prices are like. I was looking at An article stating that medical marijuana is more effective than prescription medications for treating chronic pain. Study finds. Well, I'm glad that study was done, but I could have told you that about 15 fucking years ago. New research study conducted by a federal researcher at the National Cancer Institute. Oh wow!
I posted a couple articles there in our chat.
That's what I'm looking at right now. This
okay.
this was funded by the state of Pennsylvania's Medical Marijuana Academic Clinical Research Program.
Here, let's bring it up on the screen, buddy.
Sure.
Are you able to do that, or do you want me to do it?
Hang on, I might be able to do it.
I know you know how to do it.
I know how to do it. It's just
okay. What is Buddy saying here?
All gas and cinnamon cookie. Okay, that sounds cool.
Dale's laughing at you. Now he's laughing at me, you bastard.
Not laughing at me. I'm innocent.
He was. Look, you see, he was right here. Look.
Yeah, I know. I saw him. All right, can you see that? This is such a terrible way to try and share this.
No, really. I can make it big.
Yeah, but when I go to scroll and then stupid banners come up. Anyways, concludes that despite some methodological limitations, the analysis was able to determine using causal interference techniques that the use of medical marijuana for chronic pain under medical supervision is at least effective and potentially more effective in relationship to patients with chronic pain treated by prescription medications, non-opioid or opioid. And we've always known that cannabis helps chronic pain or helps patients with chronic pain. Chronic pain is different, though.
Oh, yeah, you're telling me.
Well, no, see, because chronic pain means that it's there all the time.
24/7,
so you have
365.
Right. So you have two types of pain. You have acute pain, which is you burn yourself. That's an acute pain, right? It's instant. It's there. But once it's healed, it goes away. Right?
Yes. Unfortunately,
Chronic
I have
pain
both.
is there in the background all the time. So as humans, as a defense mechanism, we develop blocks
Yes.
that help alleviate a lot of that pain. Right. So I've met patients with MS who claim they're not in pain. Once they start using medical cannabis, they realize how much pain they were actually in and how much better they feel without that pain.
Point I got a point to make there. When I am out, and you know this, Marcel, and when I am out, I don't take anything for pain other than cannabis. I don't take anything for my mood disorder and depression and ADHD except for cannabis. So when I'm out, and then on top of that, it helps regulate my diabetes and helps with the pain there. So when I'm out, I'm in bed. It's simple as that. I mean, maybe not the next day, but within a day or two, I'm in bed feeling sick. I can't eat because I'm nauseated all the time. Blah, 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 blah. So does that make me a pothead, a junkie, or a medical person that uses cannabis and not pills? The only pills I take are for my diabetes. That's it. So I don't really like when somebody goes, "Oh, baby, you're all out," that kind of shit, right?
Yeah, no. Do they say that to people that are all out of their insulin?
I don't
Right?
hear that. I don't hear that from people when I'm out of my metformin. No.
Yeah, no. Oh, poor thing. You're out of your pharmaceutical poison. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't hear that. No.
I am.
But it's
you get like I mean it's
the problem
stupid.
is
It's ironic, but you get the point we're trying to make, right?
right. Yeah. it's the stigma is still there.
I said to my friend the other day, I only have 2 doobies left. I knew I was getting my meds yesterday, but I only had two doobies left the night before, and I had already started panicking about not being able to sleep, which I couldn't. And I got, you know, I don't like that. It changes my flavor and opinion on people when they do things like that, because I don't do that.
So yeah, their study basically proved what we've already been saying for years.
Cannabis helps.
Yeah. And
it's not a cure. It's not a cure. It is it is to help you maintain and deal with. It short circuits your pain receptacles so that it's out of your mind, basically. It doesn't stop it.
Yeah.
It changes your whole like
no, what it does is it improves your quality of life if taken properly.
Yes. Thank you.
And when I say taken properly, I mean not taking it to get high. High
Well,
is
you know,
effect of cannabis.
You can get high and still medicate with cannabis. I'm doing it right now.
No. But what I'm saying is a lot of people have a hard time differentiating the difference between high and relief. Right?
Well, because there really isn't any difference. You're being high is your fucking relief. Hello.
No, there is a difference. If you're a chronic pain patient, you have chronic pain. If the pain is gone, you have relief. But if the pain is gone and you're high, you have too much.
Well, yes, and you know what? Sometimes I over medicate. So do you.
I'm doing it now. It's called Friday night, right?
My point. I'm recreational. I'm recreational right now. Talk to me in the morning, and I'm medical.
I do that instead of alcohol.
I don't drink. I had one of those shot things on New Year's Eve and a tall boy. That was it. You know,
right?
When we were kids. Oh God.
Buddy's saying something that I used to say, but I don't say anymore.
Well, no, but it's absolutely true. I agree. This is what I was getting at. Everybody is medical. They just choose to call it recreational because they don't get what they're doing is helping their quality of life. Even if you're smoking a joint after work to relax. Hello. It's no different than having a glass of wine, really, when you get
have
home.
a Xanax for that.
My doctor, I have to go for an MRI on my knee and my leg. And so my doctor's giving me some Ativan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I won't be driving on that.
So, Buddy's brought up a good point. Charging up the endocannabinoid system is 100% the lack of endocannabinoid produced naturally in the body.
Yes.
And I perfectly agree with that. So, at what point does distillate fall under medical?
It doesn't. And I don't think
ever
it should ever.
So that's my problem is we do have recreational cannabis now, and that's distillates. Because medically, they're fucking useless. They have no useful compound other than getting high, which is a side effect of all of the other cannabinoids that aren't there. Right? So it's the other cannabinoids you want to get you healthy.
I equate distillates and what's the other one? Isolates. The same effect that I got when I had to take Sesamet, Nabalone, because I didn't have a regular supply of cannabis.
Right. And all you were getting was a synthetic THC, no other cannabinoids.
And a headache and I was grumpy all the time. And then eventually, because of the carrier, you end up with bad kidney pain.
Right. So here's the best example of how to explain distillates. If I invite you over to my house and offer you your favorite cherry cheesecake.
Oh, yum, yum.
You love cherry cheesecake, and when you sit down, I put down a bowl of cherries in front of you. Are you going to be happy about this?
No, because
It's
there's
a
no
cherry. It's a cherry cheesecake distillate because I've taken one compound out of the whole mixture and served it to you. That's your distillate.
Yes.
Right? Because nothing else is with it. So there's your cheesecake. Enjoy.
Yeah, no, I don't. I like, I don't particularly like the isolates and the distillates.
Yeah. So that's
There's really no difference. It's just the way that it's made, right?
Right. Well, the issue is the market gets flooded. It has gotten flooded.
And as Dee says, no terps.
Right. Well, no, because it's a distillate.
Yeah. Although they do, some companies do try and add terpenes into it, do they not?
Yeah, some do.
Yeah.
But it's like what he says. Where did the terps come from? Are they cannabis terps or are they terpenes from, Margolians and crap like that? And so you don't know where your terpenes are going to be coming from and what strains of flowers they may be, but you can be pretty much guaranteed they're not going to be coming from a cannabis plant. So this has been my biggest beef with legalization and the influx of distillates into the market that's supposedly being a medical market, but now a bunch of inadequate products that are being sold. Doctors don't know the difference. They just tell patients, "Oh, you can go to the liquor store and pick up some cannabis there." They have tinctures. They have capsules.
Do they
Just
not?
get it. Yeah.
I know you go to the liquor store. You literally do go to the liquor store to get your cannabis,
Yeah.
but they don't have they don't distinguish between the two. They just say it's the liquor store. They don't say it's the
They're
pot
not.
shop.
Well, it's in the liquor store. It's a separate room within the
Okay.
liquor store,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And anybody that is looking for medical cannabis has to know what they're looking for a medical product because they will tell you right to your face they do not sell medical cannabis products.
And they're not allowed to give you advice unless it's personal advice, and that's not medical.
Exactly. So,
right. Specifically, a licensed bud tender in Canada cannot discuss medical value of cannabis with you.
Right. With anybody, because the reason being is Health Canada, the last thing Health Canada ever wants to do is admit that cannabis is a medicine because then they would lose
It's
millions
still
in
on their
funding.
website that it's not recognized and it's spelt with a H.
Right. And that's because the pharmaceutical companies control Health Canada. Right?
And they spell it with an H?
No, I'll go one step further. The pharmaceutical companies control the entire healthcare system. Right? From start to finish, it's controlled by the pharmaceutical companies because they're the ones that put the funding into, oncology research centers at hospitals and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're the ones that are collecting all the money, but they're also the ones that are creating the diseases for the cures that they never supply, but they do supply system maintenance.
As I said earlier in the week, I see a lot of pills going out and a lot of new pharmaceuticals coming on the market, but I've never seen a cure. Although I saw Bill Gates talking about polio is about to be wiped out completely, which is a good thing.
Yeah, considering how many cases that he spread in India. Right? That's the thing is India doesn't really think real highly of Mr. Gates and
Oh,
his
I'm sure
vaccination program,
a lot of
and
people.
how many people got screwed in India because of it.
Mm-hmm.
You got to remember, Bill Gates is also the guy that goes on stage and says that we've got to reduce the world's population by 90% through the use of vaccines.
Correct.
Right? So
he's doing the circuit right now on the talk shows because of his new book.
He's also doing a new thing that he's promoting, which is a microchip birth control device for women. So it'll be an implant that women will have that they can remotely turn on or off in case she ever wants to get pregnant.
Wow, which sounds kind of interesting, but will it
Sounds
work?
kind of scary.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of
And
things
so
going on.
you're going to have a little lithium battery in your womb for the next 15 years. What could go wrong, right? Oh, by the way, this Temple Ball is really good, Phil.
Like I said, I've never tasted it, and you can't get it at the legal store. I don't think. Maybe you can. I will look. Ooh.
I'm gonna die. I might die
on the air.
Yeah. Yeah. So medical cannabis, and I said this back when Mr. Trudeau started with his whole little legalization plan that patients are going to get fucked. Well, patients have thoroughly gotten fucked. We can't get medical products through a legal market. Nobody's allowed to talk about medical cannabis in a legal market. So we have no medical program in Canada. What we do have is a Smith ruling that allows patients to supply other patients but still be subjected to excise taxes and sales taxes.
Yeah, we've got 14 days of no GST if you apply for it or something like that.
That didn't work on the cannabis. That was only on junk food and fast food.
They didn't remove the GST from the cannabis.
No, and only off of certain liquors.
All right, we need to take a break.
Yep.
And we'll be right back. But I just want to say one thing before we leave.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Yeah, I didn't think it was bad enough either, buddy.
Nobody heard it.
Yeah. You could do it again. Here, hold on a second. What I said was, keep my wife's name out of fucking mouth. You heard that, didn't you?
Does that keep my wife's name?
Yeah, it's Will Smith at the Oscars.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a good performance, actually.
And you know,
I saw the movie with the original performance, and it was like almost perfect. It was good.
He showed up at the Grammys for the first time since he was shunned from the Oscars. It was his first public appearance on a main stage.
Okay, so you watched all that shit, right? You got somebody's got to explain to me. Anybody, I don't care who's listening. Somebody, please explain to me what the fuck was his kid doing with a box on his head?
I don't know.
Was it like supposed to be symbolic of something, or
it was a hat? It was a box hat.
But it went right around his face. It's just his face sticking out in front of this.
That's
building.
What everybody was calling it, was a box hat.
And who was the other one? Oh, what's the other video that everybody's got? Oh, Kanye.
And his
Kanye West.
girlfriend? Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I feel kind of sorry for her because I don't think she really wanted to fucking do that.
He said this week that he's not bipolar.
Yeah, well, dude, you got more problems than just bipolar. If you're going to get your girl to go out and do that, obviously against her wishes, kind of a dick move. Oh man, see, this is the problem. The entertainment industry is totally fucked.
Not
You got
like
Diddy and his diddlers, and
when Bob Hope walked out on the stage at one of those kinds of events, either an Academy event or whatever, people went, "Oh, that's Bob Hope," and they laughed and they had fun. It's not fun watching those shows anymore. It really isn't. It's a big political, personal statement.
Except
that has
Ricky Gervais. I'm going to give a shout out to Ricky Gervais because he hosted, I think it was the Oscars or something stupid like that, and he got up on stage and he told them, "Come up, get your fucking word, thank your God, thank your family, and get the fuck off the stage and keep your fucking political ideals out of your mouth because you have no right to be talking about it."
Well,
right?
I mean, you do have the right to be talking about it, but that's
not
the right
in that forum.
That's not
exactly.
The right,
And it never should be on that forum. But look how many times it was.
And it keeps happening over and over and over and over and over again.
Because everybody wants to throw politics into it.
Well, I mean, politics and entertainment really have no business being together unless it's about a movie. I mean,
I honestly think the politics and the movie industry is all being written from the same scripts, anyways.
Well, a lot of the movies that you see now are taken from real life events.
Mm-hmm.
Or partially, like the Hunt for Red October. Who's the guy that wrote that book? I can't remember his name. He died a few years ago.
Clancy, wasn't it?
Yes. And
Tom Clancy wrote that one?
Tom Clancy, and he worked in the industry for a very long time before he started writing his books. So a lot of what he wrote about in his books and and movies came from real life experiences or from stories from people he knew who had those real life experiences.
You're talking.
He wrote about a lot of real shit, is what I'm getting at.
Right, but you're also talking about Ian Fleming did the same thing.
Yes, he did.
Right? He created a whole character.
Apparently, the character of 007 was a real person.
Exactly, and that's what I mean. And he turned around and turned that real person into a complete believable story. Well, some of it got a little unbelievable later on, but
American what was it? American Soldier? No, American Bradley Cooper about this American Sniper is a fictionalized story about a real sniper who and his life, and they even played homage to him at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
That movie showed you what a military person goes through from start to finish, quite literally, in the worst conditions that you can go and fight a war in. Basically, he was a sniper. He killed people.
Yeah.
And then he became a celebrity because of it.
Yeah.
And then he killed himself.
Yep.
So.
Well, I mean,
it's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
Yeah, but spending time in the military makes you a different person, and how you
and you would know that. How many years did you spend in the military?
Almost 8. Well, before that, so overall 10.
and you went overseas, and you went up north,
way up north.
And
I went up so far north that we had to look south to see the northern lights.
way far, way farther north than I am. And you've been
We
around
actually no. Wait, this is funny because I shared this the other day about life on Mars, and it was
which is going to happen very soon.
Yeah, bullshit. It was an image that they showed about the rover on Mars.
The new one?
Yeah.
I watched
Yeah,
that
okay.
one.
There's no rover on Mars. It's on Devon Island up in the Arctic Circle. I was on that island in 1981. I was literally stranded on that island. It hasn't changed. There's nothing there. The reason it's there is it looks like Mars.
So you're saying that's where they did the moon shot?
Well, the moon shot, that was a Kubrick studio thing. But if you go online and look, just Google Devon Island Mars base, you'll see it. Because they're doing research because they figured that's as close to what it would be like to be on Mars. Right? So this rover images, when you zoom in on the pictures, you see footprints on Mars. Right? And the footprints are going across the rover tracks. So somebody on Mars had to walk across the rover track.
Whoops.
But yeah, there is an actual Mars base on Devon Island up in the Arctic Circle that researchers use.
Because it's got the same environment.
Well, to a point. I mean, the temperature is going to be different, but yeah.
Well, how cold? I watched
so much the same environment. It's the same characteristics geographically.
I watched a launch beginning of the month, I guess. And it was going up to put in orbit a vehicle to go down on the moon.
Yep.
And then a manned flight, a manned rocket is going up, if it hasn't already, and they're going to make a base on the moon. But apparently Japan is already there doing it.
Oh.
So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I didn't see anything about Japan. I just saw in a few posts that Japan was already doing that. And I don't know if it's true or not. If it is, I don't think it should matter. I mean, you've got Russians, even though with the tension that's going on here on Earth, you've got Russians and Chinese and Japanese at the fucking International Space Center living life together. You know, why can't we do it on the moon?
Exactly. But now?
I think the real question is,
what do they have for protocol?
Why can't we fucking do it on Earth?
Well, yeah, but why? Those guys sitting in a space station that's basically it's a satellite circling the planet.
Yeah,
right?
Yep.
It's floating around up there, and you've got members from different countries.
Yeah.
So you've got some cosmonauts, you've got some U.S.
And
astronauts.
they each have their own wing of the space center now. They have their own areas, but I believe they live and work together.
So before they get sent up, what are they given for protocols in a worst case scenario?
I have no idea, but that's an interesting question. But
it is, isn't it? Because nobody's going to talk about that.
But that's an interesting question that movies have already tackled. Speculated, yes. Okay.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Well, nobody knows what's really going to happen when somebody says there's an inbound nuclear missile heading for ya. What do we do now?
Well,
nobody knows what that guy who has to react because there's one person that's going to push a button that's going to start whatever's got to be started. We don't know what's going to happen. Well, I guess we do, because it's kind of happening over in the East and other countries, right? So,
well, look at it this way: the last time the world saw the devastating effects of a nuclear explosion was the 40s. All right. Very, very few people are alive today that remember that event.
yes.
So that is ancient history.
And that you're talking about D-Day?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about D-Day was in Europe. I'm talking when they dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Right?
Oh, the big one, the atomic. Yeah, okay.
When they lit up those with atomic bombs, they showed the world the
What
devastating effects of an atomic
nuclear?
bomb.
Yeah, what nuclear was capable of. Yes.
Right. Don't forget, the world didn't have internet.
No, but it
So
traveled pretty fucking quick.
Not everybody got to see what the devastating effects are. We're now in an age of people that they won't believe it until they see it online.
If you want to know what the devastating effect is of a nuclear bomb or radiation from it, look at Chernobyl and what's still going on there. They're now building another case to go over the well that holds all the rods that still are very, very dangerous.
But Chernobyl wasn't the case of a malicious attack of somebody.
No, and I'm not saying it was. What I'm saying is the effect,
right, for the radiation effects and things like that. Well,
it changed a country,
right? But a lot of with new nuclear weapons, a lot of them don't have that same type of radioactivity that a plant like Chernobyl, which has hundreds of rods.
What happened first?
So you don't get
Chernobyl?
as much spies. 3 Mile Island happened first, didn't it?
Yeah, that's I was going to ask if 3 Mile Island, and then we've had a mishap or two at the Pickering plant,
Not
which is
mishaps, cooling water issues.
Yes, I know about the Pickering plant because I know the engineer who helped design it. I knew him when I was a kid. He was the parent of one of the girls I went to school with that I helped at when I helped at the Armenian Pavilion for Caravan. And he gave me a poster of the Pickering plant. And I believe they've taken that offline recently, have they not?
I don't know if they've taken that one off. I was a frequent visitor to Point Lepreau's nuclear plant because they were one of my customers.
And where was that?
In New Brunswick. So about once a month, I'd have to go into the nuclear facility and go through everything and work with the guys, and then leave, and then go through all of the radiation detection crap to get out of the building.
I've had to go through radiation detection stuff because I worked at a hospital for a little while.
I did it years before that through training for nuclear, biological, chemical warfare.
Well, this was just because I was in the vicinity of the X-ray area.
Yeah. If a nuclear, here, I'm going to give you all a little tidbit. If a nuclear war was to strike, all right, and there was a threat of nuclear missiles coming at you, first off, nuclear missiles are going to be aimed at very densely populated areas, such as 15-minute cities, okay, because you can get a mass casualty out of it in a small area. So get out of cities, get away from high population area. If you're outdoors and you know that there's a missile coming, we were actually trained to do this. Crawl into a culvert and cover your head and hang on.
If Russia was to send a missile and the U.S. sent a counter missile, it would intercept somewhere over Lake Superior.
Why? Very likely, in a case like that, coming from Russia, it would go off over the Pacific or Bering Strait
before it even got here. Yes.
Right. I mean that's the whole idea of a missile defense system. Israel used a missile defense system in a number of the attacks. They've got oh, I forget the name that they have for theirs, but they have a missile defense system that was pretty successful at stopping a lot, but not all.
Not all. No. And the
nuclear missiles
there were more that it stopped. We didn't hear about the ones that it stopped. Let's put it that way.
Right. But the nuclear missiles are a little different, all right? Because one, they're bigger. A lot of times,
and the radiation is the bad thing, right?
Well, but a lot of times they're airborne, so they're in planes being ready to be launched from aerial platforms versus bunkers in the ground. I mean, there's still bunkers in the ground that have these missiles, but trust me, there's planes flying around with them as well as submarines.
Right now.
Yes.
Oh,
right?
yes.
So basically, it's a big deterrent of, well, you be nice, we're going to fire.
It's a game of who's going to push that button first, is what it is.
That's all it is, and then all it is having all of these countries armed, which is why Iran wants nuclear capability to basically be in the same ballpark as the rest of the world and say, okay, we now have our own deterrent. You can't threaten us anymore because we'll nuke you. Right? Whether or not they would be the first ones to fire it, yeah, you never know. Right? Just depends on who they're aiming at. In most cases, it would be Israel, but it just depends on who got pissed off first. That's going to pull the trigger first. So hopefully it never comes to that. The aliens come and wipe out all humanity first and get it over with and let the planet start over again.
Right. And on that note, guess what time it is?
Time to take a break.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the half. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
tote
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
So I wanted to send a shout out to Dave over at the Happle, because this is the dewdrop. You've seen this, right, Marcel?
Yep.
I broke my stem, and I received 2 today replacements. So thank you for that, Dave. I'll be able to resume using my dewdrop.
I am reading a medical paper.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Should I hit that button?
In a medical journal about cannabis. And the title of this paper is
medical journal.
It is from the JAMA Network. So I had to go and look that up, what the JAMA Network is, and it is an open source for biosciences, for any paper studies, things like that. And this was, so here's the title: Changes in incident schizophrenia diagnosis associated with cannabis use disorder after cannabis legalization. So the question was, were the liberalization of medical cannabis and the legalization of non-medical cannabis in Canada associated with changes in the population attributable fraction of cannabis use disorders associated with schizophrenia?
Oh, yeah, I think that's one of the articles that I posted, isn't it?
You did. So findings in this population-based cohort study comprising 13,588,681 individuals. The population attributable fraction of cannabis use disorder associated with schizophrenia increased significantly from 3.7% in the pre-legalization period to 10.3% during the post-legalization period.
Oh, this is the one that Mary Jane posted.
Yeah. So these findings suggest that the association between cannabis use disorders and schizophrenia as an important consideration for the legalization of cannabis.
Well, they've been saying that for years.
They've always tried to say that. So
they're trying to use that to stop legalization?
Yeah, because they don't want other countries to start using it. So this was actually brought to attention to us from UK media, right?
Yeah, from the international, yeah.
So United Kingdom would use this to
For the independent. Yeah, I'm going to post an article for anybody who wants to read it. I can actually bring it up if you want. I have it right here, Marcel.
Yeah, the article. Yeah, you can bring the article up. But the article, I had to go search for the study. The article doesn't have the study.
Okay, so this is the article, and I'm posting it into our chat thingy here. Oh. It's a long one, so I hope it posts okay. No, it didn't. No. Sorry.
Oh, you're just posting the link?
Yes.
I could read you the article. It's pretty freaking
well, I have the article up here. If you want to read it, I can scroll down. I can make it full screen. Would that help?
Oh, that's up to you. I'm just going to read. I'm reading off my own full screen.
All right. Well, I will follow along for the listeners.
All right. So overuse of high potency cannabis could be linked to a sharp increase in schizophrenia cases in Canada, according to a new study that calls for a review of the drug's long-term effects. The study, published in the journal JAMA Network Open, which I had to go look it up, found that the number of new schizophrenia cases linked to cannabis use disorder, CUD. Oh, we got our own new acronym, CUD.
Yeah. It's no
CUD,
longer
cannabis use disorder.
pieces.
Oh, Al, you suffer from CUD almost every month, don't you?
I do.
Cannabis use disorder, due to the fact that you don't have enough.
Yes.
Anyways, CUD has more than doubled in Ontario, rising from 4% to 10% after legalization of the drug. Researchers assess. So you've got 13.5 million people in Ontario using cannabis that were all checked for schizophrenia. That's fucking awesome. Researchers assessed whether the liberalization of medical cannabis in 2015 and legalization of non-medical cannabis in what liberalization did we get in 2015?
Oh my God.
I missed that one because in 2015 we were still fighting for rights as patients. And legalization of non-medical cannabis in 2018 influenced the link between CUD and new schizophrenia diagnosis. Schizophrenia is a condition that affects how a person interprets reality manifests. All bullshit. If anything, cannabis may have brought out the underlying schizophrenia that those people had.
I'm gonna say what I've said many times on the show. When I turned 60, I was on Ritalin and Dexedrine, high doses from the age of 5 to 16, when I was asked if I was using cannabis and told by my doctor, my pediatrician, that if I was using cannabis to stop using the amphetamines.
Yeah, Canadian.
I have
it's Ontario study.
I have full-blown ADHD, a mood disorder, and keep going. So what if it causes schizophrenia? I'm already nuts. That's my view. That's my own personal thought on it. I have paperwork.
Yeah, this was done. They claim this was Ontario has had that increase.
I know, you know what? Ontario. I know that some of it is true. If somebody with a mental health issue smokes the wrong strain, just like if they take the wrong pharmaceutical, it's going to fuck them up. It could make them a little bit stressed. It could make them a little bit out there, a little trippy, whatever.
Right.
Yes, it could.
It also depends on how much they had. If they had a small regulated dose, then that may not be an issue. But if they're going to go to the point of greening out, I would expect.
Exactly. I'll give you a greening out example. Just happened the other night. A friend of mine who makes oil sampled the new batch and went for a little ride and thought they were having a heart attack. And now I've been through that because I've done that. And I'm sure Marcel has at some point had some kind of issue with overdoing it with oil.
Actually I did, and it happened to a bunch of us.
Okay, so I mean it happens, and when you're using it it
happened to all of us at the same night that we all saw the same hallucinations.
Oh well, that's cool.
Yeah, that was fucked up, man.
But my point is you know, it happens. I rushed to the hospital the first time. I thought I was having a heart attack, and the first thing out of the nurse's mouth was, "You're suffering from," and I know it's not the right word. It's hypermemesis or something like that.
Hyperemesis? I don't even believe that anymore. Because
and I just said to her, I said, "You know what? I've been a cannabis educator for years. Don't even talk to me about that." Right? I just found it interesting. And then through conversations with other healthcare professionals, I found out that there are courses that medical professionals can take, but they choose not to. So there's no
So
Here.
I'm gonna give you a totally different concept on how medical cannabis works. And I agree with Buddy Weeds. Nobody ever calls and talks about consumption to me, and I've been doing this for a long time. But I have a number of patients that are on very low dose.
Wait a minute. You edited that comment. You didn't actually read what it said.
What?
You put your own words in that comment. You didn't say for over 30 years. You said for a very long time.
No, I said for 30 years. I said I've been doing the same thing, and nobody's ever asked me on these surveys.
All right.
Right?
Never mind.
But I've got a number of patients that are on very low specific doses.
Yes.
And when I say low doses, I mean 3 milligrams of THC, right? With a whole plant extract and a few other little medicinal ingredients to make it work.
Milligrams, not grams.
Milligrams. 3 milligrams of THC.
So that's what, 0.03 or 0.3?
3 milligrams would
Yes.
be 0.03 grams.
So, like when I microdose the shroomies, it's 0.2.
Yeah, that's 200 milligrams.
Okay. That's what I was getting at, the difference.
Right.
So there's one zero there.
Yeah.
Another zero, I mean.
Yeah. So I'm talking extremely low dose.
Yes.
Because after 3 milligrams, a new user will start to feel the effects of cannabis. All right. And I've seen this time and time again that 3 milligrams seems to be the ideal dose for the majority of the population. Well,
That
this
you
is a
don't get
dose
all fucked up?
that you don't get high because your body is going to use the cannabinoids that it needs. All right. Any cannabinoids left over, all right, that are still in your bloodstream can go to your brain and get you high, right? If there's any left over. This is the whole issue of high without or relief without high. All right. So what happens is all of these patients have an improved quality of life. They feel better, less pain, more active. Overall general health is better, but have never ever been high. How does it work? If I increase the dose, they still same quality of life, but now they get high for a few hours every time they take the dose. Well, it's too much. So it's called titration. All right. And the easiest way to do titration is you take a specific dose for 1 to 2 weeks. After 1 to 2 weeks, you increase that dose. If you feel high, but you still discomfort, work through it and you'll be able to tolerate that high. Your body will basically adapt to it for that dose. If you get to a point where you have total relief, you're not high, you increase the dose, all of a sudden you're really high, then you cut back and you stay at that dose where you're not high. And this allows you to function throughout your day pain-free, right? Symptom-free, whatever, without being high or to the point of impaired, greening out, ready to puke, that type of thing. We had a girl do that one time in high school, junior high school. After lunch, come in, she greened right out in class, tried to make it to the bathroom, hit the chalkboard, hit the floor, puked all over herself. It was awesome. Especially when everybody's sitting there high laughing at her.
I've only I've only experienced that with alcohol and hallucinogenics.
I've never
Meaning,
experienced it with hallucinogenics, but I've definitely experienced it with alcohol on more
the
than one.
last time I did acid in public, anyways, I was at the exhibition, and we were leaving, and I got on the streetcar, and you know what the exhibition streetcar is like. Crammed like sardines, and I started tripping, so I had to get off and walk home. I lived in Parkdale at the time, thank God. It was not a nice ride. My grandfather had just died. I had a bad trip, and I've never wanted to do it again. But I've gone up now as high as 0.3, 0.03 in the with the shrooms, but that's it.
No,
I'm not looking.
0.3.
0.3, yes.
Yeah, not 0.03.
Okay, 0.3.
0.03 of mushroom, you wouldn't feel anything.
Well, 0.3 then. Not and I usually do 0.2, right? So you know, I
do 5 and you can talk to God.
I don't want that.
Oh, okay.
I don't want that. And if I did, I'd be outside in front of a fire with some friends, waiting for the bears to walk through.
That would be fun too.
Wouldn't that be a trip? Sitting
just
on my
made that sound really
deck and a
fun.
bear just walked by as I'm tripping. Because
Yeah.
you know what? It happens.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually looking forward. I miss my bears. I sit up at night and wait for them to come just so that I can see them and say hi. I even go outside sometimes.
So Buddy says, because it's a lot to put up on that screen in that font, I see the whole dose thing is rather complex because it's full spectrum dose. It contains a lot of different compounds in it. And 10 milligrams is based on one cannabinoid THC, and it's 1,000 milligrams per gram of THC. So, yeah, 10 milligrams of THC of whole plant is enough to get a lot of seasoned users high, right? And Darcy and I laugh about this all the time because Darcy will give his friends a gummy that's only got 15 milligrams of THC.
I tried some 10
But
milligrams.
he'll give it to people that take 200 milligram gummies and, oh, yeah, they get no effect, and get knocked off their ass with a 15 milligram gummy.
Because it's the distillate versus FICO.
Exactly. So
FICO is full extract cannabis oil.
Right.
We don't call it Rick Simpson oil anymore.
You can call it anything you want, but in
Correct.
all honesty,
Hemp oil.
There's a whole plant extract.
Yes.
All right. So you're basically using all of the available cannabinoids, polar and non-polar, if you can get.
And there's and there's an age-old argument that still goes on between oil men, whether or not you soak or dunk, and what solution you use to distillate, or not distillate, to extract your oil. Yeah.
So
But some people are still using alcohol. Most people are using isopropyl alcohol, 99%, because it's unipolar. Unipolar?
Yes, bipolar.
Bipolar. So if you want bipolar cannabis oil.
Well, there's an advantage to it, but then there's arguments behind it. All right. So
well, this is why I brought it up, because I'd like to know what they are.
So if you look at solvents for extracting, all right, you've got polar and non-polar soluble compounds on the plant flower itself. The trichome contains these compounds. So some need to be extracted with an alcohol or a hydrocarbon type, and others can be extracted with water.
Well, the I think the new big thing, the safe method would be with the hydrogen, right? Like the frozen, freeze it, right? What do you
What
call it?
for? What?
To extract the cold
Yeah,
method.
but you're not extracting an oil.
You're not.
No,
Oh, okay.
you're extracting hash.
So you can't extract
Because
oil
when you're doing
using
a
a
cold
cold method.
extraction, you're
Yes.
taking all of the cannabinoid, that's all of the crystalline structure that's on the plant is frozen and snapped off,
Yes.
right? When you're making an oil, all of that is dissolved.
Because of the heat.
No, because of the solvent,
Okay.
right?
So
So
the heat.
so what I did is I sat down with my little microscope and a bunch of glass slides and some eyedroppers, actually syringe. All right. What I did is I took little piles of collected trichome heads, just the little round balls, little tiny piles, and I had them on glass slides, and I put a drop of solvent on it to see how fast it actually dissolves. And I tried grain alcohol, which was around 98%. I tried naphtha, because that's what Rick said.
Yes.
The grain alcohol, it did it. It just took a bit of time. Right?
It
wasn't.
takes longer with grain alcohol.
Yeah, it wasn't instant.
Is that
Right?
because of the polar non-polar thing?
I think so, or it just could be a makeup of that alcohol itself, like of the chemical makeup for breaking down the outer shell of those bulbous heads, right?
Okay.
The naphtha took the longest.
That's a little personal, but okay.
Yeah, but the naphtha took the longest. The isopropyl, I thought I screwed up because as soon as I put the drop on, as soon as I looked through the microscope, it was a liquid.
Drop on it.
Right? And
so you put the drop on it.
Yeah, I put the drop on it, then look in the microscope. So then I had to try and get it aimed, start another pile, get it aimed with the syringe and the needle at just the right spot while looking through the microscope to place one drop, and it's literally instant. So I said, all right, that's the route that I'm going to go. So your argument about dunking or soaking, it depends on what you're using.
And also how much chlorophyll you have.
Yeah, well, the longer it soaks, the more chlorophyll you get.
Correct. But I mean,
Right?
you don't have to dunk. It's really only like a minute, not even, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't take more than a minute for almost all of the solvents. But we got people out there that are sitting there soaking it for like weeks, thinking
Yeah.
that, oh, I'm getting everything out of it. Well, no, because you're extracting chlorophyll out, but your chlorophyll is being replaced with your solvent.
And this is why I brought this up, Marcel.
Yeah.
Because it just, yeah, you need to know these things, right?
Yeah, there's a science behind everything, and I've been sitting back thinking about this over the last few days because I've had a lot to think about. And the issue is I have a hard time explaining things to people without realizing that they don't think like me. Right?
You know what? I've heard you speak and many times, dude, and you try and do it from a layman's point of view and you do that most every week with me because I don't understand the scientific shit like Darcy does.
Right, but for me, my problem with is, for me, this comes natural. Ever since I was a little kid, I figure things out. Right? So I figure out how things work without people telling me how things work. I can usually figure it out on myself. So I worked in the hydraulic industry. I used to design hydraulic systems and things like that. I can walk into any place and look at any machine and tell you exactly how that works, right? Just by looking at the makeup of the machine. Might take me a few minutes if it's a really big machine and it does a lot of elaborate things, but I can figure it out. Nobody has to tell me this stuff. So for me to
I
figure out,
actually prefer figuring stuff out alone.
well, this is what I'd rather do, is rather direct people to the point where they can figure it out themselves.
I like to figure it out, and then I can tell people how to do it. Yeah.
Right. If I always figured you learn better if it's something that you can learn on your own.
I'm also a right brain thinker, and I have ADHD and dyslexia, so it's easier for me hand-on. I'll give you an example. I was studying photography at Humber College in Toronto, and they wouldn't let me continue because my dyslexia was impeding my classroom stuff, my essential courses, math, English, that kind of stuff, right? And I was not able to complete those courses where all of my photography stuff was hands-on studio stuff, and I was getting 90s, you know. But because of that, they wouldn't let me continue because my educational portion was not my requirements weren't there.
Right.
Which sucks. But
put this one up because Buddy brings up a good point. It's stop separating it out to individual cannabinoids and go full spectrum.
Yes,
and
I agree.
ideally, I agree that would be the best case scenario. The problem is THC and CBD can be extracted from other plants. It doesn't necessarily have to be a cannabis sativa strain. It could be a hemp strain that can still extract THC, CBD isolates, right? There's other plants they can use to extract just THC with no other
I think
cannabinoids.
that you should go with your idea. We're going to start a new segment every week taken from the big book of terpenes.
Yeah,
so that we're going to get to know some specific terpenes. I think that would be a good segment for us to do.
Yeah, but with the market flooded with CBD,
what's
right?
that?
And the market is flooded with distillate. Okay, a good whole full spectrum cannabis oil, and when I say a good one, I'm saying 75% plus THC. All right. So that'd be 75% THC, probably 10% CBD, and the rest would be the other cannabinoids. Not what I would call an ideal medical oil, but an average that would be considered as a good cannabis whole full spectrum oil. Market price would be around $40 a gram.
For people?
Yeah, for a market price. The distillate on
So why is it that I know patients 10 years ago that were paying $4,000 for a full dose? That, I mean,
because people were ripping them off. I mean,
fucking ridiculous.
It's kind of like sports memorabilia. Oh, yeah. I got a hockey card that's worth $13,000. No, you've got a hockey card that's worth nothing unless somebody wants to give you $13,000.
Correct.
Right? But until you actually get money in hand, your card is worthless.
Correct.
It's just a piece of paper, right? So your oil could be, you can claim your oil's worth $4,000, but it's only worth $4,000 to somebody that's going to pay $4,000.
Yeah.
Not somebody that knows. The problem is distillate can be bought 996 milligrams per gram. So 96, 97, 98% pure THC for $1 a gram.
Wow.
Right? CBD infused pillows. That's my favorite one, right? It's a marketing ploy. I can sell you this gummy, and it's got 1,000 milligrams of THC, and you eat it, and you realize that you get more of effect off of a 50 milligram whole plant
but
gummy.
it's not to say CBD doesn't have a good medicinal effect, but
It does, but it's not going to fucking have an effect in a pillow.
Yeah, I know.
Right? But it's a marketing ploy. Oh, we can sell this, right? So it's like people say, well, what about cannabis shampoo? Go for
Well,
it.
we've talked about that because I've asked you about that for scalp issue.
Right. So that's
You
not
don't leave it in; it will
scalp.
just rinse it out, right?
Exactly, because the whole idea of a shampoo is a detergent to break down and remove oil off your hair. You're adding an oil to your hair, right? So that's
So
why I said if you want to
would
do a treatment, you do like an argon infused oil and rub it into your hair after you have your shower.
or even a conditioner.
Or a
A
conditioner,
cannabis infused in conditioner would work fine.
a leave-in conditioner, not one that you rinse out.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Right? So then you're better to go with a
See, Dale said lavender would work much better than a CBD.
Yeah, I don't believe that because I tried one of them lavender pillows and it just stinks.
Now he's going to search for a lavender. If you know where to get a lavender pillow, please let us know.
I don't want one. I've had one. They suck. I don't find any.
I don't know if I'd want. I don't mind the lavender smell, but I don't know if I'd want to have my face buried in a lavender plant all the time.
Well, with the pillow things, it only lasts like a day or two. So
the smell,
yeah, it just goes to a regular pillow. And imagine the CBD pillow. I don't know what they would smell like. Most people have no idea what CBD tastes like. Have you ever tried CBD whole plant extract? Just plain
Probably.
extract?
Probably.
It's like the spiciest pepperoni you'd ever put in your fucking tongue.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? Yes, it does have a bite. Yep, it does.
Yep. But most people never know that.
I tried a diamond.
Yeah.
When I got them, just for shits and giggles. On Hi Guys, I took a nice sized diamond and just threw it in my mouth and chewed it up. And of course, my mouth went numb. But you know, it wasn't like taking a glob of oil and swishing it around in your mouth for a little while. Okay, there's a big difference.
But you know what I used to like, and I haven't done it in a long time, only because I had to break myself of the habit. I used to love eating hash. I used to like.
You know what?
Take a small bite off a gram or so, and just sit there and chew on it.
When I get an ounce, I'll do that, but not when I get a couple of grams.
Yeah, I get a temple ball sitting here right that I could take a bite of, but I just refrain.
You know what? It helps my pain. It just drops it down to nothing, and I can actually go do stuff. But you know what? So does smoking a joint with hash in it.
Yeah, but you know what? So does eating, you know,
it's a different
capsules,
dose, right?
Yeah, but eating capsules all day and ice creams, multiple ice creams, or chocolate covered marshmallows or gummies or whatever, I stay relatively pain free.
I don't have any hash right now. I ran out a couple of days ago. But I'd like to try the temple ball. I'm going to look and see if my places have it, or even if maybe I can get it at the legal store. Right? I know they have the 1964 balls.
But there's a difference.
Oh, I'm sure. Like, I mean, I've had actual Afghani hash from Afghanistan.
So
I know this because I know where the source came from.
I know this because the boats used to come into Halifax.
Okay, well, so
Right.
same thing.
So we had
Let's
real
put it this
hash,
way.
and that's
I tried
when I was in the
verifying actual Afghanistan hash,
Yeah.
and it's much different than the stuff that they call Afghani hash, right? And
Yeah.
it's got a different texture, and sometimes it even smells like poop.
Yeah.
I've had some authentic hash that every now and then you get a woof of poof.
Well, I've seen knockoff temple balls,
Which I haven't tried and I want to.
The knockoffs?
No, a real.
Yeah. Well, the problem is with the real temple ball, it's 50-gram ball.
And what is the cost of a temple ball?
About $750.
Yeah, I've watched a video on YouTube on how it's made. I think that we should have another segment on how it's made kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm writing these things down.
Yeah. So hash are a very regional thing. All right. A lot of countries produce hash, and everybody's hash is just slightly different because they had different techniques. But in the end, it was still hash. Like Moroccan hash is totally different than Afghani hash.
Well,
Lebanese hash.
I made hash for the first time myself last year, and it was much different than I thought it was going to be. But I think it was because I didn't compress it. Right.
I can give you ideas on how to compress it.
Well, we'll talk about that when I have stuff to compress.
Yeah. Basically, a jar and some boiling water.
I'll use my squisher without heat.
No, because you need a little bit of heat. That's the thing.
Well, I can add as much heat as I want.
Right, but the problem is if you do it old school method, right, which is basically a jar with boiling water in it, and
then push it down,
roll it, and press it out that way,
like a roller. Yeah.
A much better consistency to it than just a physical press. Right?
Okay, and I understand that because the same principle is making dough.
Right. So at Toro Cannabis, I had to come up with a hash for Toro Cannabis, so we came up with bubble hash extraction,
which I saw you make at Harvest Fest.
Right. Freeze dried, scuffed to powder, and then pressed into a block. Right. But not enough heat to turn it into a temple ball consistency. Just enough heat to hold it together.
Tell me why you can go from a bubble hash to a temple ball consistency. Is it just the amount of kneading it? Like
yeah.
with dough, it's from kneading it, and or candy stuff. You got to knead it to get everything together.
Yes. Yeah. So
they do the same kind of motion as they would with dough, I guess.
Yeah, to a point. It just depends on which one is doing it. Because I
know everybody's got their own technique.
I've got videos of people that are actually pressing it with their feet. All right.
I've seen that. Yeah, and I don't know if I want to smoke that.
Yeah, well, you may have. That's the thing.
I may have, yes.
So it just depends on who's doing it. If you wanted to do it yourself, and then do a bubble hash extraction and work it in the palm of your hand.
Can a legal store import hash from Europe?
No.
It has to be made in Canada.
Yeah, the legal industry cannot do any importation of cannabis products.
And can the legal industry make hash? I guess they can. Yes, I know. I know they can.
We just went through that, Al. I still have I can
That was a
remember
good moment.
yeah, the very first hash for True Cannabis, I still have a can of.
Oh, okay. I gapped that, sorry.
I'll keep that for 5 or 6 years, and then someday I'll look and say, "Hey, geez, I get no hash." Yeah, right. But it could happen.
Are they
Hey,
still
I
using the
still have
tins?
can. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't shop for it.
Yeah,
I have nothing to do with them.
I know.
They're on their own.
I know.
And actually, well, Lenny still has to be nice. I don't have to be nice.
Yeah, okay. But you're going
Yeah.
to be because we're almost done. And you've been
Mhm.
nice this far.
Oh yeah. So Buddy likes dry sift, so him and Dale really get along. Because Dale's right into the dry sift too.
Oh God, he gets mounds of the fucking shit.
Yeah, no, I used to too. I used to sit and scuff for
Al does
hours.
as well. Al
Hours.
has a tray that he like he's got a rolling box that he
Mhm.
collects in. And every 6 months or so, he just got a mound of fucking stuff
Yeah.
to run through, right?
Keeflator.
The Keith, yep.
A Keeflator. Yeah. We actually used one that you could walk inside of. It was that big of a drum. And literally shovel bud into it.
I'm gonna look for some short videos that we can watch next week on hash making and oil making. It may be an illegal method in Canada, but
Yeah,
it's a video.
we have to give that disclaimer that in some jurisdictions this may not be legal.
Is it legal anywhere in Canada to use alcohol to make concentrates?
No.
Okay, so then it's illegal methods, some of them.
Well, no, I'm not going to say that because they allowed the LPs to do it. So it's not
Really
technically illegal because LPs with extraction licenses can use solvents for
And
extraction.
is this new?
No.
Okay.
It's been around since they've had extraction licenses.
Okay.
Right?
I didn't know that.
So,
I
but
thought
all they
because
did
we weren't
is
allowed to do it, they weren't allowed to do it. They're in a controlled environment.
yeah, but anybody that knows how to do it's going to do it in a controlled environment or they blow themselves up. I have no sympathy for them because a lot of it is I just read what Buddy says and I'm going to argue that one with him.
Well, put it up and argue.
Ethanol alcohol is legal for medical patients. No, it's not. Because in Nova Scotia, you need a doctor's prescription to even get ethanol alcohol to begin with. So it's illegal to start with. We can't just go in. We don't have that option of going in and buying Alcool or Everclear because it's not legal. But the Cannabis Act says
a few years ago,
when the Cannabis Act thing come out, when they first came out, they said no organic solvents.
Yeah, but you know as well as
shit
I
hit
do
the fan
that
because
if you had a doctor's note from your doctor saying that you make tinctures and stuff like that for health, that you can get a prescription for alcohol that the LCBO will ship directly to the store nearest to you, and you can go in and pick it up. And
If
that's
you
the
get a
way it was
prescription.
until legalization happened. Anyways,
Yeah. Well,
I don't. So it's not allowed anymore.
Well, no, that's the same option that we have here. Is you can have a doctor write you a prescription for it, and then they can send it to whichever liquor store you need it, and you go in. I think it's $25
So
for
you can still
500
do that.
milliliters. You
Okay.
can still do that, but it's not cost effective. The issue is where legality comes in is the way they word the Cannabis Act. Because when they first started, they were saying that no organic solvents to do extractions. Well, butter, olive oil, coconut oil are all classified as organic solvents. So then they turned around and changed it to explosive solvents, right? So any solvent that could explode, which is all of your hydrocarbons and your alcohols, right?
Okay. That kind of says it all, doesn't it? Be careful.
Yeah, I mean, you're dealing with heat and flammable product, right? So you hear about people blowing up their apartment building doing honey oil extractions with butanes. That's why.
It's happened in Kensington Market, just down the street from the Hot Box. A legal store was producing illegal oils in the basement and blew themselves up. Remember that?
Yeah.
And we know a few people who've blown themselves up as well.
Yes. So it's something that's got to be done with very adequate ventilation.
Outside.
Is not controlled systems. Ideally outside.
Come here.
Because if it does blow up, it's just outside. Right? So it may kill you, but it's not going to burn down your neighborhood.
All it's going to do is scare the bear away.
Might do that too. Butane extraction should never be done indoors.
Now you tell me.
CO2 extractions should be done in a safe room.
Concrete.
And what I mean by a safe room is one that if that unit blows up, nobody's going to get hurt.
Yes.
Right? Because
nobody's in there when it's on, in other words.
Well, yeah, but you still have to kind of go in and be around it. It's a risk. Everything has a risk.
Yes.
Right? So even a CO2 extraction is not a safe extraction. There's always a risk. You're dealing with high pressure carbon dioxide.
Hey, guess what? Time to say goodnight.
It is, isn't it? And we didn't even have a grow segment, other than we found out that price of the seeds that suggested is anywhere from $50 to $100. That was the grow segment. Thank you for that part, Dale. Remember, it was $50, $7,500. Those are good prices.
We will figure out the grow segment thing.
Yeah.
Say goodnight.
Oh, wait now. I just want to read this before we leave.
You put that up.
I tried to buy, no, it's a big one. I tried to buy barrels of alcohol for extraction and got the runaround, and they wanted me to get a distiller license to buy barrels at $35,000 license. They sent me the LCDO for it.
Holy fuck, eh?
Yeah, I would go online and take a look at YouTube videos on how to make grain alcohol if you so want to use grain alcohol. And because if you're going to go to the point of extracting for oil, you might as well go make your own alcohol.
Also illegal.
Yeah, also illegal. But hit me up sometime off of here, and I can point you in the direction of really good stills. If you want to do extracting of alcoholic substances.
All right, gentlemen, it's time to go. Thanks for listening. We're here Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And
usually on Friday nights. Yeah, usually.
Yeah, usually. Not usually. We try to be. Yeah, try to be.
Oh, Buddy's got two. He can make his own.
Peace out, gentlemen.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinion or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. No cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking Time for Hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. You are listening to Time for Hemp all around the world on a variety of social platforms. If you like our program, please make it a point to share it with your friends. Hit the like button below if there is one. And by all means, let everybody around you know how important it is to take Time for Hemp. We are kicking off the show today, focusing on veterans of the military. And we have an amazing representative on the program today. Brian Buckley will be joining us. We also have, as usual, the joint host, Al Byrne, here on the program. He is the resident joint host on the big broadcast and handling the controls and making this thing run smooth as most people smoke good herb is our friend Al Graham. And he's also going to be acting as a joint host on the big broadcast. And don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the Time for Hemp segment, hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, your vape pens, hit whatever it is that you hit to take Time for Hemp. I'm going to turn the big broadcast over to our resident joint host, Al Byrne. Al?
Resident. Is that what I am? I'm the resident?
Resident, well, that's what they referred to Ed McMahon on the Johnny Carson show. He was the resident joint host.
Well, then that's a compliment. If it's Ed McMahon that I'm going to mimic, that's fine with me. He was a great guy. And by the way, was a Marine officer. Again, I keep putting out a lot of really neat people in our society have done some really neat things, have been in the military, and I think learned a lot of skills in that regard. I know I did. I went to Notre Dame and I spent 4 years in ROTC. So, my youth was certainly, involved with military history and military bearing and the concepts of honor, et cetera, et cetera. And I think those were all worthwhile traits that they were given to me freely. And I took them, and I'm glad I did. And a guy that we're interviewing today had the same kind of path. We were both college athletes. He went in the Navy, I went in the Army, and we both saw combat. So in that regard, we had a similar background until his military career was ended with serious wounding. But I'll let him tell you what he wants to. And so I'm going to introduce a guy that I've known for several years, 6, 7, maybe. We've known each other more so lately. His name is Brian Buckley. He has quite a resume, which we'll start off with on the veteran issue. So Al, bring Brian in here, please. There he is. That's my friend Brian Buckley.
Hey, Brian.
I want you to give us the basic thing. I grew up in, you grew up somewhere. And tell, where did you grow up? I know you were a football player in college. You can brag it up. Go ahead. And then you got the Marine Corps. Good for you. You can brag it up. Go ahead. And just, tell us how it is. And then, of course, when you're done with all that, making yourself look good stuff, the question comes up like, where and how did you find cannabis? Okay. But let me ask you a military question. Something when I looked at your resume and I realized what my past had been, the term Marine Raider came up. Now, I've heard you use that talking about you and your guys, but I realized that I was served on a destroyer back in 1965, 66, 67. That was the DD 712, but it was the USS Guyot, G-Y-A-T-T, Private Edward Earl Guyot, U.S. Marine Corps, is what the ship was named after. The guy that the ship was named after, he received a Silver Star posthumously, unfortunately, in the Solomon Islands. But he was a Marine Raider.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you guys were new. Tell us about Marine Raiders, how they came about, and what do you do with them?
No, that's a great question. So the Marine Raiders were formed back in World War II and arguably are the first special operations unit of the United States military. And kind of funny, my aunt, her father was a Marine Raider in World War II. So what they did was they found guys who, maybe physically were a little bit above the average and things like that. My aunt's father was a machine gunner, and they asked them, they're like, hey, you can join this group we're putting together here for the island hopping campaign called Marine Raiders. And we'll give you 3 more days of leave or vacation if you join. And he's like, oh, wow, like 3 more days of leave. That's great. I'll do it. And then he's like, then I'm on Guadalcanal and hell's breaking loose. And he starts thinking, I don't know if I'm going to see these 3 days that they're promising me. And essentially what the Raiders were doing at that time frame was they would go out in the Zodiacs. They would go and basically get on the island prior to the main attack force and kind of do a preparation of the environment to make sure, where to land, what was going on, kind of paint a picture for them. And the Raiders were doing amazing work. And then midway through World War II, they're kind of like, we don't really need the Raiders anymore. So they disband them and put them back into their conventional infantry units. So some of the Marine infantry units still use the term Raiders, which there's been a little bit of, contingency back and forth about who's a Raider and who's not. To me, it's all good. But what happened with, I would say, the Marine Raiders 2.0 was, I find this to be an interesting story. It's kind of a little bit of history here. But in 1979, we were doing Operation Eagle Claw, which was the rescue mission to get the hostages out of the embassy in Iran during the Iranian Revolution. And probably most famously is, was it a Checkpoint 1 or I forget what that was called. But anyway, they had a basically checkpoint. They're all landing there. You had Navy SEALs, you had Green Berets, you had the Air Force, and you had the Marine Corps. And they had an in-air collision. I believe it was with a CH-53 helicopter and a C-130 collided, exploded, and the mission was pretty much aborted at that point, and we left. And it ended with basically the Iranians holding up like U.S. Air Force shrapnel and everything. Obviously, an incredibly embarrassing day for America, for President Carter and all of that. So the Department of Defense started thinking, hey, we got these special operation units in each of the military units, but they're not really all talking to each other. So they formed Special Operations Command, or SOCOM, came from that. And when they were like, hey, we're going to put Navy SEALs, we're going to put Green Berets, we'll put Marine Recon, and so on and so forth, the Marine Corps pushed back. And one thing about the Marine Corps is they do not like other people in charge of Marines except for Marines. And the way they're kind of able to, keep that at an arm's length is we have what we call Marine Expeditionary Units, or MUs. And you always have 2 MUs out at a time from the East Coast, West Coast. Sometimes out in Okinawa, they pop out as well. And they would make them special operations capable. So you would have the reconnaissance guys there or the SEALs could fly in and do a mission, the Green Berets, so on and so forth. And everything was fine. And then 9/11 happened. And essentially, President Bush and Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld called the Marine Corps and said, we're not asking you, we're telling you, you are going to have a special operations unit that's going to fall in Special Operations Command. That's just the way the world is going. It's going to be more of these surgical type strikes against these terrorist organizations. So what they did is they took the reconnaissance all-stars, if you will, and these were some bad dudes. I mean, these were legendary guys in reconnaissance. And they put them together and formed what they called Marine Detachment 1, or Det 1, which is more well-known. It was based out here in Camp Pendleton, and they fell under the command of Naval Special Warfare, or the Navy SEALs. And essentially, it was kind of their proof of concept. Would this work? The Marines went out to Iraq. They kicked ass. The Navy SEALs are like, yeah, they can do it. And what happened at that point was the Force Recon flag went down, and the MARSOC, or Marine Special Operations Command, flag went up. And so part of the deal was that one force platoon from each coast, from the East Coast and West Coast, would remain with the Marine Corps, and then the rest would go over to SOCOM. So SOCOM would have operational control, not administrative control. The Marine Corps still controlled that. And then that's kind of how it started rolling. Now, I'll kind of make this quick because I know I'm talking for a little bit here. You know, fast forward, we have MARSOC, you have Navy SEALs, you have Green Berets, and all this stuff. Well, my last big boss was a gentleman named Admiral McCraven, who was probably best known as the 3-star commander of Joint Special Operations Command. And he planned the raid to go kill Osama bin Laden. Obviously, that raid went well. He got his 4th star. They bumped him up to the commander of SOCOM. And Admiral McCraven is a fantastic flag officer. I know Al will back me on this one. Sometimes those flag officers become pretty political and will kind of do the Washington, D.C. dance. Not McCraven. He will call it like it is. And he was just an outstanding leader. So we had him over at our compound at the time it was called 1st Marine Special Operations Battalion. And we had a room called Helmand Room. We cut our teeth in the Helmand province, and we're definitely going to talk more about that during the interview. And during that, one of my good friends, and by the time he left, he was probably the most highly decorated Marine Raider. His name was Master Sergeant Brian Jacklin. He was awarded a Navy Cross, which is one medal behind the Medal of Honor. And arguably, I think the guy should have got the Medal of Honor. But I remember he walked up to me and he's like, hey, I'm going to ask the Admiral, like, you know, what, like, do the Marines like us? And I'm like, yeah, go for it, you know? So Admiral McCraven's kind of doing his talk and he's like, any questions? And Brian raises his hand. Admiral McCraven's like, yeah, Brian, what's up? And he's like, you know, Admiral, do our generals like us? And he just gets a big smile on his face and he's like, listen, Jimmy Amos, who at the time was the Commandant of the Marine Corps 4-star, he's like, Jimmy is like my drinking buddy. We go out in D.C. all the time. He loves you guys. He's like, if he had his way, he would paint the MARSOC symbol on every MEU ship that we had. He's like, so he loves you, but the other 3- and 2-star generals, no, they don't like you guys. But he's like, hey, I'm a Navy SEAL. No one likes us. So he's like, welcome to the club. But he said in that, he goes, you know, you guys need to be, it needs to be different. You guys need to be recognized for who you are. So I'm going to push to get the Marine Raider name designated for you. And you guys need some sort of warfare pin. Like, you know, the Navy SEALs have their trident, stuff like that. That's very visible. And, you know, to kind of conclude this part where it all came to be and when we got redesignated Marine Raiders, General Amos was getting ready to retire. And I'll never forget, we're on a video teleconference with Admiral McCraven, and he's asking, you know, when would we have a Marine officer that would be a Theater Special Operations Commander, which is like a 2-star? And McCraven's like, you're never going to get it. And he goes, why not? He's like, because you have your officers in special ops for 2 years, you send them back to their primary MOS or military occupation specialty, and then they come back over to MARSOC, but they missed 2 years for, you know, key builds they would need to have in order to obtain a TSOC command. And he's like, oh, well, then I'll just like close loop the officers. And he's like, he's like, come on, Jim, I've been asking for the past couple of years. He goes, yeah, well, we'll do it now. And he goes, and you know what I'm going to also do? I'm going to redesignate the Marine Raiders as well. And McCraven laughs, and he's like, you really are retiring, aren't you? He goes, oh, yeah, I'm going to throw a big old frag grenade behind my back as I walk out the door. And sure enough, the MARSOC flag went down and the Marine Raider flag went up. And what was great was, obviously, Marine Raider stuff is awesome. But what I took probably the most pride in was seeing some of the original Marine Raiders from World War II that we flew out for the ceremony. And you just saw the tears in their eyes where they were like, our legacy is going to get remembered. Our unit's going to get remembered, because it was just very bizarre. The Marine Corps is super big on its lineage and what has happened, but the Raiders were kind of like that drunk uncle they didn't want to talk about, like, kind of put it in the corner a little bit. So to be able to get that Raider flag back up, we were able to hand the original Raiders the actual new Marine Raider warfare pin. It was just an amazing time. And, circle back to my my aunt, she was just overwhelmed because that was her father's unit. And for it to come back into existence was a big deal. So, yeah, the Marine Raiders, I think we got the redesignation back in like 2013 or 14 timeframe. So we're definitely the new kids on the block. But, Marines are what we are, and we like to do what we do, and we like to take over missions. And, the Raiders are out there kicking ass and stealing missions from the SEALs and the Green Berets. And they're not too happy about it, but it's, a great rivalry we all have with each other. We can all make fun of each other, but we're all real tight. And I've had a great opportunity to work with some outstanding SEALs and Green Berets, and also some like the British SAS and other people like that. Just really outstanding people that I was able to operate with.
I'm sure Private Diet is quite content that you guys are there and doing well.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So listen, you had another life, right? You went to school, you were born somewhere. You played. Give us that little background, and then please tell us how a decorated veteran like yourself in the Marine Corps is representing a cannabis company.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, to a lot of people, that's a big step, dude.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. It was like, I remember we were in High Times, and like I didn't know anything about it. It just kind of popped up, and they did like special the banner. But a lot of my friends text me when I woke up in the morning to these straight texts. They're like, Buck had quite the trajectory to go there, like athlete, military. Next thing you know, now he's selling pop. But yeah, so I grew up in an area called Doylestown, Pennsylvania. It is probably about 30 miles north of Philadelphia. Big time Philadelphia sports fan, which Al can testify to that one. We've had some good back and forth on that. And where I grew up, it was like a football mecca. The high school I went to was a school called Central Bucks West. We were typically ranked in the top 25 in USA Today polls. My last 2 years there, we were top 5 teams. So it was just a juggernaut. And we kind of joked